Hi guys, this is Shadow. Many novels cannot be published on YouTube due to copyrights, so I made a Telegram group for each novel. Here are the lists of novels that we provide. As you can see, all novels are written in an alphabetical order. In front of each novel you will find the price to join the Telegram channel. Also you will find the status of each novel, either it's completed or it's updated, meaning I uploaded it to the latest chapters, or it's ongoing, meaning that I am uploading chapters daily. You can read the doc sheet slowly from the link in the description. Once you made up your mind, contact me via WhatsApp or Telegram. After I confirm your transaction through PayPal or Ko-fi, I will give you a link to access the Telegram channel for good. Join more than 150 members. Also always check the novels lists because it's updated daily. Thank you and enjoy. Shadow.
Chapter 176. Reading again. 7. TL, Rainbow Turtle. I nodded and opened my mouth. Still, don't kill her. We must beat her. That woman has no intention of cooperating. I glanced at my blood-soaked mother. I didn't know if it was her blood or the blood of others. However, she was obviously at her limits. She had somehow been fighting with a reasonable probability, but her physical strength must have bottomed out. It was an inevitable result. She was alone, and this place had Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk had become transcendent and was on a completely different dimension compared to Peaceland. No matter how great the story, it was impossible with just a shadow. It wouldn't be easy to overcome a transcendent unless one part of the body descended, but my mother didn't have enough probability remaining. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is gulping. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is paying attention to your choice. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is observing your atrocious acts. I left my party members and headed towards my mother. Stop trying. The fourth wall is shaking faintly. Why are you stopping me? My mother's face didn't look good, despite it being barely visible through the shadow of the constellation. Only her eyes and mouth were barely revealed. It was a distance that could be crossed, but I could never reach her. It was the same in prison, and even now, this had become our distance. She told me, if I talk, you won't listen. This person, why was she going so far? Why did she keep doing this despite her bloody body? My companions were watching me. Their eyes were asking me to make the right choice. I sighed and opened my mouth. Just once. I will listen just once, so tell me. I was surprised by the words that came out of my mouth. Tell me the story properly. I didn't know I could say this. I squeezed out these words even though I didn't know if I was sincere or not. My mother's eyes shook. How long can you stay like this? Don't keep it to yourself and tell me. Why are you blocking me? Mother, why did you come all the way here? Saying anything is fine. If I say it, I saw the eyes that seemed like they would cry and realized all the stories so far had been connected. I was her child, so I knew. The reason my mother blocked me was related to why my mother wrote the essay. I would be hurt. I would break. My previous life might be ruined. Tell me. I had long thought about it. Perhaps it was the story I had already predicted. There were so many hints from the constellations that it would be odd if I didn't know. Nevertheless, I wanted to hear the story directly from my mother's mouth. It might completely change my life, but I had to listen, even if the wall shook again. It was because it was my story. Some stories couldn't be understood if I missed a page. Soon, my mother's lips opened. However, in this damn scenario, it wasn't a story just involving mother and son. The Nebula Vedas is looking at your fate. The Nebula Olympus is looking at your fate. The Nebula Papyrus is looking at your fate. A new drama wasn't allowed for us. The nebula's messages popped up and intense sparks filled the air. My mother grabbed her head with both hands and started to scream. I yelled and ran towards her. The moment my outstretched hand was about to reach my mother, the shadow of Founder's mother caught me. Constellation Kim Dokja. You can't pass here. There was a crack on the 8-beaded bell and black, muddy waves overflowed. There was a fierce sound like the sky was being ripped apart, and a vortex appeared in the sky. A portal was opening at the center of the vortex. The Great Hall. The excessive probability had summoned a being who would destroy everything. Everyone, don't look at it. Close your eyes. I shouted the moment I discovered the tentacles coming from the hall. I didn't know about Yu Jonghyuk, who was a transcendent, but ordinary incarnations would collapse just from seeing such an existence. An outer god. Yu Jonghyuk's expression hardened. We were convinced when we saw the tentacles coming from the Great Hall. This was an outer god. A god who was called due to the sacrifice of Founder's mother. Thunder fell from the crack in the sky while the distorted time and space screamed painfully. It was similar but different to when that guy was summoned on Peaceland. The one being summoned now was the true body of an outer god. Based on this scale, at least 1/3 of the true body would be summoned. The true body of a god. The shadow couldn't even be compared to it. Yu Jonghyuk, if we don't stop it now, it is too late. It isn't a level I can stop. My body was trembling just looking at the sky. I could see it with the status of a constellation. The fourth wall is strongly activated. My trembling subsided a bit by fourth wall, but the fear didn't change. The existence beyond that great hall was something that couldn't be beaten even if the present Yu Jonghyuk and I combined strength. In the midst of this helplessness, I realized something. Now it wasn't a fight for incarnations. Some of the incarnations with upper-grade constellations shed blood and died the moment they saw this existence. Yu Jonghyuk and I protected the party members and retreated. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes were becoming darker. I spoke in resistance. Don't worry. The constellations won't stay quiet once this type of guy descends. It was shown at the constellation banquet that the constellations and the outer gods didn't have a good relationship. In a situation where the god descended, no other constellations would intervene. The great sage, the equal of heaven, Uriel, and the slightly reliable black flame dragon. However, the constellations showed no response to the true body of the god passing through. Yu Jonghyuk spoke through gritted teeth. I don't know how they can be ignorant. It was a confusing situation for me as well. This was the descent of an outer god. Why wasn't anyone coming to help us? Some constellations are astonished by the coming of the outer god. Many constellations are complaining about the tyranny of some nebulae. What? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is showing hostility to the nebula Papyrus. The constellation abyssal black flame dragon is baring his fangs to the nebula Vedas. The constellation demon-like judge of fire resents the atrocious acts of the nebula Olympus. Now I realized. I see. This damn situation. All constellation on the Korean peninsula are wondering which nebula you will choose. This was all happening because of me. The messages popped up in turn. A number of nebulae want you to inherit their stories. If you inherit a story, your existence will be forcibly bound to the nebula. The nebula Olympus wants you to inherit Lightning Carnival. The nebula Olympus wants you to inherit Thunder Guide. The nebula Papyrus wants you to inherit Master of the Typhoon Wolf. The nebulae are offering you a final choice. All the constellations on the Korean peninsula are watching your choice. I laughed. This was why I didn't like the constellations. Lightning Carnival, Thunder Guide, Master of the Typhoon Wolf. They were all stories of constellations with histories of killing their own relatives. At the same time, each nebula had a powerful story. Perhaps if I succeeded their stories, I would be able to repel the outer god. Then my mother would die here. Yu Jonghyuk was watching me. His eyes asked what I was going to do. I said to him, Yu Jonghyuk, do you remember the nebula we made? Kim Daksha's company. It wasn't simply to save my mother. Everything would end if I belonged to a nebula. There was no way I could overcome the unfair contract with them, and I would never be able to reach the end of the story. You still want to use that name? Yu Jonghyuk frowned as he moved close to me and pulled out a sword. I will choose the name of the nebula. I smiled at the thought that Yu Jonghyuk was joking. The energy of transcendence could be felt by my side. It was strangely relieving despite the presence of a person who had long surpassed my scale. It might be because I felt like we were standing on the same horizon for the first time since the scenario began. I declared towards the stars in the night sky. I won't bow to your fate. I pointed my sword towards those silent gazes. I will decide my story. Then I heard a laugh come from somewhere. Along with the laughing sound, I heard a whisper from the universe that seemed to be mocking these insignificant worms. Unfortunate constellation. You who killed your father with your own hands. You who will destroy your mother. You who will see the downfall of your precious things. I stared at the outer god. If he finished his descent, the second floor of Dark Castle would be completely erased. It was a different situation from Peaceland. There was no place to go if a crisis happened here. However, inside me was a constellation who was as weary of the word fate as I was. A few hundred years have passed and things haven't changed. Damn son of a bitch. Chiak Jungyang's presence inside me started to be released. I didn't know if it was possible for Chiak Jungyang to cope with the god from another world. Still, I had no choice but to believe in him. Chiak Jungyang shouted towards Founder's mother, who was half eaten by the god from another world. Founder's mother, why did you make a deal with the outer god? It was a deep and resonant voice filled with anger. Since when did Hongik become so cheap? Surprisingly, the Founder's mother replied, I didn't make a deal with the outer god. Then what is this situation? I'm sorry. There was no other way. To protect the scenarios of the Korean peninsula. This incarnation should be here. That man shouldn't return to the Korean peninsula. Otherwise, the other nebulae. Did you make a deal with the nebulae? Chiak Jungyang exclaimed. Are you still so obsessed with that little land that you are now betraying your descendants? You don't know. You. What the hell is this? Where is the creation god? Why is he invisible when something like this is happening? The creation god. However, the words of Founder's mother didn't finish. The next moment, I felt Chiak Jungyong looking towards the sky. Don't tell me? The night sky sent an indirect message before answering. The nebulae declares that anyone who helps Goryeo's first sword will be regarded as their enemy in the future. Then, like magic, the indirect messages in the night sky became calm. I heard the voices of the great sage, the equal of heaven and Uriel, but they seemed unable to intervene due to their own interests or special reasons. Chiak Jungyong gazed at the night sky through my eyes. I could feel the explosive emotions mixed in the silence. Chiak Jungyong's rage and sadness, his grief, and his decision. You can feel proud. Chiak Jungyong spoke to me. Those who are at the highest point in this damn world are afraid of you. What is pride worth when I am going to die? You won't die. They were just words, but they were words spoken by a constellation. As if putting a buoy against fate, all the stories built by Chiak Jungyong were rooted in my existence. I won't let you die. Chapter 177 Reading again, 8. Chiak Jungyong's story filled my whole body, while the stories of Chiak Jungyong scattered through the star stream started to gather. It was a good story that improved the status of existence just by reading. The story Dragon's Blood has become known. The story Wiping Out an Army with One Sword has become known. The story Battlefield Slaughterer has become known. He was a strong man from birth. He was born with a dragon's bloodline. Chiak Jungyong. Chiak Jungyong has appeared. He cut 36 enemies alone. From the time of Chiak Jungyong's birth until now. He didn't know about the scenario, but he heard stories that were part of the scenario. The story exiled from the scenario has become known. He is too strong. Exile him from this scenario. Use every means possible to send him to another world. I watched the passing history and felt anger, sadness, joy and frustration, just like Chiak Jungyong. After the bout of emotional feelings, Chiak Jungyong's face and solid body were seen. I had never seen Chiak Jungyong before, but I seemed to know him better than anyone else. This story was Chiak Jungyong. Why are you going so far to help me? Who knows? Why? 5 constellations on the Ganpyeongui were consumed in exchange for summoning Chiak Jungyong. However, the thing he was doing for me now far surpassed 5 constellations. No constellation would disclose the base of his story to an incarnation. In addition, Chiak Jungyong wasn't my sponsor. I was like you. One of Chiak Jungyong's stories flowed into my head. The story One who fights against fate has become known. Place fate on him. This person has to die. The words of the constellation struck me. I knew that Chiak Jungyong had been wronged. I didn't know he was affected by fate, just like me. A long time ago, Chiak Jungyong experienced the same thing due to the constellations. I saw the rising notification windows. The story One who fights against fate has begun. Chiak Jungyong's story was my story. Chiak Jungyong laughed. It isn't the same size as your fate. There was only one nebula who did this damn thing to me. Chiak Jungyong spoke as he watched the world through my eyes. At that time, I survived with the help of Hongik. However, I still often think about it. I shouldn't have received the help of any nebulae. Chiak Jungyong's spirit emerged from my chest. That's why I want to help you. He raised the sword in my hand and took a specific posture. The outer god, who had almost swallowed the founder's mother, roared. Chiak Jungyong also pulled out all his aura. The unbroken faith in my hand was crying violently. A good sword. The sword shook as if in response to the remark. My magic power was reduced, like there was a bottomless pit, while particles of pure ether gathered in my sword. An ether blade that was over 10 meters in length was formed. I shook from the formidable power and tried not to lose focus. I will borrow it for a while. My body was completely possessed by Chiak Jungyong, and I started to run with unbroken faith in my hands. It was an overload that I couldn't cope with, despite my overall stats being over level 100. The bones in my body creaked and the group exploded, forming a huge crater. I was confident that I could cut anything with this power. However, I was engulfed in a sense of despair as soon as I leapt into the void and confirmed the enemy. It was an emotion I felt while living in the human world. Could I kill such a huge thing? The outer god beyond the Great Hall exceeded imagination just from the size. The diameter of the body alone was at least 1 kilometer. Each of the 12 legs attached to the body had a diameter of several dozens of meters. Still, not even 1/5 of it had passed through yet. If all of this guy appeared, who the hell could kill it? Chiak Jungyong read my despair and laughed. I am Chiak Jungyong. Felt like the world was listening. Or it was a declaration to the entire star stream. The strongest military leader on the Korean peninsula. Then the sword moved. There was a moment when I didn't know what I was doing, despite being the one to do the action. It was the swordsmanship of Chiak Jungyang. Two-sword style, two-sword mountain chop. Chiak Jungyang's sword moved. It wasn't a sword for cutting humans. It wasn't a sword for cutting monsters. It was a sword to cut nature. The blade that was over 10 meters moved twice in succession. This was a giant cracking sound. It looked more like darkness was flowing than blood, and looking closer, the darkness seemed like printed letters. I recognized it as the story of the outer god. In a way, the outer god was the same type of existence as the constellations. Along with a scream, the god's tentacles were separated from the torso and fell to the ground. It was like a huge building was falling. The astonished incarnations evacuated in all directions while I was surprised in another sense. A human could cut something like this. I felt awe for a being who was born a human but went beyond humans. However, a terrible pain came after the amazement. Cheek, ku. I started groaning from the terrible pain. A violent storm was battering my body. I shivered like a person electrocuted by hundreds of thousands of volts. The bones in the hand that swung the sword were destroyed, and my mind shriveled like a crushed bug. Strong power came with great responsibility, and in this world, the name of this responsibility was probability. Still, I wasn't ready to take responsibility yet. The constellation Goryo's first sword is looking at you. Chiak Jungyang was sharing the probability, but I was still too weak to handle his strength. Chiak Jungyang sighed. Weaker than I thought. I thought you could afford this much because you are a constellation. I wanted to say that he had too much brute strength, but my words didn't emerge. Cough. Pant. 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 Instead of throwing up food, I threw up electricity. I sat on the ground and breathed out for a few minutes before I barely managed to escape the probability storm. I looked up and saw the scene made by Chiak Jungyang. The sword that cut mountains. Chiak Jungyang had turned 2 of the 12 tentacles into rags from the one attack. In other words, he cut 2 mountains. However, there were 10 mountains and the torso remaining. Chiak Jungyang's voice was dark. It is insufficient. It might be possible if I could use more 3 swords. There are more than 3 swords. I haven't used it yet, but in your situation, I doubt I can even use 3 swords. I gritted my teeth. The summoning speed of the outer god was accelerating. Even if the scale of probability had been almost adjusted, the summoning continued, and it seemed furious from the blow. Is there any way to negotiate with that guy? Negotiate? How will you negotiate with it? It is also a god. Chiak Jungyang noticed my intentions and interrupted me. If you are trying to save your mother, give up. It is a situation where the shadow of Founder's mother is eaten. Your mother's soul would already be scattered. It hasn't happened yet. The outer god doesn't eat its prey that way. It sounds like you are aware of the outer gods. Chiak Jungyang didn't know. I really did know the outer god. I once again looked at its appearance. The 2 giant tentacles and body were covered in a thick fog, making it not visible. The body, that was reminiscent to a giant canal, provoked cosmic awe just seeing it. There was no doubt. The Yu Zhonghyuk of the 136th regression fought against this very god. In fact, while I was sitting down and trying to breathe, Yu Zhonghyuk was fighting against another tentacle. By using the power of transcendence along with giant body transformation, Yu Zhonghyuk looked like a half-god who had descended. The power of breaking the sky sword moved over a tentacle and it shook painfully. Using his own strength, Yu Zhonghyuk damaged the outer god. The level was still insignificant compared to Chiak Jungyang, but Chiak Jungyang spoke in an admiring voice. This reminds me of me in my prime. With this type of talent, he might be able to catch up with me after a long time. Yu Zhonghyuk avoided the moving tentacles and cut off 1/3 of a tentacle. However, there was a limit to the blow he could deal. Yu Zhonghyuk stepped back and gasped. Kim Daksha, this guy is the eater of dreams. I met him in the 2nd regression. Once eaten by him, you will live in his space for the rest of your life and have your stories extracted. You must never enter his mouth. It was information I already knew, but I nodded anyway. As Yu Zhonghyuk and I was recuperating, the summoning of the god kept accelerating. Now almost 1/3 of his body was summoned. The summoned tentacles started to riot, and the landscape hundreds of meters around them were completely devastated. Some incarnations screamed as they were hit by the tentacles. The Eater of Dreams wasn't a great old one, but it was still a cosmic god. The stories from Earth couldn't deal with it unless they joined forces. Chiak Jungyang spoke in a dark voice. If he fully descends, it isn't possible even with my strength. We have to attack now. However, the situation wasn't advantageous to us at all. Sparks flew as soon as Chiak Jungyang pulled up his story again, crushing my heart. This damn probability doesn't help at all. This was all the probability I could use, despite the outer god being summoned. The meaning of this was simple. Someone had assigned the amount of probability that could be used to us. It was stupid to ask who was behind this. I bit my lips and blood flowed down. We still need to do it. Use the three-sword style. Your presence might disappear if I use it. This is the only chance. Yu Jonghyuk, join forces with me this time. Yu Jonghyuk nodded. I once again started running with unbroken faith in my hand. The sparks of probability flew with every step that I took. Would it be possible? I didn't know. This time I might really be crushed by the probability storm. Still, I had to do it. I had always done it and it would be the same again. Kahik. Before I could even run 10 steps, the probability grabbed onto my ankle again. This time, the recoil was greater. As expected, it was impossible alone. I needed someone's help, but who could help me now? It was different from the time with the Absolute Throne. The constellations who tried to help me now would become enemies with the huge nebulae. The constellation Maritime War God is looking at you. The amount of sparks around me were gradually decreasing. The Duke of Loyalty and Warfare Yi Sun-sin. He led the upper-grade constellations of the Korean Peninsula and contributed to my probability. Chiak Jungyang was slightly touched. Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. There was a story that you are more likely to become a narrative grade than me. The constellation Maritime War God is nodding lightly. Well, okay. The stories added, are there any more? Are there no more constellations courageous enough to confront this god? The sky was silent. Apart from the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, no one else took on my probability. Then Chiak Jungyang's angry roar emerged. Baldy, come quickly and help. Aren't you someone who fights for justice? The constellation Bald General of Justice bows his head. Fucking one-eyed jerk. What are you doing? The constellation One-Eyed Maithreya is tightly holding his eye patch. Chiak Jungyang shouted towards the world, without worrying about his probability being wasted and his status being damaged. All of you are hiding even in this situation? Aren't you constellations? General? Maithreya? King? You don't deserve to be called this. The constellations of the Korean Peninsula are silent at the words of Goryeo first sword. Yet there still weren't any constellations who moved. At this moment, a figure staggered in the distance. The woman breathed roughly as she reached out to the side. It was Min Jaiwon. Fortunately, she was alive. The constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep is looking at you. Then a message was heard. The constellations of Scylla are bearing your probability together. The constellations of Scylla were helping me. It was a modest level of help, but they were still constellations. The Nebula Vedas feels resentment towards Lady of the Brocade Sleep. The constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep is exhausted from the excessive probability and has fallen into a deep sleep. A constellation closing their eyes meant they had suffered significant damage to their existence. Even so, the will of Lady of the Brocade Sleep seemed to have affected the other constellations of the Korean Peninsula. I felt a prickling sensation as eyes started to gather on me. The constellation Bald General of Justice says he doesn't care and is looking at you. It started with Samyangdang. The constellation One-Eyed Maithreya is looking at you with half an eye. The constellation King Hungmu the Great is swearing as he looks at you. The constellation First Spiritualist of Joseon sighs and looks at you. The sparks covering me dwindled in an instant. It was finally turning into a likely probability. The Nebula Olympus declares that Maritime War God is an enemy. The Nebula Papyrus is furious at the constellations of the Korean Peninsula. Thanks to me, the whole Korean Peninsula was covered with war clouds. Chiak Jungyang laughed. This is why I curse this land, but I can't leave. Fighting to the death with a few people. The minimum of preparations is reached. Finally, Chiak Jungyang prepared his three-sword style. TL note. I suddenly received notice of a sudden work conference I have to go to as a substitute on the weekend. I'm heading interstate tomorrow, so the rest of this week's chapters will be posted by the end of today. They'll see you Monday. Chapter 178 Reading Again 9. I held on to unbroken faith. My muscles expanded from the powerful stories. It was like a dragon's blood was flowing through my heart. Move while the force is building up. We have to make a gap. Yu Jonghyuk came forward first. I will buy as much time as possible. The movements of the tentacles were more active than before and the ground was almost in ruins. We tried to move this guy as far away from the party members as possible. Hey up. Yu Jonghyuk raised his magic power and moved forward. Meanwhile, I moved behind the Eater of Dreams. It was to find a place where I could hurt the main body as much as possible without hitting the tentacles. The body was at least 1 kilometer in diameter, so it was a hard job to find the weak spot. In the meantime, Chiak Jungyang built up his strength. The one sword and two swords were powerful enough, but they couldn't be compared to the huge force building in my right arm. It was doubtful if this was really the power of an upper-grade constellation. Damn, this is the limit for this body. This much is possible with the support of the probability. Chiak Jungyang grumbled as the accumulation of power almost finished. Don't be too elated. I don't know if I can cut all the tentacles and hurt the body with this much strength. I guess. The opponent is an outer god after all. Do you have a plan? I asked with a bit of expectation. He spoke so confidently that I thought Chiak Jungyong had a countermeasure. Chiak Jungyong thought for a moment before replying. I will hit him with the three-sword style and hope he is tired enough to go back. Didn't you say you would protect me? I will protect you. I promised in my name. The strongest person on the Korean peninsula is relying on luck in this situation. I flinched at the magic power that exploded from unbroken faith. Was he angry? However, Chiak Jungyong calmed down. I know the demon of the horizon. The demon of the horizon. I heard this name and glanced at Yu Jonghyuk, who was still fighting. He didn't seem able to listen in on our conversation. Chiak Jungyong continued speaking. I will ask him to send you to another world. There is no time limit on the 9th scenario. If you flee there, you will be able to live for a while. Of course, you will have to take care of things after that. What type of demon has that power? Rather than a demon, he is closer to a god. You don't need to know the details. You would be better off praying not to meet him. I didn't know the relationship between Chiak Jungyong and the demon of the horizon. I pretended differently, but I knew that name. It was because the demon of the horizon was the existence who sent Shin Yusung of the 41st regression here and who supplied the disasters to the Dakibis. I wasn't sure how Chiak Jungyong knew the demon of the horizon, but perhaps he was the one who helped when Chiak Jungyong was exiled from the scenario. Can other people escape this way? Such a large amount of probability isn't allowed. The Dakibis also won't allow it. But once this happens, all the people left here will die. If I ran away, the people here would be swallowed up by the Eater of Dreams and have their stories swallowed. Chiak Jungyong clicked his tongue. That isn't any of my business. Don't worry about the others. Take care of your own life. Life is about being alone anyway, as expected of Chiak Jungyong. His life philosophy was very pessimistic due to his life of betrayal. A gap. Run. I used electrification and flew forward with all my speed at Chiak Jungyong's sudden shout. I passed through 2 or 3 tentacles, but there were still 5 or 6 blocking the way. It was dangerous to get closer. There was the place where I should stop. Goryo's first sword. I have an idea. An idea? What is it? Concentrate instead of speaking nonsense. To be honest, it is impossible to kill him with the 3-sword style. You should already know it. The ground that the tentacles touched subsided. It would be instant death if I was touched, no matter Chiak Jungyong's defense. However, Chiak Jungyong's pressure would kill me before the tentacles. I shouted as Chiak Jungyong's power pressed down on me. I'm not saying this to provoke you. Just think about it realistically. Chiak Jungyong's pressure decreased at my words. So, do you have a way to beat that guy? I do. If you help, perhaps I can kill the outer god. Chiak Jungyong laughed in a dumbfounded manner. Kill the outer god. Do you know what you're saying right now? This is an outer god. It would be hard even for those damn Olympus and Vedas guys. There is no way I would say this if it was another god. However, the Eater of Dreams, it might be possible. I am listening. What is the method? Hurt his body and throw me into it. Chiak Jungyong was confused and at a loss for words. The giant tentacles were coming once again. If you do that, you will die. You won't survive being eaten by him. Didn't you hear the words of that good-looking guy before? Once you are eaten by him, I will survive. I was convinced as I listened to him. I was certain that I could survive being eaten by this outer god. No constellation, let alone a mortal, could feel this conviction. Chiak Jungyong trembled as if he was incensed and opened his mouth. Is there something you can do? I can't say it is 100%. I might be able to get help from the demon of the horizon through Chiak Jungyong. Yet there would be nothing left for me if I survived alone. Escape was a denial of everything I had built up so far. Thus, I chose this approach. Kuhuk. The silent Chiak Jungyong suddenly gave a huge laugh. It was a laugh that seemed to fill the plains. I lived long enough to see the day. The day when a man like you believes he can fight against that god. Finally, the upper body of the Eater of Dreams started to be summoned. The first eye that watched the world was revealed. As soon as the gaze of the Eater of Dreams touched on the ground, the sensation filled me with more trepidation than I had ever felt. If I fought this thing, I would die. No matter what I did, I couldn't win against it. Chiak Jungyong sighed. Stupid constellation. Yes. I like you. So don't die. I nodded and ran. The mountain of tentacles soared into the sky. I used electrification and there was a blue-white trail everywhere I passed. Come, outer god. Chiak Jungyong gripped the sword in my hand. All of Chiak Jungyong's stories were gathered and the 3-sword style was expressed. I, Chiak Jungyong, will cut you. The ether blade increased. The blade that was 10 meters long increased to 20 meters. The blade that was 20 meters long increased to 30 meters. The power that transcended my magic power and my story was falling down here. 3-sword style, Three-sword ocean chop. I knew it the moment I drew the sword. In my head, I saw Chiak Jungyang standing in front of the sea. Chiak Jungyang watched the sea from dawn to dusk. All the years of watching the sea, looking at the distant horizon until he saw the target. It was one line that distorted the balance of time and space. The waves split apart and the waters had the illusion of splitting. This was a sword made to cut the sea. The constellation Maritime War God admires the power of Goryeos' first sword. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon admires the power of the pure human constellation. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband shows great interest in Goryeos' first sword. The air exploded and all sound was swallowed. I swung my sword despite feeling like my body was going through a blender. One sword, two swords, three swords. After wielding three swords, the fuse of my consciousness was completely broken. Really, just wait a moment. Up. Then Chiak Jungyang called out to me. Wake up. Stupid constellation. I barely managed to open my eyes and saw a few strands of tentacles floating in the air. However, the tentacles were no longer what I remembered. 7 of the 12 tentacles had been cut apart and fell to the ground. Chiak Jungyang was an upper-grade constellation. He cut half of the tentacles with his own strength. Nevertheless, Chiak Jungyang spoke like he was angry. I couldn't cause a deep wound because of lacking strength. I couldn't cut him with the sword that cuts the sea. No, this is enough. It is enough for success. Chiak Jungyang was successful. Beyond the tentacles, there was a huge horizontal scar on the main body. The three-sword style had cut off the tentacles and wounded the main body. It was a small wound compared to the size of the guy, but it was wide enough for me to enter. A pained cry burst out from the Eater of Dreams. I had to run over there. I had to do it right now. Before his wound healed, I must enter the wound. This was the way to end this scenario. The Nebula Vedas is ridiculing your adversity. Damn it, I wanted to deal a blow to those damn nebulae. By the way, the Nebula Papyrus is toasting your scenario. My legs didn't move. No matter how much strength I used, my legs wouldn't budge. No, I couldn't even feel my strength. What? The constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring is looking at you with sad eyes. I looked down and realized the state I was in. I couldn't see anything below my knees. My lower legs had disappeared like it had been cut by something. Blood constantly flowed from the cut sections. It was probably the world of the tentacles while I was using the three-sword style. Damn it. I was almost there, yet a situation like this occurred. In the meantime, the duration of electrification ended. Little by little, the injury on the god was healing. It wasn't a distance I couldn't cross in the state where I lost my lower legs. Kim Dokja. I turned my head and saw the bloody Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk staggered to me, grabbed me by the collar and lifted me onto his shoulders. He looked at the wound on the god and asked, I have to throw you over there? Can you do it? Yu Jonghyuk didn't answer. He just showed it with his actions. Yu Jonghyuk jumped onto what seemed like stairs in the air. He stepped on the tentacles while using air steps. I could hear a slight creaking sound from Yu Jonghyuk's body. His body was already at the limit. Even so, Yu Jonghyuk didn't give up. He climbed and climbed again. Soon afterwards, the distant wind soaked my cheeks. Yu Jonghyuk stopped his magic power and paused. I looked up and the wound on the god was right in front of me. Despite the lack of time, Yu Jonghyuk hesitated. He hesitated while holding tightly to my collar. We don't have to hold another funeral, right? I smiled because of Yu Jonghyuk's question. Even if I die, I will rise again. That isn't what I mean. Yu Jonghyuk's expression was serious. A high wind blew between me and Yu Jonghyuk. I looked at him for a moment before asking, do you remember the second scenario? The subway of Aksu Station. It was where Yu Jonghyuk first appeared after smashing everything. He was a cold-blooded regressor who would use whatever means necessary for the results. Yu Jonghyuk's calm eyes shook at my words. Who would have known at the time? Me and this guy, we would actually end up as companions. I hadn't wanted to admit it, but now I had to. The things that hadn't seemed possible became reality. I was actually going through the scenarios with him. That's why I could now say it. Just like I did when I first met him on Han River Bridge. This was the way that suited us best. Release your hand and get lost, you damn son of a bitch. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 179, Unable to be Eaten 1. Yu Jonghyuk's expression slowly changed as he held me by the neck. Previously, I would already be falling through the air. Now everything was the opposite. I flew through the air instead of falling. Yu Jonghyuk had thrown me as hard as he could. Yu Jonghyuk was watching me. His expression showed he was certain that I wouldn't die. I didn't hear his voice, but I could tell what he was saying. Feed him one blow, Kim Dokja. The moment I was about to answer, the tentacles blocked my gaze. The attack of the tentacles missed me by a hair's breadth and I landed on the Eater of Dreams' body. I used the strength remaining in my arms to grab the body and move towards the wound. This guy was a life-threatening presence just through touch. If I was still an incarnation, I might have already passed out or died. If he finished his descent, it was scary to think about what might happen. I threw my body into the wound. I'm sorry. I can't go with you. Power drained from my body and I felt Chiak Jungyong's strength scattering. I didn't panic because I had already expected it. Soon afterwards, the wound connected to the outside completely closed. I floated in the air, like a person floating in the universe. The inside of the Eater of Dreams was as dark as the sky. It was a space with no blood or flesh. It was natural since the outer god wasn't a living thing. Dung, dung, dung. I heard the sound of drums coming from somewhere. Then there was a whispering. Someone gazed at me. It wasn't hard to breathe despite there being no air. Perhaps the moment I entered this space, my very existence was transformed. Then after a while all sounds disappeared. The screams of the incarnations and the messages of the constellations were gone. Instead, there were unknown characters and images. This was the stomach of the Eater of Dreams. It was a place where all the stories he had eaten were gathered. %% and $$. There were some stories I could recognize. Perhaps they were from Founder's mother. It is my fault. The foolish history was too long. I have to protect this land from the nebulae. However, now there is no one in Hongik. Where have all the gods of creation gone? Huaneng. I want to see Huaneng. Then a story with a small light came up to me and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you here? Run away." The light flickered. Thank you, but there was nowhere for me to run away to. The outer gods were existences rooted in the distant outer universe. Half of his body was connected to the second floor of Dark Castle, while the inside of his body was directly connected to the outer universe. Thus, his stomach was like outer space to me. It was a world of sheer emptiness, only filled with the desire to eat. The Eater of Dreams wanted me. The scattered letters gathered together and started to form a shape. In this empty space, eyes and a mouth were created. In fact, I wasn't sure if they were eyes or a mouth, but I had to think of it in these terms since I was a human. He seemed to be saying something, but his voice wasn't heard properly. After a while, the letters shivered and started to transform into words that I could understand. The smell of an interesting story. The moment that Two Eyes looked at me, I gulped without knowing it. This was the presence of a god who caused fear in even the narrative-grade constellations. The presence of an inferior scenario. How, do you hear me? The exclusive skill Fourth Wall is extremely active. The fourth wall became more active than it had ever been so far. I felt like a wall was growing on my skin. It meant this enemy was dangerous. He wasn't even a great old ones. I couldn't imagine what the gods such as the fear of Sarnath, horror from the hills, or master of Relaya would be like. I took a deep breath and slowly opened my mouth. Eater of Dreams. You are a great god of another world. Oh! The letters of Eater of Dreams twitched like he was surprised by my words. In this guy's eyes, I wasn't even a bug. I was a strange toy he could erase at any time. Strong sparks occurred around me and the letters started to revolve. There was something that wanted to penetrate inside me. However, as soon as it reached my side, it was bounced off. The letters of Eater of Dreams spoke in a subdued manner. What are you? Are you under a special protection? This guy had attempted to mentally invade me. Then he had been bounced off by the fourth wall. I would have been destroyed if I didn't have this skill. I controlled my heart and looked at the Eater of Dreams. As I said before, the Yu Zhonghyuk of the 136th regression was eaten by him. However, Yu Zhonghyuk didn't die. In other words, my current basis was his 136th attempt. I slowly opened my mouth so that I wouldn't be caught by his boundaries. I came to tell you a story. Story. I like stories. The outer god reacted immediately. The monstrous greed caused him to become fuzzy. Among all the stories you have eaten, there are those belonging to Lee Sukyung. Please send her back. The face looked puzzled. This isn't a story? I will tell you a story in exchange. What story will you tell me? I pointed to myself without speaking. It was obvious what I meant. I was making a bet with my existence at stake. The big eyelids slowly blinked. Small constellation. Yes. Do you intend to make a deal with me? The moment I was going to open my mouth, shapes appeared in the air. It was an image made up of the stories that Eater of Dreams had devoured. The bear doesn't talk to the fish. The image shown was a giant bear, reminiscent of Founder's mother. The bear looked around with foolish eyes and caught the fish flowing through the empty universe. The Eater of Dreams looked at the bear and said, "Human, I don't negotiate with bugs." I hadn't been properly recognized yet. A half-constellation couldn't deal with a cosmic deity. It was a natural story. However, I shook my head. If bugs talk like humans, think like humans and act like humans, they can't be called bugs anymore. I glared at the two huge, black eyes. You aren't qualified to make a deal with me. I can take away everything you have at any time. Then why are you talking to a bug instead of taking it away? Dot. The bear eating the fish looked at me. The bear raised its paws in a threatening manner, as if it was going to hit me right away. I stared at the bear and said, "The bear knows how to eat fish, but it doesn't know how to eat them deliciously." The bear's paw hesitated. The feet are damaged by the scales. The claws are dirty after taking out the guts of the fish, and it just fills its anger. Dot. Just as I'm not a bug, you're not a bear. Isn't that right? The letters in the space jumbled together and the Eater of Dreams' face became bizarre. Usually, I would be terrified, but I had read the original novel. I started grinning. This situation was too pleasant for me to bear. All the stories will be damaged if you forcibly take them. If you trample on me right now, you won't get a perfect story. I will tell you a story that you can eat in its best condition. You'll always be able to eat it. Dung, dung, dung. Once again, I heard a drumming sound. It was like a giant beast's pulse. The tempo of the sound became increasingly faster. Dung, 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 dung. I had read the original work and knew the identity of this drumming sound. I want to eat you. This sound was the Eater of Dreams' hunger. I gulped and raised both hands. If you keep your promise, I will give you a lot. The letters turned into smoke and started to form a shape. After a while, it took on the appearance of my mother. Is this what you want? I nodded. This story has some interesting corners. I saved it because it smelt more delicious than the shell of the constellation I ate along with it. I want to eat you very badly, but I can't afford to give you this story. Are you a beast who can't control your hunger? Is there anyone who would be offended by the insults of bugs? Fucking bastard. I didn't know what rank he was among gourmets, but he was low among the outer gods. The letters formed a brutal smile. The conversation with you ends here. I will eat all of you. The image of the bear who caught the fish flew towards me bearing sharp teeth like a piranha. There was no place to run away. My legs couldn't move, and in any case, I was in his stomach. Shit, fine. If you want to eat, then eat as much as you like. Instead, I spread open my arms and greeted him. Be sure to eat all of it. Hundreds of fish started to eat at my body. They bit at my arms, my legs, my back, and my face. I felt a terrible pain, but no blood came out. Instead, it was letters. The stories and histories I had built up started to leak out after I was bitten by his teeth. Oh, see this is? The god shrieked with joy at the heavenly delicacies. My consciousness was blurred and there was a pounding in my head. Nevertheless, I held on. I had to hold on until he ate the part one was thinking about. Oh. The next moment, something poured out of me like a waterfall. He had touched something. The exclusive skill fourth wall has reacted to the vibrations hitting the wall. The moment I was waiting for had finally come. The letters poured into his stomach, creating a torrent. It was an enormous amount of stories. You, what the hell are you? The baffled Eater of Dreams cried out to me, but I didn't have the strength to answer. I was hard to keep my sanity with all the stories pouring out. I looked at the sentences passing in front of my eyes. Yu Jonghyuk looked at the mouth of Eater of Dreams and spoke. It was the contents of Ways of Survival. Yes, if you want to eat me, eat as much as you can. It was the 136th regression Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk was eaten by the Eater of Dreams and had been in the same situation as me. This, what the hell is this? Yu Jonghyuk of Ways of Survival replied on my behalf. You will know. You will experience what it is like to have lived 136 times. You will know all the loneliness, sorrow, anger, and hatred towards this damn world that I felt during this awful time. Quoi? You think of humans as worse than bugs. So, feel it from now on. Wait a minute. The pain that bugs suffer. Feel the history of the bug that you can't handle. If you have the confidence to eat me, then eat and eat as much as you can. The stories pouring all filled the stomach of the Eater of Dreams with continuous explosions. The Eater of Dreams ate Ways of Survival and struggled with the pain. Somewhere in his stomach, cracks started to appear. Ways of Survival spoke as if laughing at the confused Eater of Dreams. It was the moment when the Eater of Dreams, who was born in space and lived for 8,000 years, realized it. Cool. It was the scene where Yu Jonghyuk first killed a god. I had read it over and over again, almost memorizing it. I paraphrased the following sentence on behalf of Ways of Survival. In this world, there is a story that should never be eaten. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 180 Unable to be Eaten 2. In the original novel, the Eater of Dreams swallowed Yu Jonghyuk, struggled against the terrible life that Yu Jonghyuk suffered and eventually disappeared. It was a disaster caused by overeating. However, this was the story in Ways of Survival. It wasn't the 136th regression that he would eat this time. Cool. The third regression, the fourth regression, the fifth regression. Do you know what will happen if humans live for thousands of years? The 36th regression, the 47th regression, the 69th regression. Have you ever thought about the pain of an endlessly repeating life? The 141st regression, the 143rd regression, the 148th regression. This is human suffering. You damn tentacles bastard. There was a feast of memories that never ended. Cracks started to spread through the engorged space. After eating what shouldn't be eaten, the crazy eater of dreams started to riot. However, he had no place to go because this was his stomach. No one could escape from themselves. Cool. The flood of words was the stories that weren't absorbed flew away, and the flood of stories swept over the outer universe like waves. The wreckage of the damaged stomach scattered. The fourth wall is slowly opening its eyes. The fourth wall is searching for something to eat. The startled eater of dreams stared at me. The fourth wall laughs at the eater of dreams. Now the relationship between predator and prey had changed. Qua. The fourth wall, which was made up of many letters, started to swallow the stories of the eater of dreams. It was purely hungry eating, without caring about gourmet food. The countless fish and other symbols of the eater of dreams tried to flee, but it couldn't escape from the persistent wall. The stories that he had eaten for 8,000 years were crushed to powder and sucked into the wall. The patterns on the wall emitted a bright light. The voice of the unauthorized guy who read the story was shocked. More than half his thoughts had been consumed and they appeared on the wall. Surely this isn't. Oh. The great old ones. Where are all of you? At the last moment he tried to abandon everything and run, but the fourth wall was one step faster. The wall exposed its terrible teeth and swallowed the contents of the stomach. Oh, great old, oh. There was a dazzling light and the open mouth of the wall finally closed. The fourth wall has finished eating. You have defeated an outer god. The star stream has failed to find a suitable name for your achievement. An unknown achievement will be added to your fifth story. Your status, which was about to be confirmed, will be reevaluated. The fragments of the eater of dreams scattered and I remained in the void of the outer universe with a few stories. The space didn't collapse even though the eater of dreams was dead. I still hadn't returned to my original world. The gods of the outer universe are greatly confused after hearing of the death of eater of dreams. The outer gods are trying to figure out what happened in his scenario. Some great old beings are watching you. A feeling of nausea rose inside me. Perhaps it was because my spirit had been eaten but I felt weakened. Heek, queek. It was a horrible experience. Yu Jonghyuk had done this in the 136th regression. Queek. After vomiting a few times, I searched through the fragments of the story for my mother. Fortunately, the image formed by Eater of Dreams was preserved. She stood there with closed eyes. Was she still alive? I didn't know. I tested my mother's pulse and shook her shoulders. Please wake up. First, I had to take my mother out of here. I looked around. Why wasn't this space broken? In the 136th regression, there was the scene where Yu Jonghyuk killed the Eater of Dreams, the space collapsed, and he returned to the original world. The outer universe was operated with the power of the outer god. Once the outer god died, it should be broken. This time, the outer god died, but his space was still maintained. Why? The fourth wall is looking at you. Don't tell me? The fourth wall shakes her head with regret. The fourth wall is still hungry. It ate so many stories, yet it was still hungry? The fourth wall has started to suck the remaining remnants. It was as if a vacuum cleaner was turned on as the fourth wall opened its mouth and started to suck in the rest of the surroundings. The remaining stories, the dust and… Wait, even my mother who was in my arms. I flew towards the wall. Hey, don't eat that. Before I could reach the wall, my mother was sucked into it. The mouth devoured my mother's head, arms and torso. Shit, I told you not to eat that. The fourth wall is laughing with satisfaction. The fourth wall is licking its lips as it looks at you. I had to ask something. There was something I hadn't heard yet. Yet this damn wall had swallowed my mother. What happened after being swallowed by the wall? I didn't know. One thing was for certain. None of the beings eaten by the wall had returned. The Theater Dungeon's master, the Reincarnator Nirvana, and even the Eater of Dreams. Was there any possibility of my mother surviving when even an outer god couldn't survive? Spit her out. I started punching the fourth wall. The wall licked its lips towards me but showed no signs of eating me. The surface of the wall faintly shook at my punch. Punch and punch again. I knew it was foolish, but I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. How much did I hit the wall? Then a message appeared on the wall. First, I remember when I gave that child a name. I stared blankly at the sentence. I realized what it meant after a short time. He wanted to use Doke, alone, and I wanted Doke, reader. Maybe it was from here that he and I became different. I groaned and hit the wall. I never wanted to hear the story this way. I wanted him to be a reader rather than a lonely person. As long as they read something, humans won't be lonely. I probably wanted to believe this. As soon as my punches stopped, countless sentences appeared on the wall. I couldn't believe how many sentences there were in a person's lifetime. I should stay at home? Huh? Why should I live like this? How long do I have to live while supporting you and that child? Sukyung, you have to endure it. Think of Dokja. The man will only do it for a moment. Mother, I think you should pay attention to Dokja. I cursed and started beating on the wall again. There were some things I remembered, but some things I didn't. Still, the feelings of those days were vivid. It was hard. At the time, I was so tired that I couldn't think of anything else. When I thought about it, it was just as hard for my child. My mother had suffered in those days. Violence against a woman, a mother, and a person, it should never be done. Dokja, get in here. Understood? Don't come out until mother says you can. The merciless words continuously appeared, and I once again suffered my childhood from another point of view. It sounded like a completely strange story, despite it being something I had experienced personally. This was what happened. It was so painful. It was miserable. By the way, why had I forgotten all of this? Did I just want to forget? Meanwhile, the wall continued to speak. I should have left him. No matter what other people said, I should have taken that child and gone to a distant place. She should have left in the end. Why didn't I? It was a record filled with remorse and regret. This was my mother, who was silent in reality. Now she was opening her mouth when it was a novel. It happened late in the evening. Finally, the story began. Bring more alcohol. My father's voice shouted to bring more alcohol. He pushed my mother and hit her stomach. My father was threatening. Why you? Put down the knife and let's talk. Slowly, the memories were coming back. The little boy hiding in the room stuck out his head. That's right. At that time, my father was holding a knife and acting threatening. Dokja, I told you to stay in your room. My mother shouted and ran towards me. My drunk father swung the knife threateningly. You will die and I will die as well. Should we all die? Aren't we fucked up living together like this? Huh? Then let's die together. My mother threw her body forward. There was a sound and my father's body collapsed. A knife dropped to the ground. Alcohol flowed from a rolling wine bottle. I knew the next scene. My mother would pick up the fallen knife and stab my father. Then she would tell me, from now on, I will read all of this again. You act. By the way, Dokja, no, put down that thing. What was this? Dokja. I picked up the knife and was trembling as I stared at my father. My small face was covered in tears. My father laughed mockingly and swung his fist. Instead of hitting my mother, my father slipped on the bottle. Then, blood emerged from his mouth. If I immediately called for help, he might have been able to live. I felt clogged up. I was the only one who could save him and I chose not to. This accident changed our lives. The words I told the child weren't a lie. I was the one who killed him. My mother took away the knife from the child who lost his mind. Then after a few deep breaths, she quietly woke me up. Dokja, from now on, I will read all of this again. Your father did something wrong and died. This was self-defense. Understood? No matter what, you must not forget that you are the victim. My mother's voice permeated my ears. Perhaps many things were decided at that time. The mother searched for cases relating to murder and manipulated the evidence. She ruled out anything that could involve me. This ended up making the accidental death seem like a premeditated crime. Someone has to live as a murderer. Someone else has to live as the son of a murderer. Now I remembered. It was because of this? I placed my hands on the wall and bowed my head for a while. In fact, I knew. I thought it might be this, and it was the only reason that would make me understand my mother's behavior. The reason why she suddenly wrote the essay was to make me the son of a murderer, not a murderer. I often think about it. Maybe it was all an excuse. There could have been a better way. No matter what, I shouldn't have left the child alone. As a mother, I shouldn't have acted that way. In the end, I'm just a mother who ran away. This was the last sentence. I waited just in case, hitting the wall a few times. However, no more sentences appeared. It shouldn't be like this. In this way, I wouldn't be able to hear the end of this ridiculous story. Spit her out. Spit her out. I started to frantically hit the wall. Fuck. The fourth wall licked my fists. The blood, memories, and stories on my fist were sucked into the fourth wall. I didn't cry. Kim Dokja was crying. The fourth wall said. Kim Dokja quietly clenched his fists. Bang. He hit the wall. Bang. He hit it again. Fuck. Kim Dokja got goosebumps. Everything was becoming a story. All his actions and words in the scenarios were becoming sentences on the wall. Shut up. Kim Dokja wanted to know. What should he do? How could he break this wall? Was this the price for reading Ways of Survival? He read it and his reality became a novel. Then a noise like a page tearing was heard. Jeek. Kim Dokja thought, hey, what is this? I finally saw unnatural words on the wall. It was like graffiti left behind by someone who read the novel. Kim Dokja was amazed. Stay upright. Who was talking to him? This is your skill. Who was it? You shouldn't be eaten by your skill. What? You idiot. Quickly take off your hands. I saw that the wall was swallowing my fist. Turn the skill off. Kim Dokja. Enlightenment ran through my head. I didn't know who I was talking to. I didn't know if it was possible or not. However, it was clear what I had to do. I will turn off the fourth wall. An electric current flowed through the wall as it shook violently. For the first time, I felt something around me fading. The wall was collapsing. The next moment, a message was heard. The system error due to unknown causes is temporarily fixed. Your attributes window has been restored. Do you want to check the attributes window now? TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 181, Unable to be Eaten 3. I could see the attributes window. I finally understood a few things that didn't make sense. The reason I hadn't been able to see my attributes window was due to fourth wall. The fourth wall protected me from other beings, but at the same time, it was a skill that isolated me from myself. Checking the attributes window. The system configuration is unstable. Some skill names and levels are limited. Then for the first time, I saw my attributes window. Plus, personal information. Name, Kim Dokja. Age 28 years old. Constellation support, none. Modifier, the ugliest king, tentative. Private attribute, 8 lives, hero, scenario, plus. Before the attributes window was fully revealed, the screen crashed and sudden messages emerged. Some constellations are approaching your mental barrier. At this moment, I wanted to say, oops. Maybe the constellations had been looking for this opportunity for the day that my information was revealed to the world. The constellations of the Nebula Vedas are approaching you. The constellations of the Nebula Olympus are approaching you. The constellations of the Nebula Papyrus are approaching you. The constellations who sought to improve my existence started to forcibly open my mind. At this moment, the exclusive skill fourth wall is reactivated independently of your will. Plus, exclusive skills. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV. Bookmark LV. Character List LV. Fourth Wall LV. LV. E. Overall Evaluation. U. Plus. A lot of the information was hidden by. As numerous bricks piled up, strong sparks that concealed my information appeared. The constellation founder of humanity is groaning. The constellation poked out his eyes is covering his eyes and stepping back. The constellation Scorpion Goddess steps back while protecting her tail. Some of the constellations approaching you are struck and have retreated. The countless letters rotated reliably. The fierce sparks of the fourth wall were protecting me from the constellations. The guy who was fighting me a while ago was now emitting a fierce aura towards the constellations. The fourth wall is baring its teeth towards the star stream. I stared at the fourth wall. The last thing I heard was a message from a well-known constellation. The constellation Secretive Plotter is smiling at you. The message was distinctively different from the other constellations. Surely he didn't see my information in such a short period of time? Even if he did see it, he wouldn't have been able to check everything. I couldn't confirm all the information despite opening the attributes window. The sparks calmed down and the wall turned towards me again. The fourth wall is angry with you. I stared at the wall. For a long time, I thought this wall was the boundary between the novel and reality. The wall allowed me to adapt to the new world and show unusual judgment in terrible situations. However, once I asked about the actual identity of the wall, I couldn't come to a conclusion. The only thing I could be certain of was that this wall had protected me for a long time. There were a few crises, but I overcame them due to the presence of this wall. It was thanks to this wall that I could arrive here. I brought my hands towards the letters making up the wall. I'm sorry. The fourth wall is shaking. The strange texture of the letters wrapped around my fingers. The fourth wall felt like this. The letters of the wall clung to my hands like Dr. Fish, Red Guerra. They seemed to be licking and biting me. It was a feeling that couldn't be clearly shared. There was no analogy for it. The fourth wall was like a wet puppy, an abandoned child, a teenager who didn't listen, etc. The fourth wall was like me. Then a sentence appeared on the wall. Kim Dokja is an eye diet. The sentence seemed to have been written by a child just learning Hangul. It wasn't a story related to me or the world. It was the words of the fourth wall. I smiled at the wall. $#carrot $carrot $% at $. The fourth wall wrote unrecognized characters, as if it was confused for a moment. Then after a while it wrote a sentence again. Kim Daksha thought the fourth wall is in existence with its own will as well. It was starting again. Then were the words written in brackets from the fourth wall? However, the fourth wall's tone is too static compared to that. Then who wrote those words? If this really is a wall, there is something else in the wall. Stop reading other people's thoughts. The fourth wall is turning its head away. The fourth wall is telling you not to forcibly turn it off again. I kept talking while touching the fourth wall. I know. Instead, I have a request. The fourth wall is looking at you. I took a brief breath before saying, "Give me back my mother." The wall shook briefly, as if to judge if my words were true or not. Then a sentence appeared on the wall. Kim Daksha hates his mother. That's right. Kim Daksha knows what happened with his mother. He knows what his mother has been through, the life she lived and what she was hiding. Just because he knows doesn't mean he understands everything. Yes, because of this, Kim Daksha still hates his mother. This is what human emotions are like. There is no magic that will heal all wounds just because someone else has a deep wound as well. You have great insight. I agree. Thus, Kim Daksha can't understand it himself. Why is he trying to save his mother? I can't explain. Not everything can be expressed in sentences. I quietly looked at the wall and said, "I don't have much energy left. Please help me. I'm asking you." The fourth wall was silent for a long time before displaying the following sentence. Kim Daksha. Could an existence who already entered the wall come out again? I didn't know if it was possible or not. Still, I had to try. Then the wall started to move. Something was vomited out from the wall. There were numerous letters. The letters gathered to become words, and the words came together to become sentences. The sentences gathered into paragraphs, and the paragraphs gathered again to become a story. The story soon formed a person. I embraced my mother who was lying in the letters. Then I told the fourth wall, "Thank you." The fourth wall shook and started to disperse. Epy. Little by little, the surrounding space was broken. The constellation's secretive plotter is snapping at the great old ones spying on you. The darkness of the outer universe was clearing away. Time and space were broken and the surrounding scenery changed to the second floor of Dark Castle. Then the subsequent messages appeared. Your Dark Castle ranking has changed. Your current Dark Castle ranking is second place. You have met the hidden goal of the main scenario. You are eligible to participate in the last scenario of Dark Castle. 2 days had passed since the battle on the plains. All mortals lost their fighting spirit in the face of a god. The forces of the Wanderers and the forces of Paradise. In a sense, the powerful despair brought peace to all of them. The commanders of the Wanderers and the commanders of Paradise settled the dead and cleared up the situation. The unnecessary disturbance disappeared and the second floor of Dark Castle was slowly gaining stability. The rankers were slowly selected to go up to the next floor and people agreed to entrust them with the future of Dark Castle. Most rankers were gathered in front of a small coffin. It is his job to die all the time. Kim Daksha died as soon as he came back from defeating the outer gods. He fought against such a mighty being that his companions thought it was natural. Jung Hee-won said, "Will he be alive again tomorrow?" Last time it also took 3 days. The group had adjusted to Kim Daksha dying and weren't as shocked. Yusanga bit her lips and wondered, "By the way, did we need to put him in a coffin? Even the dead should be put in a bed." Jung Hee-won made an excuse. The party members stared at Kim Daksha's coffin with different meanings. Lee Hyun-sung was watching with a reverent gaze. Shin Yu-sung looked guilty, and Yusanga was confused. Then, "By the way, master, I thought you would go to find hidden pieces." At Lee Jae-hai's words, the party members all looked from the coffin towards a certain place. Yu Jong-hyuk frowned at the gazes and replied, "Now the only hidden pieces in Dark Castle are worthless. Then the reason why you came here, I need Kim Daksha to move to the next floor." Churm. Aren't the two of you very close these days? A few days ago, I saw. Yu Jong-hyuk's impression became grim, and the cowardly Lee Jae-hai closed her mouth. Jung Hee-won tapped Lee Jae-hai and rebuked her. "Stop teasing Jong-hyuk. Don't disturb the two of them." "Oh, fine. In addition, you know the reason why he came here without asking. It is the same for everyone." At these words, the faces of the party members became solemn. They looked down at Kim Daksha's coffin. Jung Hee-won opened her mouth again. He isn't afraid of death because he will live again. Just because he had multiple lives didn't mean he should keep sacrificing them for others. Shin Yu-sung touched the surface of the coffin. If it wasn't for Daksha Ajusi, we would have died by now. No one doubted it. Lee Hyun-sung, Jung Hee-won, Lee Gil-young and Lee Jae-hai as well. All of them had been saved by Kim Dokja. Lee Jae-hai sighed. I'm not saying this to be cheesy, but if I had 2 lives, I would probably give one to Juicy. I'm afraid he won't receive it because you only have 6 points in affection. This kid, in any case, aren't we all the same when it comes to the garter belt? The group smiled as they watched Lee Jae-hai and Lee Gil-young clashing. It was an unbelievable sight when people were crying with frustration at the bloody battlefield 2 days ago. Yoo Jong-hyuk watched them from a distance. Kim Dokja appeared and his plans changed a lot. The easy scenarios became difficult and the simple stories became complicated. Those who were supposed to die survived. Yoo Jong-hyuk looked down at his hands. Perhaps among those who were supposed to die, Yoo Jong-hyuk himself would be included. Yoo Jong-hyuk thought it was very strange. This landscape could be made by a person who wasn't a regressor. This regression might be better than any other round of life that he had lived. It was terribly complicated in his mind. By the way, isn't that fate over now? Dokja Juicy died. Lee Jae-hai asked and some companions replied. That's right. That reminds me, since he was destined to die because of a loved one, isn't the fate fulfilled? He died because of his mother. Yes. Why didn't I think of his mother? The voices were boisterous. Yoo Sang-ga watched Yoo Jong-hyuk standing in the distance with a complicated face. Yoo Jong-hyuk also had a thought as he faced the eyes. The fate isn't over. There was the variable called Cheok Jung-yong, but the nebulae weren't that simple. The nebulae knew about Kim Dokja's resurrection. Thus, the fate could never end this way. In addition, the nebulae were angry with Kim Dokja and were likely to maliciously engage in realizing the fate. Above all, the big hurdle that was the next scenario would soon arrive. Thus, Yoo Jong-hyuk needed to choose. He silently stared up at the sky. It was like he was looking for something there. After a while, his gaze was returned. The constellation? Is looking at his incarnation. The constellation? It was the third regression, but Yoo Jong-hyuk still didn't know who his sponsor was. It was the source of the regression and the one who made Yoo Jong-hyuk suffer a terrible tragedy. Yoo Jong-hyuk took a breath and opened his mouth. Sponsor. I have to ask you something. Translator. Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 182, The 73rd Demon King 1. You have died. The aftereffect was death. It was the shock from my stories being eaten by the Eater of Dreams. It was quickly restored with the ability of the fourth wall, but it was difficult for it to be as perfect before it was broken. The head. I was in a half-awake state for 3 days. My consciousness only appeared and disappeared. Every time my consciousness returned, I reflected on what had happened so far. After this scenario, the flow of the story will return. During the course of the first 9 scenarios, I undermined the flow of the original novel. It ranged from saving a few people to largely changing scenarios. Of course, changing the scenarios didn't mean that the original elements would be useless. Yoo Jong-hyuk had experienced over 100 life cycles. Even if the scenarios changed, there was still plenty of information I could use. Nevertheless, in order to take advantage of the large currents, there should be parts that flowed according to the existing scenario. Fortunately, the Seoul Dome scenario was a closed scenario. There was the national convention in the middle and there were a few butterfly effects to worry about, but the flow of the star stream is still what I remembered. Moreover, some of the characters had grown beyond what I thought. I had enough power to drive the flow in the future. I observed the characters one by one using the third-person perspective. The first one I checked was Jung Hee-won, the Judge of Destruction. It isn't easy to control yet. My sponsor said that once I can use this perfectly, I could deal with that tentacle monster. I don't know when that can happen. Jung Hee-won muttered as she emitted white flames. She had little weight in the original and was the most powerful character I chose. She had the Judge of Destruction attribute from Ways of Survival and gained Uriel's Hell Flames ignition. Lee Hyun-sung, who was sparring with Jung Hee-won, opened his mouth. It is getting better little by little, Hee-won-si. I think Hyun-sung-si has also improved a lot. Now you can cover your whole body with steel. Jung Hee-won spoke without knowing anything, but she wasn't wrong. Before the end of the Seoul Dome scenario, Lee Hyun-sung started to inherit steel transformation. However, Lee Hyun-sung wasn't satisfied with his accomplishment. I am working hard, but there is still a long way to go to help Doc Jassy. There were people who did better when they were told to keep up the good work and that they were going a good job. This was the case with Lee Hyun-sung. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name has sponsored 100 coins to Incarnation Lee Hyun-sung. Doc Jassy? The perplexed Lee Hyun-sung stuttered with wide eyes. Jung Hee-won clicked her tongue. Wow, he truly is watching. He has the temperament of a stalker, but isn't 100 coins too stingy? I turned my gaze towards the 2 children practicing taming. The children kept commanding the mighty dragon. Shin Yu-sung felt my gaze and smiled towards the air. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name is smiling gently. In Ways of Survival, the relationship between constellation and incarnation was often similar to a parent and child. I never had a child, but I knew what it felt like when seeing Shin Yu-sung. It was a bond that was more solid than blood. It was really tiny and fragile, yet so precious that I didn't know what to do. Of course, not every father in the world was a good father, and not all constellations had the same mind. It was common for incarnations to be stabbed in the back by their sponsors. The second-grade evolutionary species, the Chimera dragon, let out a deep cry. It still wasn't completely obeying, but since it joined, the power of the party had shot up. It was currently a second-grade species, but if it reached first grade or transcendence, the dragon would become a monster that even constellations were afraid of. Li Jihai looked at the Chimera dragon and sighed enviously. Damn, I should have chosen a good sponsor. I thought that the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare was good. In any case, the ones who didn't work hard were those who complained the most. A person who didn't know how excellent the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare was. Once I got back, I should teach her a lesson. I looked around at all the characters and sighed lightly as I organized my thoughts. This is good enough for the next scenario. Li Jihai and Gong Pilda's growth was a bit disappointing, but the situation wasn't bad. There was even Yu Sanga present. Once we escaped from Seoul Dome, progressing through the subsequent scenarios would be quite easy. Master, do you have any strong skills that don't require a sponsor? Teach me. It is impossible for you now. Yu Jonghyuk had overcome the regression depression to a certain extent. If they continued to follow Yu Jonghyuk's route, I didn't have to worry about the survival of the characters. Rather, the problem was on my side. A huge fate is hoping for your death. I looked at the fate message that still hadn't disappeared. I had hoped the fate might be fulfilled after experiencing death because of my mother. Naturally, that didn't happen. Maybe the person who would kill me wasn't the significant problem. The important thing was that I couldn't avoid this fate with resurrection. Damn nebulae bastards. In the end, the reason this happened was because I changed the scenarios too much. I also received excessive attention after becoming a constellation. This way, the problem would constantly appear, even if I postponed it through resurrection. There shouldn't be another situation like this. It was true just looking at the Eater of Dreams. An outer god descended and the party was nearly destroyed. It didn't matter since I could resurrect, but the other party members couldn't. None of the party members could die. In particular, everything would be in vain if Yu Jonghyuk died. In the first place, all of this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for me. The Nebula Vedas is waiting for your resurrection. The Nebula Papyrus is waiting for your resurrection. The Nebula Olympus is waiting for your resurrection. The nebulae were still waiting for a chance. I had attracted their attention and was too weak to stand up against them. How could I protect my party members and shake off the nebulae? Indeed, that is the only way. Then a system message emerged. All the conditions for resurrection have been met. The attribute 8 lives has been activated. Now it was time to go back. Your body will be resurrected. There was the sound of a breath being taken. The hardest moment to adapt to was the first breath after the resurrection. I woke up, but darkness filled my surroundings. Maybe it was because my party members put me in a coffin. Damn, I didn't know why they put a person who would survive inside a coffin. Were they acting sarcastic? The privilege of 8 lives has been activated. The third head of the snake has been sacrificed. The power of the head is fighting spirit. Once again, I received a privilege effect. The benefits of 8 lives were less effective than other high-level privileges, but it was better than nothing. The legs that had been lost in the process of dying were restored to their original state. Now the only thing left was to kick off the coffin lid. The rumor is real. He really resurrected. As soon as I pushed off the lid of the coffin, the people gathered in the area cheered. Maybe rumors of my resurrection had spread because a variety of incarnations were gathered and watching me. Your resurrection has increased your fame among the incarnations. Your status is rising modestly. Finally, Jung Hee-won used Hell Flame's ignition to greet me. She used the skill in a way that would make the constellations of Eden enraged. Congratulations on your resurrection. Please don't put me in a coffin next time. Just wait. They'll bring the others. Jung Hee-won left and the indirect messages of the constellations poured into my ears. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire rejoices in your resurrection. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is congratulating you on your return. The constellation Gorios First Sword is praising your courage. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is grumbling and putting his hands in his pockets. Many constellations greatly admire your achievements. 90,000 coins have been sponsored. 90,000 coins. Perhaps it was because they weren't able to help me the day before yesterday. It was a bit disappointing, but I understood. Rather, it would be more disappointing if they helped me confront the other nebulae. The evaluation of your achievement has been completed. You have earned the semi-myth rated story. The story One Who Killed an Outer God has been acquired. Due to the achievement of the story, some outer gods show hostility towards you. Due to the achievement of the story, some outer gods are curious about you. Due to the achievement of the story, some great old ones are watching you. Your modifier will soon be announced. A semi-myth level story. It was a bit disappointing that I didn't receive a myth-rated story, but it was still satisfactory. I would have received a myth rating if I fought a great old one. However, if I actually encountered a great old one, I would have vanished before I could even have a conversation. You have achieved a new story during the evaluation. The acquisition of a story beyond the existing stories means your status will be reevaluated. The status will be published in the following scenarios. Your 5th story is in progress. It would be good to start as an upper grade, but at this rate, I might be a considerable level among the upper grades. It would be announced in the following scenarios. The timing was okay. The long-awaited 10th main scenario, the 73rd Demon King. This scenario was the last scenario to be carried out in Soul Dome, and the participants were extremely limited. Only the 1st and 2nd place in the Dark Castle rankings could challenge the scenario. Of course, they wouldn't challenge it alone. They could team up with 4 rankers. Your current Dark Castle ranking is 2nd place. I could take 4 people with me. However, it would be difficult to deal with the enemy that would appear on the next floor with them alone. In other words, I had to get the help of the 1st ranked person to complete the Dark Castle scenario. Then who was 1st place? Kim Dokja. As soon as I thought this, a voice was heard behind me. I started smiling. Indeed, he was 1st. Yu Jonghyuk, are you now ranked 1st? Are you talking about the Dark Castle rankings? Yu Jonghyuk nodded and instantly replied, I am 1st. The situation is different from the Soul rankings. This jerk, he was upset that he wasn't 1st previously. In any case, he was a stingy guy. I inwardly grumbled while opening my mouth. I need your help. You know how you can take people to the next scenario? If you and I take them, I could see my party members running in the distance. In particular, Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young were fighting each other to be in the lead. I didn't know why they were doing this since there wasn't a prize for being 1st. I talked for a while, but Yu Jonghyuk didn't answer. I felt something strange and saw Yu Jonghyuk staring at me with serious eyes. Kim Dokja, what is your purpose? Purpose? What is my purpose? If your final goal to reach the end of all the scenarios? I hesitated for a moment before answering. Well, I guess so. Can you promise not to give up on that goal, no matter what? What was with this guy all of a sudden? I wanted to turn it into a joke, but I couldn't help feeling serious when watched Yu Jonghyuk. Of course I won't give up. By the way, why are you asking? It's nothing. Yu Jonghyuk looked away from me towards the party members. His left eyebrow was twitching. I saw the eyebrow wriggling like a caterpillar and sensed something in my heart. Hey Yu. I knew because I had read to the end of Ways of Survival. Yu Jonghyuk's left eyebrow only twitched when he made a serious decision. Once this guy made a serious decision, there was always a high probability of death and regressing. I wanted to use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint on this bastard, but the party members had already arrived. Before I could speak, Yu Jonghyuk took the lead first. I will announce the participants for the 10th scenario. Translator, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 183, The 73rd Demon King. 2. The backlash to Yu Jonghyuk's one-sided notification was enormous. Why are you deciding so arbitrarily? Jung Hee-won shouted first after Yu Jonghyuk gave his notification and disappeared. We will depart in 3 days. Until then, increase your rankings. If he says that and goes away, should we just roll over and listen? He should have said that when he was talking to me. Does Dr. Jassy want that? Nope. Jung Hee-won was still very spirited. I said, even so, there is a higher probability of surviving if you do as Yu Jonghyuk says. Dr. Jassy, whose side are you on? That. I glanced at Yu Jonghyuk in the distance, shrugged and smiled. First of all, it's nice to see all of you. This is the 3rd resurrection. The people who were frozen by Yu Jonghyuk's words smiled awkwardly. Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung stuck to my legs, while Lee Hyun-sung nodded with a slightly gloomy expression. Congratulations on your resurrection. It has already been a few times, but I'm getting used to it. It would be sad if you get used to it. First of all, let's get organized. These were the words that Yu Jonghyuk one-sidedly gave. There are 2 teams. My team and Kim Dokja's team. For people will be arranged for each team. My team will consist of Lee Hyun-sung, Gong Pildu, Lee Jae-hai and Lee Seolwa. It is the 4 of them. Kim Dokja's team will be Jung Hee-won, Shin Yu-sung, Lee Gil-young and Yu Sang-ga. It is another 4. In the end, the configuration was similar to the main party up to now. It meant the companions I had participated in the scenarios so far would challenge the 10th scenario. Perhaps he was being considerate of me, or it might be more comfortable for him. The latter was more likely when thinking about Yu Jonghyuk's personality. Everyone involved didn't have any big complaints about the lineup itself, but Lee Hyun-sung was slightly sullen. I want to be on Dok Jassy's team. The teams don't matter since we are all going together. Yes. I patted Lee Hyunsung's shoulder and turned towards the rest of the party members. The first one to catch my eye was Yusanga. So many things happened that it felt strange to meet her eyes. After a moment, Jung Hee-won poked my side. What is it? Do you want her to wear a Chinese dress and garter belt? Are you still talking about that? It was very shocking. We named it the Kim Daksha garter belt incident. By the way, I won't wear that even if I die. I don't want you to wear it. Then Lee Jae-hai raised her hand. I'm willing to put on a good performance. Sis grade. Stop playing around. I can wear that if it is had a good performance. Hyunsung-si, why? Soldiers don't care about the equipment. I wanted to say that he was using his military spirit in the wrong way when I heard a message from Uriel. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says that the constellation who made the garter belt was a man. Was this a joke? Damn it. Furthermore, a constellation? The constellation queen of the darkest spring smiles and says that she will invite him once. Come to think of it, this situation was due to Persephone. I would have to argue with her if I ever went back to the underworld. At this point, what is everyone's ranking? For reference, you all know that you have to be within the top 10 to proceed? The party members replied in turn. The first was Jung Hee-won. I am fourth. I got the ranking from the grandmother Lee Bok-soon. Young, Shin Yu-sung and I are 8th and 9th. I am higher than Shin Yu-sung. I am 5th. Gong Pildusai has gone to raise his rankings. There is also Han Soo-young-si. I forgot about Han Soo-young. Yusanga asked like she had read my thoughts. Han Soo-young wasn't on the list. Are you going to leave her behind? Nope, I will take her. Han Soo-young is quite helpful. I see. Yusanga smiled weakly once she heard about Han Soo-young. The other party members still didn't know she was the first apostle. Yusanga didn't like lying, so she was in a bad mood every time Han Soo-young was mentioned. I didn't know when there would be a chance to tell the story. Jung Hee-won listened on the side and opened her mouth. A total of 10 people can go up. How will you take Han Soo-young-si? In principle, only 10 people can go. However, there is a hidden piece. Among the items available in Dark Castle, there is one called the 6-man card. This way, non-team members can participate in the next scenario. It is a hidden piece. Is there anything else you want to tell us? I think we need to know what the next scenario is about. You and Yu Jong-hyuk are always whispering together. Whispering together. That expression is a bit uncomfortable. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire has a runny nose. Jung Hee-won smiled at me. Then please tell me. Kim Dok-jasi. Show me that you are different from Yu Jong-hyuk-si. I looked around and saw the party members watching me like they were grandchildren waiting for their grandmother's fairy tale. If I was a streamer, I would tell a plausible story about a mighty person who lived once upon a time. However, I was Kim Dokja, not Kim Jaka. TL. Jaka equals writer. Have you ever heard of an existence called a demon king? Demon king. The party members glanced at each other at the unexpected words. What, the king of demons? Is there such a thing? I know. It comes out all the time in anime. I nodded at Lee Gil-young's words. It is roughly similar. It was a bit different in the setting of ways of survival, but the main point was explained. The 10th scenario is one where we fight against the Demon King. Lee Hyun-sung nodded. Dakibi's, returnees, tentacled monsters, certainly. Now it is time for a Demon King to come out. The listening Lee Jae-hai asked, isn't a Demon King too strong? The Demon Marquis was already high. How strong will a Demon King be in comparison? I thought for a moment before answering a constellation grade. There was a saying in Ways of Survival about the Demon Kings. They were constellations who hadn't ascended. Literally, the Demon Kings were constellations attached to the world. Lee Jae-hai paled. Then how will we kill it? Or are you and Master going to kill it? No, this time we will all kill it. Can we do it? We can if we all fight together. It was pure luck that Yu Jong-hyuk and I defeated the Outer God. Such a thing won't occur twice. Still, don't worry. It is true that a Demon King is as strong as a constellation, but the one upstairs isn't that strong. Then, I hesitated for a second. I didn't want to tell them too much information at once. The information wasn't just about the Demon Kings, but also the constellations of the star stream. I thought about it before deciding to tell them through the group chat. I will tell you. Then a voice was heard from the air, as if he knew my worries. Everyone, it has been a long time. You don't know how frustrated I've been when I wasn't able to tell to you. Haha. Are you ready for the scenario? It was Baihyung. In the original star stream, only 72 people were recognized as Demon Kings. They had modifiers like the constellation and governed different kingdoms in the demon world. It might not be equivalent to a nebula, but there were still those who lead forces. They laughed at the constellation who clung to the glory of a constellation and remained on the land that even the Dakibis abandoned. Was that why? The constellations hated the Demon Kings as much as the Outer Gods, and this Dark Castle scenario was made considering the tendencies of such constellations. They watched the incarnations fight and kill the Demon King. In short, it was a scenario made to be refreshing to the constellations. Ah, please. I'm not going. After 3 days, I found Han Soo-young hiding in the periphery of Dark Castle. I wouldn't have found her if I hadn't purchased the rope of restraint and search for life items from the Dakibi bag. Han Soo-young shouted, I want fight. You'll just wait here and go out when you clear the scenario. You have to go. I don't want to fight the Demon King. The 73rd Demon King is a pushover. Don't you already know that? As I mentioned earlier, only 72 people were recognized as a Demon King in the star stream. However, the title of this scenario was the 73rd Demon King. In other words, the guy on the above floor wasn't a formal king. He is still a Demon King, but he isn't as strong as the narrative grade constellations I've met so far. It is worth fighting. The difficulty might have changed. Hasn't it changed once or twice already? The Dakibis can't change the main scenario difficulty. That is the jurisdiction of the star stream. Don't you think the Dakibis are dangerous? Have you already forgotten what happened 3 days ago? It wasn't unusual for Han Soo-young to think like this. She was a person who knew the development of the original novel. If we continue with the scenarios, the whole group will soon be wiped out. You know that the nebulae are aiming at you. I know. That's why I'm well prepared. Prepared? No, how are you prepared? Do you know what will happen in the next scenario? We arrived at the camp and I pointed to the party members without speaking. They were training in a formation. They assumed there was a virtual enemy and practiced skills linkage in combination with changing the formation. Gil-young and Yu-sung, go back. Usangasi, go forward and take care of it. Understood. The calm and coordinate attacks couldn't be compared with the past. The party members' damage overlapped and they attacked based on the enemy's attack radius. Han Soo-young opened her mouth as she closely watched the scene. Is that the Demon King's pattern analysis? I nodded. Yes. How much? Almost everything. It wasn't impossible. I had ways of survival and the database piled up by Yu Jong-hyuk, who fought the 73rd Demon King. Furthermore, Yu Jong-hyuk had fought the 73rd Demon King in the second round. Practical experience and theoretical knowledge combined forces, so it wasn't impossible to clear the next scenario. Han Soo-young made a sad expression and sighed. You are a really crazy person. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 184, The 73rd Demon King, 3. Don't you think the next scenario will still be tough? Han Soo-young asked me. The 73rd Demon King was strong, but there would be no problems if we were thoroughly prepared. Maybe this was the easiest of all the scenarios I had done so far. Shortly afterwards, the people training gathered near me. Have you finished raising your rankings? It was Jung Hee-won who answered my question. We are all in the top 10. In fact, Jai-hai and Pildusai were close, but they automatically upgraded this morning. Automatically. There was only one reason for such an upgrade. It was when a top ranker was killed. Han Soo-young already had an ominous expression. A top 10 ranker suddenly died? Something is strange. Hey, I'm really not going. You came, Kim Dokja. Are you also going to take that woman? Han Soo-young hid behind me at Yu Jong-hyuk's sudden appearance. She was still scared of Yu Jong-hyuk. I nodded as Yu Jong-hyuk stared at Han Soo-young and pulled out the 6-man card. The incarnation Yu Jong-hyuk has used the 6-man card. The incarnation Han Soo-young has become a special participant of the scenario. The incarnation Han Soo-young has joined incarnation Yu Jong-hyuk's team. Han Soo-young was astonished by the rising messages. What is this? Hey, why am I on his team? Now let's get ready to leave. At my words, the party members moved into their teams. The first to gather was Yu Jong-hyuk's team. They were Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Seol-hwa, Lee Jae-hai and Gong Pil-do. In addition, there was the complaining Han Soo-young. The unusual mixture of old characters from the novel and new characters gave me a wonderful feeling. It was a luxury that only a reader of Ways of Survival could enjoy. My team followed suit. Jung Hee-won, Yu Sang-ga, Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young. There was a free atmosphere compared to the military discipline of Yu Jong-hyuk's team. I looked at the members one by one. Why are you looking at us like that? It is a new feeling. I smiled at Jung Hee-won's scolding. I felt pained and sad at the people who followed me well all the way here. I felt like my heart had grown since I talked with the fourth wall. It might be because I was more prepared for this scenario. I was now afraid to lose them. Oh, shouldn't we be a group of 6 as well? The team members followed my gaze. There was a line of dolls a few steps away. Don't stay over there and come here. We had obtained 2 6-man cards. Han Soo-young went to Yu Jong-hyuk's team and my team also needed a 6th person. To be exact, it was a 6th woman. Sukyung-si also wanted to go with you. It is more helpful for you to go with me. John Wuchi's incarnation, Cho Young-ran looked at me with complicated eyes. I asked my mother to include her as a member of the team. John Wuchi's stigma was quite useful for emergency situations. Did you talk to Sukyung-si? I replied, a little bit. Due to the aftereffects of escaping from the fourth wall, My mother wasn't in a position to participate in the next scenario. Thanks to the fourth wall, I discovered different things about my mother. It wasn't just about the past she was hiding. It was also what she experienced after participating in the scenario. Unlike me, who knew the whole story, my mother had a desperate struggle. She paid an unreasonable price to constellations many times, was captured on purpose to steal the memories of the reincarnator Nirvana, and even contracted with the nebulae to keep me safe. Despite knowing all of this, I couldn't find anything to say to my mother, perhaps because it wasn't yet time. Once the scenarios were finished safely, perhaps then we could share the real story. My mother probably knew it as well because she didn't say much this time. She just stared at me for a long time before saying, "I believe in your choice." I didn't know why, but I felt strange when I heard this. Perhaps my mother read something from me, just like I read her through the fourth wall. Depart. We started to move. The target was the altar located in the center of the Abyss Plains. Just like the first floor of Dark Castle, we could move to the next floor using the altar. We started the boring walk and Jung Hee-won opened her mouth. It bothers me that the nebulae are so quiet. In fact, I hadn't heard the nebulae's messages since 2 days ago. I didn't know if they were hiding something or perhaps they had consumed too much probability. I glanced at Usanga and asked, "Have you been in contact with Olympus?" "Not since 3 days ago. As I heard last time, the constellations of Olympus were currently split. The outsiders of Olympus, like Dionysus and Persephone, were the ones who approached Usanga. Perhaps 3 days ago there was a struggle inside Olympus." My expression was uneasy and Usanga spoke in a concerned voice. "Doc Jassy, are you okay?" "I'm fine. What about you, Sangasi?" "I am trying to be okay." I glanced at Usanga. She was such a good person that I would feel sorry if I kept watching her. She learnt about my fate first and I heard that she ran around in order to save me. It wasn't strange for Usanga. She was the first person to come forward if something was wrong. In the first scenario, she stood up first to save the grandmother. Usanga would act exactly the same if someone else was in my position. "Can we win? Don't worry." I tried to reassure Usanga. "I won't die, you know." Usanga was the first to see my fate and she must know that it hadn't disappeared. I was wondering what else I could say to reassure her when I heard Yu Jonghyuk's voice. "We're here." There was a gigantic building reminiscent of the ancient Parthenon. The party members noticeably stiffened and I called people one by one. "Gil Young, Yusung. Do it as we practiced earlier. Don't call the Chimera Dragon until I give the signal. Do you understand?" The role of these children was the most important thing before the attack on the Demon King. The Chimera Dragon tamed by the children would play a key role in this attack. "Usangasi, please protect Jung Hee-won from being hurt. This time, the main damage dealer will be Jung Hee-won. Are you familiar with how to fight?" "I remember." Yu Jonghyuk looked this way when he finished preparing and I pulled the team members over to him. A waist-height altar soon appeared. Yu Jonghyuk and I placed our hands on the palm marks on the altar at the same time. The scenario challengers have been confirmed. Scenario challenger. First in Dark Castle, Yu Jonghyuk. Scenario challenger. Second in Dark Castle, Kim Dokja. Total number of people admitted, 12 people. "Are you sure you want to enter the scenario?" We all nodded at the same time. There were dazzling rays of light and our bodies were transferred to the next floor. The place we were transferred to was a cramped passage. "You have entered the new main scenario area. Main scenario number 10S73rd Demon King has started." As expected, it was the same development as the original novel. Once we followed this passage, we would reach the hall where the 73rd Demon King was waiting. Prepare the formations. We moved carefully along the passage. The difficulty depended on how much damage was inflicted with the first surprise attack. If we could get as close as possible and deal a large amount of damage, we might be able to finish it without using all the formations we practiced. However, as I moved along the passage, a worrisome feeling filled my mind. Why was it so quiet? Shouldn't I feel the Demon King's aura at this point? Then a system message emerged. "An error has occurred in the scenario. Young, this is..." The surprised Lee Gil-young reflexively opened his mouth and I placed my finger against his lips. The party members lowered their voices. "Doc Jassy, this is different from the story. There are dead people here." The one who spoke was Lee Hyun-sung, who had been searching in the front. We moved as stealthily as possible and gathered near Lee Hyun-sung. Surprisingly, there were bodies that looked like they just died. Yu Jonghyuk touched them and powerful sparks popped out. It is evidence of a probability storm. I didn't know what they had done, but if the sparks were still here after their deaths, their sponsors must have done something huge. The incarnations had used a lot of force and the sponsors behind them must have suffered a huge blow. Who the hell had done this? Then Yu Jonghyuk opened his mouth. "The incarnations of Vedas and Papyrus." "What? I've met them wandering around Dark Castle. They were in contact with me. How did those guys come here?" A terminal of the nebulae would have sufficient rankings, but they wouldn't have the right to participate in the scenario. It looks like there was another 6-man card. One question was resolved. The sudden rise in Li Jihai and Gong Pildus ranking was because of the rankers killed here. I had an ominous hunch. Were the nebulae quiet because they used up all their probability here? It meant? We reflexively looked at each other, and Yu Zhonghyuk started running towards the hall, forgetting the formation. If I was right, now wasn't the time to worry about the formations. The moment we arrived in the hall, we witnessed a shocking sight. Constellations. What the hell are you doing? Dozens of dakibis floated in the air in the center of the hall. It is difficult if you do such arbitrary things. Aren't you looking down on the star stream? Using Deus Ex Machina in this place. The words weren't directed towards us, but we were obviously meant to hear. Bai Hyung looked awkward as he met my gaze. This jerk. What the hell? I know you are worried about the incarnations, but the scenario won't be over just because you interfere. Some of you have received a blow that nearly destroyed you. Why the hell did you do this? Just look at the probability. All the lower constellations have collapsed. There was a strange smile on the face of the representative Dakibi. He smiled like he knew this would happen from the beginning. Wait a minute. What did that bastard just say? Kim Dokja. I looked in the direction that Yu Zhonghyuk was pointing. The center of the hall. There was a broken throne that should have originally contained the 73rd Demon King. In addition, the fearsome Demon King that we should have met. The 73rd Demon King is dead. He was lying dead on the ground, his chest torn apart. What is this? He's dead? After Han Suyung's words, the other members belatedly opened their mouths. The Demon King is already dead? Then what will happen to the scenario? Maybe it has already ended? My head was too complicated that I couldn't hear the voices of the people. The unqualified incarnations challenged the scenario, received the probability storm, and killed the Demon King with the support of the nebulae. At first, the scenario seemed to be resolved. However, the main scenarios of the star stream weren't so simple. The star stream has corrected the balance of this scenario. The scenarios where transcendent existences excessively intervened were forcibly corrected by the star stream. There was a strong sense of déjà vu in my head. It wasn't the 73rd Demon King scenario, but a similar thing happened in Ways of Survival. The scenario was ruined by the rioting of constellations, and the star stream restored the main scenario. Then what would happen? The star stream has corrected the broken probability. I looked at the dead Demon King. The star stream liked the natural flow of stories, and it couldn't revive dead existences. A time reversal or resurrection would undermine the probability of the scenario even more. The main scenario contents have been updated. The 73rd Demon King was dead. However, a 73rd Demon King was still needed. It was because we had to hunt him in order to proceed with the scenario. The star stream was originally set to fix these contradictions. There was a shining precious jade in the spot where the Demon King had died. I reflexively muttered, "Hey, this..." By the way, I couldn't feel any signs around me. There was an eerie feeling creeping down my spine. Time seemed to flow very slowly. I looked around and Yu Zhonghyuk wasn't there. Yu Zhonghyuk. By the time I moved, Yu Zhonghyuk had already reached the jade. His expression as he looked at me was something I had never seen before. Yu Zhonghyuk was looking at me with eyes that had never been present in Ways of Survival. Kim Dokja. Be sure to keep your promise. Then the system messages rose. The candidate for the 73rd Demon King has been found. The new 73rd Demon King is elected. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 185, The 73rd Demon King. 4. Hey, what nonsense are you saying? I shouted while hurriedly running towards Yu Zhonghyuk. Aura started to emerge from Yu Zhonghyuk's body as he held the piece of jade. The selected person is evolving into a Demon King. The person who was selected by the jade would become the 73rd Demon King. Can you promise not to give up on that goal, no matter what? A few days ago, Yu Zhonghyuk had asked me a meaningful question about my goal. Was my goal to reach the end of the scenarios? Don't tell me? No, it was impossible. I almost had a fit as I screamed, "Yu Zhonghyuk, you son of a bitch." Then the sound of steel wire moving through the air was heard. Dozens of wires poured down towards Yu Zhonghyuk, one of them snatching the jade that was in Yu Zhonghyuk's hand. The succession of the Demon King is cancelled. A bewildered expression appeared on Yu Zhonghyuk's face. Dokjasi. I looked back and saw dozens of threads stretching out from Yusanga's hand. As everyone was frozen, only she kept her mind. She tied up the Demon King's jade with binding thread and it flew to the side. Yu Zhonghyuk let out a huge burst of killing intent. Don't interrupt. As soon as an intense wave of magic power was about to cover Yusanga, I triggered Bookmark and Way of the Wind and blocked the magic power. It wasn't easy to block, even with Way of the Wind at the maximum level. This was the power of Yu Zhonghyuk, who had become a transcendent. I shouted through clenched teeth. Yusangasi. Hold it well. Never use it. Yes. My party members were wondering what the hell was going on. Han Soo-young created dozens of clones and shouted, I knew this would happen. Kim Dokja, I told you. Yu Jong-hyuk is someone who only thinks about himself to the end. Han Soo-young kept shouting while I was unable to grasp the situation properly. Kim Dokja. We must stop him. This jerk is obviously going to become the Demon King. Kill all of us and clear the scenario alone. Han Soo-young's clone blocked Yu Jong-hyuk and exploded instantly. Han Soo-young's main body was trapped against the wall of the hallway. The other party members rushed in front of me. Master, what's wrong with you? Kayak, Yu Jong-hyuk's, Lee Jae-hai and Jung Hee-won as well. They couldn't cope with Yu Jong-hyuk's blow and fell. Now Yu Jong-hyuk was serious. He was committed to defeating all those who interfered with his purpose. I stepped past the party members while telling them, you can't deal with him. Yu Jong-hyuk's eyes glared at me. Get out of the way, Kim Dokja. I will be the Demon King. What nonsense is this? Why all of a sudden? Shouldn't you know as well? There is only one way to clear this scenario. I glanced at the scenario window floating in the air. Plus, main scenario number 1073 Demon King. Category, Main. Difficulty level, SS+. Clear conditions. You can choose one of two ways. Take possession of the throne and become the 73rd Demon King, or kill the newly born 73rd Demon King. The scenario can only be cleared by choosing one of these two methods, and there is no other way to proceed. Time limit, 30 minutes. Compensation, 200,000 coins. Failure, death and expulsion from the scenario. Plus, this scenario was similar to the sacrifice scenario. One person had to die for everyone, or one person would live while everyone else died. I bit my lips and asked, are you going to sacrifice yourself? Hunt me and go to the next scenario. Why are you doing something like this all of a sudden? This is the right thing to do. There was no doubt that he thought this was the right answer. Yu Jong-hyuk spoke with his unique nuances. I am used to the pain. Similarly, I am familiar with death. Don't you already know this? He was certain that I knew all about him. However, Yu Jong-hyuk was wrong. I didn't know Yu Jong-hyuk. The Yu Jong-hyuk I knew would never do this. It seemed like there was room to talk, so I decided to calm down this damn sunfish. I know what you are saying, but you don't have to sacrifice yourself. You are a regressor, but you don't have multiple lives. I have resurrection on my side. That's why you're not the one suitable to become the Demon King. Resurrection. It is a good ability. However, do you think it will work in this scenario? If you have seen the scenario failure, can you be certain that resurrection will save you? I had forgotten for a moment. Certainly, Yu Jong-hyuk was right. This scenario didn't just end with death. This jerk, had he calculated it and moved? Get out of the way, Kim Dokja. My unbroken faith cried out while his heaven-shaking sword pointed at me. In this stubborn confrontational state, I desperately thought about it. How could I persuade this person? No matter how much I squeezed my head, I couldn't come up with a method. If this continued, this jerk would become the Demon King and take the damn regression route. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2, has been activated. I started to soak up his thoughts like a sponge. The cost of failing this scenario is expulsion from the scenario. There is no one who can survive being expelled from the scenario. Then Kim Dokja's resurrection ability is meaningless. Perhaps this is the death that his fate is pointing to. If Kim Dokja becomes the Demon King, he will die here. My heart was heavy as I received the waterfall of thoughts. Thus, it is me who should sacrifice themselves here. This guy was really going to sacrifice himself. The arrogant and aloof Yu Jong-hyuk. It was for the sake of others, not himself. Suddenly, unknown emotions rose inside me. Then you? What about you? If you die here, what about your damn goal? You will do it for me. What? Yu Jong-hyuk watched our companions behind me. The one who can save the world, it might be you, not me. Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Jae-hai, Shin Yu-sung, Lee Sealwa. There was deep regret in Yu Jong-hyuk's eyes as he gazed at every single person. I seemed to know what he was thinking. There have never been so many people who made it to here, and maybe it won't happen again in the future. This was the Yu Jong-hyuk who had experienced several lives and received advance information from the 41st regression. There were no cases like this regression. This fact caused Yu Jong-hyuk to shake. My mind worked quickly. How could I persuade him? Get out of the way. There isn't much time left. He used giant body transformation and started to swell up dramatically. He had either grown stronger in 3 days or the party members were frozen by the energy he was emitting. Yu Sanga was terrified and Yu Jong-hyuk approached her step by step. I eventually activated the Blade of Faith. Stop. Stop it, you son of a bitch. The white ether sword collided with Yu Jong-hyuk, splitting the sky. Of course, it was my side that suffered one-sided damage. I had to use at least electrification to deal with this guy. I couldn't let him take the path of regression. The moment I was about to activate bookmark, Yu Jong-hyuk asked me, "Are you concerned about what will happen to this world after I go back?" "What? You must be afraid. The moment I disappear, this world will disappear. Isn't that right?" I was so surprised that I was lost for words. How the hell did he know this? I started to wonder if he was the one with Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint instead of me. Then I forgot even this thought. There's nothing to worry about. I already asked my sponsor. "What? This world won't disappear if I regress. This world won't end or be upset if I die." Yu Jong-hyuk easily suppressed Yusanga and reached for the precious jade. As if it wanted him, demonic energy stretched out from the jade and tangled around Yu Jong-hyuk's fingers. "Continue to live, Kim Dokja." Yu Jong-hyuk looked at me with the face of a stranger. "Now you have to save this world." Thunder struck the sky on the second floor of Dark Castle. It was a sinister thunder, as if suggesting the collapse of Dark Castle. Lee Soo-kyung gazed at the sky as she moved with the wanderers. Her son was probably beyond this sky. "Hulhul, you look very worried these days." It was Lee Bok-soon who spoke. She handed her Dark Castle rankin to Jung Hee-won and chose to stay here. Lee Soo-kyung glanced at Lee Bok-soon for a while before replying, "I guess I'm not familiar with being a mother. Do people get used to it?" "You will never get used to it in your life." "Me too. You aren't going to bring up the story of raising 6 siblings again, are you?" "Hulhul, you knew?" Lee Bok-soon chuckled. There were no wanderers who didn't know the story of the 6 siblings raised by Lee Bok-soon. Lee Bok-soon patted Lee Soo-kyung's shoulder and spoke in a friendly voice. "He will surely come back alive. Don't worry too much. I wish, but fate says differently. You don't think that fate can be overcome?" To me. In the end, Lee Bok-soon retold the story of how she raised her 6 siblings through all types of hardships. Lee Soo-kyung smiled bitterly. No one would have suffered if fate was so easily overcome. If he doesn't go to the next scenario, Incarnation Kim Dokja can live. Lee Soo-kyung sacrificed 20 years of her life and read this sentence from fate. Kim Dokja could live if he didn't go to the next scenario. In other words, Kim Dokja would surely die when he went to the next scenario. Dokja. However, Lee Soo-kyung didn't give up even when all indicators pointed to the death of her son. She couldn't let go. There was the sound of falling sound and Lee Soo-kyung looked down at her fingertips. Her body was still crumbling because her recovery was slow and incomplete. It was all due to the aftereffects of entering the 4th wall. Lee Soo-kyung remembered the moment she was eaten by the 4th wall. It was a terrible experience, as if her being itself was breaking down into morphine units. Perhaps she died at that time. Like a broken story, she was sucked into the wall and experienced something no human ever had before. She was shocked that there was such a wall inside her son. She also shuddered at the fact that someone was living inside the wall. What the hell is it? There? Lee Soo-kyung confronted the presence inside the wall. Her existence was crushed and recreated so there weren't many accurate memories left. The exact structure of the interior of the wall, she didn't remember. Still, there was one thing she remembered. It was the answer to a question. What is the way for my son to survive? How can he get rid of that damn fate? Lee Soo-kyung asked this even when her existence was fading away. The being inside the wall laughed like it was having fun. There is only one way to escape from fate. There was a strange smile, as if this whole situation was a joke. Kim Dokja already knows how to do it. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 186, The 73rd Demon King. 5. Stop. Stop it, you son of a bitch. At this time, the main scenario was flowing through the holographic panel at the Seoul branch of the Bureau. Some Dakibi sighed as they watched the storm of magic power on the screen. The Dakibis instinctively knew it. The scene that would unfold from now on would be the best story since the Seoul Dome scenario began. Bae-hyung watched the scene and was one of them. Yu Jong-hyuk, this damn bastard. Please, everyone stop him. Block Yu Jong-hyuk. Some Dakibis expressed dissatisfaction with the filtering. However, Bae-hyung was different. Despite the mix of filtering, Bae-hyung was now able to understand their words to a certain extent. Some words could be read, even if they weren't completely written. The same was probably true for the constellations who had been watching the channel all along. Otherwise, the following messages wouldn't come out. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is despairing at the tragic situation. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is tearing out his hair in lumps. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is looking disturbed. The constellation Secretive Plotter is silently watching the situation. Some constellations resent the atrocities of the nebula. Many constellations are completely immersed in the unpredictable developments. Bae-hyung couldn't take his eyes off the screen. Yu Jong-hyuk, who wanted to become the Demon King, and Kim Dokja, who wanted to stop him. Bae-hyung saw this and was reminded of the days when he was a novice Dakibi. It was a time when he was doing all sorts of events in the star stream. All the stories were lovely and he couldn't bear the curiosity of the next story. The feelings of those days when he was immersed in the incarnations of his channel were pure and unforgettable. Bai-hyung struggled to ignore the emotions wriggling inside him. That is just a story. No matter how tragic or sad, a story was just a story. The story of Kim Dokja and Yoo Jong-hyuk was just one of the countless stories repeated in the star stream. Most of the stories had already been seen and he had long forgotten the excitement. All he knew was how to give an exaggerated and stimulating directing. Then why? Bai-hyung desperately held the egg in his arms. Shit. Kim Dokja. Do something. As always, fool everyone with an unexpected development. Kim Dokja would find a new method, just like he always did. The Dakibi had such expectations. It is really tragic. Isn't that right? The head of the soul branch, Baram, stood beside him. Bai-hyung looked at him and answered, "It is a very tragic situation for a half-constellation. The nebulae would suffer greatly from this intervention. Using Deus Ex Machina on this scale wouldn't stop at simply sacrificing lower constellations. Each constellation shared the probability through the nebula and this incident caused tremendous loss to the probability. If a war between nebulae was to take place in this situation, the loss caused by Kim Dokja would be a decisive blow." Baram replied after a moment, "I think it is worth it if Kim Dokja dies. As I said, they are very sensitive to issues related to the end of everything. They think that the likelihood of Kim Dokja is very high. Then the situation is unfortunate. HRMM? Why? Kim Dokja won't die." Bai-hyung continued without understanding why he was making such a boast. "As long as he becomes the Demon King, Yoo Jong-hyuk won't kill Kim Dokja." Bai-hyung looked back at the screen. Perhaps the plan was the nebulae was to kill Kim Dokja by making Yoo Jong-hyuk the Demon King. However, it was the arrogance of the nebulae who didn't fully understand Yoo Jong-hyuk's personality. "Don't interrupt." Bai-hyung watched Yoo Jong-hyuk through the screen and swallowed down the boiling sensation. In the end, Yoo Jong-hyuk would die here but Kim Dokja would live. Thus, Kim Dokja would once again escape the constellation's fate. If he survived and survived, someday, Baram laughed, "You don't know fate yet." "Huh? Do you think the nebulae wouldn't have known this? Do you believe that they wouldn't have analyzed Kim Dokja's personality, even if they can't read his future? Then you are underestimating the weight of destiny." "What?" Bai-hyung was interrupted by the bright flash that came from the screen. The star stream is announcing the status of the constellation who doesn't yet have a name. The magnificent light covered the entire holographic panel and even advanced Dakibis like Baram were impressed. "Look, fate is about to be realized. Dokjasi, what are you doing? Wake up. I watched Yoo Jong-hyuk being tinged with demonic energy and was in a dazed state. Are you concerned about what will happen to this world after I go back? You must be afraid. The moment I disappear, this world will disappear. Isn't that right?" It was like thousands of insects had entered my eyes as my senses were disturbed. "Kaiwak." The party members screamed. There was an explosion in the surrounding area. "This world won't disappear if I regress. This world won't end or be upset if I die." The words spoken by Yoo Jong-hyuk encroached on my head. "This world won't disappear, even if Yoo Jong-hyuk goes back." I didn't understand it. Yoo Jong-hyuk's sponsor, the existence that never responded to anything in ways of survival, actually replied to Yoo Jong-hyuk? Why? Under these circumstances. Dokjasi. I didn't know. The exclusive skill bookmark is activated. The fifth bookmark, Kyrios Rodgrame, is selected. The exclusive skill miniaturization LV3 is activated. The exclusive skill electrification LV11+1 has been activated. My body size was reduced in an instant and the blue-white trail moved towards Yoo Jong-hyuk. "Kim Dokja." Yoo Jong-hyuk growled out. The blue-white energy hit Yoo Jong-hyuk's blade and a terrible collision sound was heard. The combination of electrification and white pure star energy met the power of giant body transformation and splitting the sky. I had a thought as I watched the ether storm explode. If Yoo Jong-hyuk was right, I would no longer have to worry about him regressing. Even if he returned, I could guarantee that this world remained and keep living in it. Kim Dokja, think about it. The opportunities won't often come. The muscles of my body creaked from the excessive force collision. Yoo Jong-hyuk also poured out all of his power. I felt the texture of the blade in my hand and realized. My pain was alleviated by fourth wall while Yoo Jong-hyuk would be taking all of it without a wall. No, it's difficult. Was it okay just because he could regress? Would he sacrifice himself to end this scenario? I told him, there is no such development in the ending that I want. Are you still failing to understand? I must be the Demon King. I will be the Demon King. Don't talk bullshit. If you do that, you will surely die. After being banished from the scenario, resurrection is useless. Perhaps Yoo Jong-hyuk didn't understand my words. There was a huge wall between us that couldn't be filled. However, it was due to this wall that I could see this guy again and again. Yu Jonghyuk's remorse, his despair and his dreams. An indomitable will that didn't give up. I grew up reading all of this. Think about it. Who would watch a story without the protagonist? There were numerous memories in my head. I overcame all the tragedies in my life with a single story. It was the story of a person who never gave up no matter what. That story made me. I will pay off the debt. Debt? What do you mean? You saved me once. Now I'm going to save you. What nonsense is this? I listened to Yu Jonghyuk's voice while using all the techniques I had saved. It was a technique that would exhaust my physical endurance, even if it was just for a moment. It was the first time I tried it directly, but it was probably theoretically possible. Turn off miniaturization. At the same time, my body that was covered in the brilliance of electrification started to return to its original size. Your current body configuration is different from that of the character. At present, you can't use electrification with your body composition. The powerful skill penalty will encroach on your body. Electrification was a technique that could only be used by a small person. However, if I released miniaturization while using electrification, I could still use the power of electrification with my original body. My body wandered through a deadly situation, but once miniaturization was turned off, the power of electrification was amplified. Kim Dokja. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes widened with astonishment as the power of electrification filled the area. The dazzling blue-white ether swept the hall, and Yu Jonghyuk was thrown back into the wall as he coughed up a large amount of blood. A few steps away, I saw Lee Gil-young picking up the jade that Yu Jonghyuk had dropped. Gil-young, give that to me. Lee Gil-young hesitantly withdrew from me. I don't want to. I heard it all. If Young gets this. As Lee Gil-young hesitated, Han Soo-young shouted at him. Stupid. Get away from Kim Dokja. It was too late. I instantly narrowed the distance and snatched the jade from Lee Gil-young's hand. I'm sorry, Gil-young. At the same time, a surge from electrification emerged and the people around me were thrown back. The exclusive skill, bookmark, has been forcibly terminated. My body was overloaded and blood gushed from me. I grasped the jade tightly as my consciousness blurred. Then demonic energy flowed from the jade and wrapped around my whole body. The constellations of the Vedas Nebula are smiling with satisfaction. Yes, this was what they wanted. You have met the qualifications to become the 73rd Demon King. The precious jade is amazed by your potential. A new main scenario has been acquired. Dokjasi. The system messages blocked the voices of my party members, which was vaguely heard. If you choose the way of the Demon King, you must destroy all existences on the 3rd level of Dark Castle. If you fail the scenario, you will be banished forever from this scenario. Banishment from the scenario. It didn't have the same meaning as death. It was to be kicked forever from the flow controlled by the star stream. I would die in that empty void that couldn't be reached by the eyes of the Dakibis and constellations. There was no one in the star stream who could endure that void. No constellations could exist without the scenario. Now I knew for sure. This was what those damn nebulae were hoping for. I knew very well what that damn fate was pointing to. I am the Demon King. The precious jade has chosen a new candidate to become the 73rd Demon King. The new 73rd Demon King is elected. A mighty demonic energy filled my whole body. You have got a new story. You have inherited the power of the Demon King. My damaged body received the enormous demonic energy and recovered its strength in an instant. No, it was more than recovering. It was a huge energy I had never felt before. I was reborn as something completely different. The star stream will announce your status. Your status is narrative grade. Your stigma has opened. A strong demonic energy is polluting your constellation. You have become a corrupted constellation. Corrupted constellation. It was the star stream's name for the Demon Kings. Many constellations are greatly shocked by your choice. The constellations of the absolute good system are showing fierce hostility towards you. The dark demonic energy slowly lifted, and I could see the party members looking at me with devastated expressions. The people who knelt down were trembling like they couldn't believe it. Yu Jonghyuk's desperate face could also be seen in the distance. The main scenario number 10's 73rd Demon King has started. I looked at them and opened my mouth in a grand manner. Everybody wake up. Everything in the last 3 days had been for this moment. Remember how to deal with a Demon King. The nebulae probably thought it was going as they planned. Finally, as fate decreed, Kim Dokja would die here. However, they would never know. Just as they placed the scenario of fate here, I had been preparing for 3 days to escape from this damn fate. Faint sunlight was leaking in from the gap in the broken ceiling. I laughed as I gazed at the sunlight that seemed dazzling. Now let's start the last scenario. Today was the day that Incarnation Kim Dokja would die. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 187, The 73rd Demon King, 6. The party members were still watching me with confused expressions. The expressions showed they didn't know what the hell was going on. Yu Jonghyuk was still coughing up blood against the wall. I looked at them for a moment before glancing at the wall of the hall. My appearance was reflected on the polished stone wall. Black wings sprouted from my shoulders and small horns rose from my head. Traces of demonic energy were imprinted on my skin like a stigma. My body was 3 or 4 times larger than usual and the muscles of my whole body were greatly expanded. This is ridiculous. Why is Dokjasi the Demon King? What the hell is this? What should we do? Usanga and Lee Jaihai shouted. Young Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Gil-young, Shin Yu-sung, even Cho Young-ran and Gong Pildu. Everyone was looking at me with shocked expressions. I watched them and opened my mouth. From now on, you will have to hunt me. The first phase of the 73rd Demon King will begin. The attack time limit is 30 minutes. There is no time. Quickly start. A formidable energy was flowing through my body. Even if I was passively hit, I couldn't help wondering if the party members would be able to decrease my health in the given time. Young Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung looked at me desperately and cried out, I don't want to fight Dokjasi. I can't follow your command. I could understand their feelings. I would also hesitate if I was in the same situation as them. I deliberately laughed at them. I don't know why you're so serious. Have you forgotten who I am? I am Kim Dokja. I won't die even when killed. The innocent Lee Hyun-sung was shaken by my words. Will you come back to life against this time? Yes. But I heard. Yu Jonghyuk was deliberately trying to provoke me. I didn't use the insight skill but conflicted emotions were appearing on the people's faces. Maybe their trust in me and the burden of attacking me were clashing inside them. Believe me, this is the most ideal way. The party members would eventually have to attack me. It was because there was no other way. If they didn't kill me, everyone here would die. Han Soo-young was staring at me with scary eyes. I sent a signal to her before she could open her mouth. Han Soo-young. Han Soo-young paled as she read my lips. You are the only one. You have to take charge. I knew it and Han Soo-young did as well. The party members were stronger than other incarnations but they weren't decisive in this situation. On the other hand, Han Soo-young was faster and more realistic when judging the situation than anyone else here. You are always like this, Kim Dokja. Han Soo-young told me through gritted teeth. Do you think I'm an emotionless monster? Han Soo-young glanced between me and then the party members. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. It was as if everything would be decided by her words. Han Soo-young breathed heavily before opening her mouth. Everybody, wake up. Do you want everyone here to go to hell? I smiled. Yes, she was doing well. We have to kill Kim Dokja. This was Han Soo-young. I don't want to. I don't want to. Young. Han Soo-young grabbed Lee Gil-young as he ran towards me. Stupid kid. Listen well. Lee Gil-young gasped and struggled. Han Soo-young snarled as she grabbed Lee Gil-young's collar. Don't whine. Do you want to die instead of Kim Dokja? The rest of you are the same. You aren't willing to sacrifice yourself, so don't be a hypocrite. Instead of dying, say thank you and swing your weapons. Han Soo-young's clones, which had grown by dozens, simultaneously opened their mouths. I don't know if Kim Dokja will come back or not. We will die if we don't kill him in the next 30 minutes. That is the only thing I need to know. Han Soo-young's clones rushed towards me with red eyes. I mouthed towards her. Thank you. Han Soo-young bit her lips until it bled and swung her dagger towards me. The rain of attacks didn't deal much damage to my body, but this was only the beginning. Usanga received my gaze and slowly stood up. Dokjasi. It was hard to know what she had decided as unknown feelings were in her eyes. I nodded in response while being hit by Han Soo-young. I think Dokjasi isn't a person who will hurt others without thinking. Do you have a plan? Did you deliberately direct this scenario? Yes, that's right. Really? Usanga was crying. Should I believe you again? As usual, I knew this would happen. I was glad to hear it. Usanga roughly wiped at her tears. She raised her dagger and participated in the battle. Han Soo-young's lips twitched. I thought you were going to sit back hesitantly and whine. Please be quiet. Han Soo-young and Usanga's daggers placed small wounds on my shoulders and back. However, they were still lacking strength. The remaining time was 25 minutes. It was a tight amount of time if they wanted to use the formation. I looked at Lee Hyun-sung. Lee Hyun-sung-si, will you let the party members die? Didn't you say you would never lose the empty cartridge again? Dokjasi, this isn't just one cartridge. Lee Hyun-sung's eyes were shaking like the sea that met the wind. The Constellation Master of Steel is deeply immersed. Time passed before Lee Hyun-sung shouted at the sky. He used steel transformation and rushed towards me. The hard body bumped into me and there was a strong shock. My vision shook slightly. Lee Hyun-sung used Great Mountain Smash, but he seemed on the defensive rather than attacking me. When would I see the sight of a bearish man weeping again? Next was the sound of magic turrets being fired. I laughed when I heard the sound and turned towards that side. Indeed, this was why I couldn't hate him. Gong Pildu was frowning as hard as he could as he activated the turrets of Armed Fortress. Of course, I wasn't just getting hit. The probability of the scenario is dominating your body. Regardless of my will, my body would act as the Demon King. Of course, the attacks were in perfect patterns so the party members could easily cope. Everybody stay awake. Now it is the second phase. The second phase of the 73rd Demon King was starting. In order to thwart it, special support was needed. Cho Younggrancy. Cho Youngran received my gaze and invoked the power of the mechanical gateway array method. As if air was being drained through a ventilator, the demonic energy I was emitting disappeared into the hole she created. Her complexion was rapidly becoming white as she dealt with the energy of the Demon King. Blood spilt from her lips as Cho Youngran told me, Sukyungsi will be sad. She already knows. My demonic energy dwindled and the party members attacked me again. However, they still lacked damage. I paid attention to those who weren't participating yet. Li Jiahai bit her lips and finally pulled out her sword. A juicy don't take revenge later. I want. Li Jiahai smiled weakly at my words. In any case, my attacks are weak and won't hurt. My constellation is only upper grade. The Duke of Loyalty and Warfare is not that weak. Jiahai will soon discover it. Li Jiahai used Song of the Sword and aimed for my weakness. The attacks overlapped and a tingling sensation started to appear on my skin. The threat was enough. Now I needed people who could deal the finishing blow. Jung Hee-wonsi. As if she had been waiting, Jung Hee-won slowly pulled out her sword. In the old days, do you remember what you asked me? What? You asked me to be your companion. I remembered. In the theater dungeon, I asked Jung Hee-won to be my reliable companion. Now Dak Jassy is asking your companion to do something like this. I was speechless. What companions? Jung Hee-won raised her sword and ran towards me. What type of companion has to kill another companion to live? Jung Hee-won triggered demon slaying and started to attack my body. However, the sword just made a rough sound. I told her, it is because you are a trustworthy companion that I am putting my life in your hands. Hee-wonsi, you have to do it properly. Think that I will come back to life again and stab me as hard as possible. Dak Jassy, really? Jung Hee-won raised her sword towards me. The power of Hell Flame's ignition appeared around Jung Hee-won's body. Jung Hee-won's eyes were red as she started to concentrate her strength. Her real strength was when the power of Judge of Destruction was added to Hellflame's ignition. Kim Dokja became a Demon King and was a suitable target for that power. The character Jung Hee-won has activated Judgment Time. Many of the constellations of the Absolute Good system agree to trigger the skill. There is only one constellation who is strongly opposed to the activation of the skill. The skill activation has been cancelled. The confused Jung Hee-won stared at me and I gazed into the air. It was obvious who had opposed the activation of Judgment Time. Demon-like Judge of Fire. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is covering her eyes with a pained expression. Uriel. Sparks filled the air in response to my call. Please agree to the activation of Judgment Time. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is shaking her head violently. If you don't do this, your incarnation will die. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire says that if she does this, you will die. How good would it be if all the constellations were like her? It was regrettable that I had to hurt Uriel. Uriel, this is just a story. I spoke like a Dakibi. You must seen many people die in the meantime. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire feels despair. The messages alone portrayed it clearly. I remembered the small and beautiful Uriel I saw at the banquet. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is weeping and repeatedly shaking her head. The little face that kept crying and shaking. She was an angel that didn't match the modifier of demon. Do what you need to do. Only then will this story be completed. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is looking down at you. After a moment, I heard the message I had been waiting for. All constellations of the Absolute Good system are in favor of Judgment Time. Finally, a bloody aura rose from Jung Hee-won's body. Shit, I really hate the name of this skill. The aura of Judgment Time combined with the power of Hellflame's ignition and created a tremendous wave of magic power. It had the power to destroy all the evil in the world. The Judge of Destruction slashed at the Demon King's chest with her sword of fire. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 188, The 73rd Demon King. 7. I was hit by the pouring flames and pain started to spread through my entire body. It hurt. It really hurt. My skin cracked from the high temperature and my eyeballs felt ripe. Jung Hee-won endured her tears and kept attacking me. The flames that destroyed evil burned away at my wounds and all my flesh. I probably would have fainted from the pain if it wasn't for fourth wall. Even so, my body didn't break. The shocked Jung Hee-won asked, What is going on with your body? The damage is probably too insufficient. The rate of my stamina consumption was accelerated, but it wasn't enough to kill me in the remaining time. I didn't expect that even Jung Hee-won wouldn't be sufficient. Honestly, I was at a loss for words. Maybe it was because I was judged to be narrative grade. The Nebula Vedas is rejoicing in your pain. The remaining attack time is 10 minutes. The constellations of the Nebula Papyrus are making a toast. This was just the beginning. A huge shock wave spread through the hall and my body started to grow again. The third phase of the 73rd Demon King is starting. Your body has become harder. We had now reached the third phase. I shouted without feeling panic, "Everybody stay awake." Do you remember? The party members nodded and skillfully changed the formation. However, I could see that Cho Youngran's mechanical gateway array method had slightly collapsed from my explosive increase in magic power. In the end, Cho Youngran coughed up blood and sat down. The timing of this was faster than expected. Demonic energy started to fill the whole hall and the party members became weaker as they received debuffs. Now I had to borrow a hand that I hadn't wanted to borrow. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name is looking at his incarnation. Shin Yusung trembled after receiving my message and shook her head. My incarnation Shin Yusung had felt my determination long ago. Ajusi, I can't do it. Please. I stared at Shin Yusung. This was the relationship between a constellation and incarnation. Rather than speaking 100 words, I conveyed my indescribable and deep emotions just by looking at them. Shin Yusung finally burst out crying as the violent emotions were one-sidedly passed on. I understand. The pain and bitterness in the small child's heart resonated, and as a constellation, I could hear it more than anyone. Shin Yusung held the other child's hand and stood up. Gil Young, let's go. We have to do it. Shin Yusung's eyes shone yellow. The characteristics of Beast Master were started to manifest. There was a great trembling in the hall and I soon heard a tearing sound. A giant beast snout appeared in the gap. The Chimera Dragon. The giant monster that would later become a destruction species flapped its giant wings as it was summoned to the hall. However, the Chimera Dragon hesitated instead of attacking when it saw me. The second-grade monster species, the Chimera Dragon has refused its master's command. The second-grade monster species, the Chimera Dragon feels terrified of the 73rd Demon King. Blood poured from Shin Yusung's nose. She couldn't control the second-grade monster alone yet. I watched Lee Gil-young and said, "Gil Young, think of this as a game." Lee Gil-young looked up at me. I stared at the child's eyes and remembered the words I had once spoken as we walked through the darkness. It was a conversation that occurred when we wandered together through the darkness of Gumho Station. The moments that passed like nothing became precious memories that returned. Even if I die, I will come back. Promise. These stories became the power to kill me. Aya. Lee Gil-young howled and used taming. The remaining attack time is 9 minutes. The Chimera Dragon was controlled by the two children's taming and started to cry out in pain. The Chimera Dragon sucked in all the air around it. The Chimera Dragon sucked in even my magic and started to open its huge snout towards me. It was a dark magic power. A huge sphere of light was created between the ferocious fangs. It was a weapon that only a dragon, the peak of monsters, could use. The breath. I was hit by the breath and my body was torn apart again. It was a shock that caused the mind to break down. Despite this shock, my body was still alive. The party members were shocked by my miserable appearance, but they shouldn't stop. I straightened my ripped lips and said, "Continue. If they didn't do it now, there wouldn't be another chance. A few constellations have noticed your sacrifice. Many constellations are amazed by your will." The Chimera Dragon was exhausted by the use of breath and its huge body lay on the ground. Fortunately, the Chimera Dragon sucked in most of the worst of my rampaging magic power, but the attack power of the party members were decreasing. Damn, I'm out of magic power. The remaining capture time is 5 minutes. My preparations for dealing with the 73rd Demon King were up to here. So from now on, I should leave it to someone else. Kim Dokja. Yu Jong-hyuk had risen from the stone wall and was watching me. I saw that Lee Sealwa was exhausted by his side. She had probably poured all her magic power into healing him. I saw many emotions cross his eyes as he identified me as the Demon King. Don't make such an expression. You can't change what has already happened. Don't you already know? Yu Jong-hyuk wiped his bloody lips and murmured. It should have been me who died here. Fortunately, Yu Jong-hyuk was Yu Jong-hyuk. He already accepted that he would have to kill me. Yu Jong-hyuk rushed towards me with the heaven-shaking sword. Every hit made me feel that my physical strength had been reduced. He didn't say anything, but his despair was conveyed every time the blade cut me. The remaining capture time is 4 minutes. For us, we weren't even allowed time to feel that despair. Let's end it now, Yu Jong-hyuk. Bring that out. I don't know what you mean. Don't play around. I know you didn't use it on purpose. If I use this, you can't be resurrected. That's why you are going to use it. It would be difficult if I came back again as a demon king. What if the scenario ends up being ruined? You should stop thinking about it. Yu Jonghyuk glared at me without speaking. Do you have an idea? I just laughed at his question. Yu Jonghyuk hesitated before eventually pulling out a sword. The heavenly sword of gathering clouds. Im no Murakumo no Tsurugi. It was a sword obtained from Yamata no Orochi in Peaceland. Yu Jonghyuk spoke in a somber voice. I hoped the moment where I had to use this would never come. Me too. However, now is the time. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire feels despair. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is sighing deeply. The constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring is holding her breath. The power acquired by a story will eventually collapse because of a story. My attribute of 8 lives was derived from the power of Yamata no Orochi. This power was bound to be vulnerable to the weapon of death that killed Yamata no Orochi. Perhaps I would lose all my remaining lives if I was cut by this sword. Yu Jonghyuk opened his mouth. To be honest, there is no certainty in this. The duration of giant body transformation is over and am not confident in my current attack power. Don't worry about it. I could see Shin Yu-sung furiously shaking her head towards me. The constellation who doesn't yet have a name has given his incarnation a stigma. There was a dazzling light and my stigma nestled inside Shin Yu-sung. The stigma sacrifices will LV. 1 has been activated. The stigma caused a brilliant glow to emerge from Shin Yu-sung's body. The master of the stigma risks his life for others. The attack power of the party is greatly increased in proportion to the desperation of their lives. The exhausted eyes of my party members started to become energetic again. Sacrifices will. It was a stigma that didn't really suit me. One thing was for certain. My death was now confirmed. Thank you for everything. The remaining capture time is 3 minutes. The party members were running. Lee Hyun-sung, Jung Hee-won, Shin Yu-sung, Lee Gil-young, Yusanga, Gong Pildu, Lee Jai-hai. They cried, screamed, or were filled with deep anger. Everyone was coming towards me. My vision gradually diminished and all the characters became the landscape. I saw them and laughed. Incarnation Kim Dokja will be killed by the person he loves most. I had forgotten. All prophecies couldn't be interpreted literally. In this star stream, people were stories. The constellation Secretive Plotter is looking at you. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is looking at you. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking at you. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is looking at you. The constellation Maritime War God is looking at you. As the gazes of countless stars in the sky poured towards me, a story was running towards me. Parents, friends, and lovers were all stories. The remaining capture time is 2 minutes. This wasn't the Ways of Survival I knew, but it was a story more wonderful than Ways of Survival. A constellation of a small planet is looking at you. All the constellations on the Korean peninsula are looking at you. It was my story. I laughed as Yu Jonghyuk's sword pierced my heart. Your fate has been realized. My body slowly sank down and Yu Jonghyuk held on to me. Kim Dokja. It was a really great story. Isn't that right? Yu Jonghyuk stared down at me silently. I couldn't find any words and just watched. It was as if I had always been meant to do this. The effect of the heavenly sword of gathering clouds has destroyed all remaining extra lives. You can no longer resurrect. I finally looked up at the sky. The clusters of nebulae were in the center of the night sky. Vedas, Olympus, Papyrus. I would never forget what they had done. Then the sky blinked. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband doesn't wish for your death. The stars shone brightly as if in response to my will. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon doesn't wish for your death. The constellation Secretive Plotter doesn't wish for your death. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire doesn't wish for your death. I looked at the sky and laughed. Due to these guys, I hated the constellations, but I couldn't hate the story. Let's meet again, Yu Jonghyuk. The power of the Demon King disappeared and at the same time, strength drained from me. The main scenario has ended. Soul Dome has been freed. A small black hole appeared in the air behind me. My body was slowly being sucked into it. My legs, my torso, my arms, they turned into powder and were slowly being sucked in. Kim Dokja. No, Kim Dokja. At the last moment, he tightly held me by the neck. However, it was already too late. My vision turned black and I was sucked into an empty void. The eyes of the constellations watching me started to disappear one by one. I was leaving the area of the channel. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire doesn't wish for your death. In the distant night sky, one star desperately blinked at me. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire doesn't wish for your death. Yes, you can stop now. Ariel. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire. Thank you. The stars in the night sky went out one by one and Incarnation Kim Dakja's story finally ended. The constellations of the absolute good system have withdrawn the mark of evil from you. Your incarnation body has completely been destroyed. You have failed the scenario. You have been expelled from the scenario. The star stream will announce your modifier. In the faraway darkness, the star stream was quietly whispering to me. Your modifier is the Demon King of Salvation. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 189 Story Horizon 1. On this day, everyone in Soul Dome was immersed in a dazzling light. Congratulations. You have passed the 10th scenario. Those who were hiding in corners of Soul Dome to avoid the demonic people, and those who barely survived on the first and second floors of Dark Castle. All the incarnations who somehow survived the threat of the scenario received the same message. You have accomplished the Liberator of Soul Dome achievement. Liberator. People didn't understand it at first, but their bodies were convinced before their minds. Their limbs cramped. Their pupils expanded and their lips trembled. You can escape Soul Dome. Their long wish had finally become reality. The people on the first and second floors of Dark Castle were summoned out into the city. Then everyone saw the same sight. The Dark Castle collapsed with a loud sound. The terrible nightmare gripping all of Seoul collapsed like a sand castle. The broken chunks soon turned into powder. People were filled with unknown emotions as they watched the scene. It is finished, someone said. I can go out. I can live now. The hell is over. Some people felt it was the end of the tragedy. Compensation poured from the air. People had jubilant expressions on their faces. Another tragedy might begin, but for now, they were enjoying the immediate feeling of liberation. However, not everyone shared that sentiment. What happened to Dakja Ajusi? Kim Dakja's group escaped from Dark Castle. Young Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Jae-hai, Gong Pildu, Lee Gil-young, Shin Yu-sung, Han Soo-young, all of them were gathered in one place. They were those who survived because of Kim Dakja or those who owed Kim Dakja. Anyone? Does anyone know? Please say something. Master. How is Dakja Ajusi? The party members relied on their intuition to find someone who could explain the situation. However, the only person who could answer was silent. Yu Jong-hyuk was staring at the collapsed Dark Castle with his mouth shut. Dark Castle collapsed like history disappearing. Kim Dakja was in there. He died there. Yu Jong-hyuk stared while confirming the fact over and over again. Kim Dakja was dead. How could such a thing happen? Yu Jong-hyuk was unfamiliar with not knowing. Yu Jong-hyuk, please say something. Please. Yu Jong-hyuk stared blankly at Lee Hyun-sung, who was shaking him. The first regression and second regression, he had never seen Lee Hyun-sung make this face. Yu Jong-hyuk rarely remembered the expressions that his party members made when they lost someone really precious. It was because he was always the one making such expressions. He was the only one who survived until the end of this tragedy and despair. By the way, this life was different. There were still many people by his side. He was suffering through someone's death with them. Yu Jong-hyuk, Master. Everyone was staring at him. They wanted him to say that it wasn't too late. Still, Yu Jong-hyuk couldn't give an answer to these faces. I also don't know. He destroyed their last remaining hope. Sadly, this was the role left to Yu Jong-hyuk. I don't know what happened to Kim Dakja. In fact, he could tell them more. Banishment from the scenario. He could share the information he knew. Or maybe he could testify to the feeble hopes he might have. However, Yu Jong-hyuk didn't do this. He knew that talking about it would just be telling the party members, Kim Dakja is dead. You can't do anything for Kim Dakja. Some people said more by not speaking. A few people accepted Yu Jong-hyuk's silence while others rejected it. Nevertheless, everyone understood the silence. Dakja Hyung said so. He isn't dead. He will live again. Then why? Yu Jong-hyuk, please tell me how to save Dakjasi. Yu Jong-hyuk shook his head at Lee Gil-young and Lee Hyun-sung's cries. If there was a way to save Kim Dakja, he would have already done it. There was nothing he could do. It wasn't just him. It was everyone. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband feels a great emptiness. The constellation abyssal black flame dragon is lying down. The constellation Coaeil pill has broken his pen. The constellation god of wine and ecstasy is looking at the abyss. The constellations on the Korean peninsula are mourning the death of one constellation. The constellations on the Korean peninsula remember someone's name. Yu Jong-hyuk had never seen so many constellations talking about a single constellation. The arrogant constellations were expressing emotions other than frustration or pleasure. They became aware of new feelings. The night sky was shining with more color than any of his previous regressions. Sadness, great despair, sorrow. The night sky, made up of many constellations, was shining sadly. Maybe Kim Dakja was hope for them as well. It was hope to show a different story. Something that could make a difference in the star stream. There aren't many ways. Looking at the dazzling star in the sky, regressor Yu Jong-hyuk had a thought. If I regress now, the ability to restart his life was like the button of a nuclear missile that could be pressed at any time. Yu Jong-hyuk was able to go back in time after dying and make better choices with the information he had of the future. If he returned now, then Kim Daksha might revive again. However, Yu Jong-hyuk, wake up. Don't think things will improve if you repeat them a few times. What if Yu Jong-hyuk went back and there was no Kim Daksha? Or what if Kim Daksha didn't act like this again? Yu Jong-hyuk was afraid of something for the first time. The Kim Daksha of this life might only appear in this life. Shin Yu-sung of the 41st regression never talked about Kim Daksha, and he never met Kim Daksha in his past few lives. Even if he went back to the past, the Kim Daksha of this life might not return. Thus, live this round properly. The choice that had always been possible was now irreversible. He met Kim Daksha in his third regression and they became companions. Then he lost Kim Daksha. Don't imagine that you will get better if you throw away this round. Maybe this is the round where you will see the end of this world as a human. Yu Jong-hyuk got up from his spot and bit his lips. Only these words remained. Just as everything in the star stream was a story, Yu Jong-hyuk couldn't help acknowledging that Kim Daksha's words were part of himself. Why aren't you moving? Didn't you receive the system message? The Dakibi dispatched from the bureau looked down at them from the air. Aha, I see. Everybody is mourning his death. The party members resented his ridiculing tone, but not everyone was the same. Jung Hee-won barely maintained her calm and asked, "How is Dak Jassy? He has been expelled from the scenario. Can I ask what that means? Is he dead or alive? I also don't know. However, it isn't possible to survive being expelled from the scenario, whether it is an incarnation or constellation. That is all I know. Even a constellation couldn't survive." The party members stiffened at the words and their expressions became colder than before. Lee Jae-hai retorted, "Isn't there a way? A way to save? There is nothing you can do. Honestly, it's amazing that you still have this type of mindset. I will give you one piece of advice. Don't think about unnecessary things and focus on the scenario in front of you. You haven't escaped from Seoul Dome yet." The Dakibi sneered and flicked his fingers. Then messages once again poured from the air. The escape scenario has been given. Seoul Dome will be closed soon. You have half a day to escape from Seoul Dome. The escape path is automatically provided. You will die if you don't escape from the dome within the time limit. Damn it. The party members looked at each other, but there were no solutions on their faces. In any case, there was nothing they could choose. Let's move. They started to move along the specified path. They ran, swam, or crossed railings as they constantly headed towards the outskirts of Seoul. Finally, the route markers ended and they faced a group of people. These people, all the remaining incarnations of Seoul Dome, were gathered there. There were approximately 1,000 people. Some faces were familiar. Min Jae-won waved her hand towards the side, and there was also the reclusive Han Dong-hoon. They were all saved by Kim Daksha. Yu Jong-hyuk and the party members lightly nodded at the people they recognized. Here. The party members stopped at the same time and stared up at the inner wall of the dome. It was a huge cage that had been trapping them so far. Now they had a chance to escape from this prison. Everyone was excited, but nobody took a step outside. They were like a canary that couldn't easily fly out of the wide open cage. Instead, the people were looking around for something. One by one, the gazes gathered. All eyes soon gathered on one person. It was Han Soo-young who opened her mouth first. Yu Jong-hyuk. Yu Jong-hyuk faced Han Soo-young. She didn't say anything, but Yu Jong-hyuk read her eyes. Don't waste the opportunity that Kim Daksha gave you. Yu Jong-hyuk blinked slowly and stepped forward. Numerous people were waiting for him. It was to celebrate the moment they were finally freed. Yu Jong-hyuk was troubled as he gazed at the group focused on him. Yu Jong-hyuk had been in this position several times in his past lives. He was sometimes eloquent and sometimes a charismatic leader. It wasn't hard to find the words to give to the crowd. Then why? He didn't want to say such things this time. Instead, he said, "I won't give up on this life." Perhaps there was no one here who would understand his words. In the midst of the terrible loneliness that came from this face, Yu Jong-hyuk declared, "So don't give up either." He didn't know if it had been delivered or not. Yu Jong-hyuk turned away from the crowd and slowly walked to the inner wall of the dome. Then, bang. Just one. Bang. Then two. His angry fist struck the wall. Large cracks spread through the inner wall of the dome, centered on the point that was in contact with his fists. It was a wall that couldn't be overcome after the scenario started. The wall collapsed slightly and a gap that was the size of a human was made. It was a landscape that always existed but couldn't be overcome. Yu Jong-hyuk took the first step into that landscape. Let's go. He stepped towards a scenario without Kim Daksha. In the darkness, the lone Kim Daksha finally woke up. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 190 Story Horizon 2. The bones of the body seemed to be crushed and the skin was stiff, like a dead animal's skin. I listened to the fourth wall's words as I slowly woke up. The obnoxious voice of the fourth wall was now welcome. I am alive. Kim Daksha thought this. I heard fourth wall, so the plan seemed to be a success. In fact, I couldn't really say it was a success. It was natural. The fate they gave me was the death of incarnation Kim Daksha. It was natural that the constellation Kim Daksha wouldn't die. If I was going to disappear so easily, I wouldn't have built up my stories and become a constellation. The problem was that I lost my body and survived as a constellation. Where am I? The surrounding area was filled with ruined buildings and roads. It was a familiar scene. This? Not long after I spoke, I realized the situation I was in. I looked up at the air. The night sky had always been filled with the light of countless constellations. Now there was nothing there. I was surprised by the deep words I was speaking to myself. I watched the night sky and laughed blankly. Haha. Usually, numerous indirect messages from the constellations should have appeared. For example, the great sage, the equal of heaven, who liked it when I talked to myself, or the abyssal black flame dragon. There was also the demon-like judge of fire who liked me for some reason. It was normal for someone to answer, but no one answered my monologue. There wasn't the bald general of justice polishing his head, the one-eyed Maitreya who would throw his eye patch if he was bored, or the shameless lady of the brocade sleep. The messages of the constellations disappeared, and only a laughably terrible loneliness was left behind. Kim Daksha thought, "I'm really alone. You are currently expelled from the scenario." I slowly looked around the surroundings. Despite being expelled from the scenario, living beings would go to the nearest outside the scenario area. You are currently in an area outside the scenario. The outside the scenario area that I was currently standing in was a very familiar place to me. Seoul. This place was Seoul's Gwangwamun Square. It was the place where War of the Kings took place and I crushed the absolute throne. The fact that Seoul had become an area outside the scenario, the party members, thankfully, they escaped unharmed. I looked at the place where the former Seoul Dome was located and felt overwhelmed. The place that used to be covered with a translucent membrane was now covered by a thick barrier. Now the Seoul scenario was completely over. The party members were moving on to new scenarios without me and making new stories. From there, they would continue to live. Maybe this was how it turned out. Kim Daksha was glad but also somewhat lonely. I thought about the party members for a moment before slowly turning around. The lonely Kim Daksha had something to do. For that reason, he chose a miserable death. While walking on the streets of Seoul, Kim Daksha was immersed in his memories. Whenever he went, he saw where he performed the scenarios with his party members. Kim Daksha once again realized that he had become part of ways of survival. He was obviously living this story. This is very touching, but shouldn't you stop now? How long are you going to keep muttering? Kim Daksha was irritated by the poor fourth wall. At first, it felt good to have someone beside me. However, I didn't feel happy about having everything I did explained. How much time has passed? Kim Daksha wanted to ask, but no one could answer. Damn it. You can answer me. I scolded him before deciding to look at my condition. Many of your stories have been damaged. Your current body is completely collapsed. I had survived by using my status as a constellation, but I had completely lost my physical body. In other words, my current existence wasn't flesh but a mass of incomplete stories. Your current body is in a very dangerous condition. Methods to preserve your body can't be found. It was an uneasy state where I could completely collapse if anyone touched me. This wasn't living. I decided to try everything I could. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint isn't available in this area. As expected, it didn't work. You can't communicate with your incarnation. This also didn't work. I was expecting it, but I was really weird because it didn't work out. It felt like I was living alone in an area where no communication was possible. Of course, my actual situation was worse than that. You can't use the channel system. Since I was banished from the scenario, I naturally couldn't access the channel, and my contract with Baihyung was cancelled. I stared at the sky without stars and felt empty freedom. Now I was really alone. Once I realized this fact, a chill started to creep in. Nobody sees me and I can't see anyone either. No, I wasn't completely alone. In the midst of this, Kim Daksha suddenly realized. He felt a sense of existence through someone's eyes. I'm not thinking such philosophical things, idiot. Rather, how long are you going to keep this up? The stupid Kim Daksha doesn't know why the Great Fourth Wall is doing this hard work. What? Why can't you just explain? What the hell are you? You are a skill, right? The stupid Kim Daksha is talking to the air. It was a real jerk. Stupid Kim Daksha. Can't you stop? Do you want me to turn the skill off? Then a sound was heard in the air. The fourth wall asks, Tan should I kati? I was a bit surprised. This brat, it could express itself more clearly now? Come to think of it, last time. Yes, stop. I don't want to be bothered right now. The exclusive skill fourth wall is silent. The next moment I regretted my choice. I felt the air around me freezing. It suddenly penetrated deeply into my bones. I felt the air in my lungs clogging up. Cough? At this moment, something belatedly came to my mind. It was the reason why Vedas and Olympus sent me to the outside the scenario area. It was due to this exact situation. It was a plot to kill Incarnation Kim Daksha and deal with Constellation Kim Daksha. Cook. I tried to scream, but there was no sound. I could breathe, but I couldn't breathe. It felt as if someone had squeezed my lungs and my breath was blocked. My head turned blank and my thoughts were erased one by one. The star stream was a world of stories. There were no exceptions, whether it was for incarnations or constellations. Every being existed through a story. The speed of the damage to your stories has increased. Your existence has started to vanish. In a place with no stories, nothing could exist. Even me. Damn. Save me. I shouted while fearing that I would disappear. I could finally see why the fourth wall had such a big mouth. It kept speaking in order to save me. In a place where there were no stories, it kept me alive, kept telling me stories. The exclusive skill fourth wall is activated. The fourth wall says JERK. I managed to start breathing again. Pant, pant. I knew that being banished from the scenario was terrible, but I hadn't expected it to be this much. Indeed, even Chiak Jungyong couldn't survive outside the scenario without the help of a nebula. Damn. I thought too shallowly about the situation. I thought I could move onto the first target area somehow if I gave up a few stories. It would have been hard for me to live if it hadn't been for the fourth wall. Kim Daksha thought, I should never turn off the fourth wall again. I couldn't refute the words in my miserable mood. By the way, how long can you keep it up? The fourth wall says no Tilanji. Intense sparks appeared as the fourth wall spoke. Indeed, it would be strange that the fourth wall could cope alone with something that required the probability of a nebula. I didn't have much time. If I couldn't finish my task in a timely manner, I would die here. At this moment, a noise was heard from somewhere. It was reminiscent of a vacuum cleaner. Kim Daksha knows what this is. Yes, I know. The scenario cleaners. The appearance of a cleaner meant a major cleanup of the scenario area had begun. Kim Daksha thought, since the cleaning has begun, the great demon of the horizon will soon reveal itself. The hyenas who wander through the ruins of the scenario can't afford to miss out on these delicious ruins. It was amazing to read. However, before I met them, I had to find something first. Kim Daksha picked up his pace. I staggered and gradually sped up. Things reminiscent of small clouds were wandering around the streets. They were the scenario cleaners. They were ones to watch out for, but I ran without worrying. In any case, the cleaners were low and their recognition range was narrow. If I carefully avoided them, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the target point without being noticed. I headed south of Gwangwaman, Yuljiro 3GA, Chungmuro, Dongdaegu, Yaksu, Gumho Station. Like a salmon, I passed by the places I had been. Finally, I arrived at Aksu Station. There, I faced the broken Dongo Bridge. I watched the broken bridge and memories pass through my head. This was the place where Yu Jonghyuk dropped me into the mouth of an ichthyosaur. I didn't know if he was doing well right now. Well, he had Han Suyong to help him. I had to hope. I leapt lightly across the broken bridge. In the past, it was a bridge that could only be crossed using Deus Ex Machina. Now a single leap was enough. It was a moment that showed how much had changed from the beginning of the scenario. However, I still had a long way to go. The things I had to cross were waiting for me at a distance much greater than the gap of this broken bridge. Finally, I reached a half-broken subway. This was the start of all the scenarios. I looked at the appearance of the subway before entering and looking through the ruins. How long did I look? I finally found what I was looking for. It was an item box that was shining white. There was a short message left on the item box. Kim Daksha, can I trust you? It was left as you requested. Thank you for being an incarnation of my channel. It was very obvious who wrote the message. Please be alive. Of course. I wouldn't die. I opened the item box. The box contained 300,000 coins and the items I asked to be purchased. A new attribute has been acquired. The item Dakibi Egg has been acquired. The item Unbroken Faith has been acquired. I grabbed all the items and left the subway. That guy was coming in the nick of time. I sat on the bridge and waited. Soon that guy would come. As I thought this, someone appeared on the horizon where the story ended. He was an old man with a giant lump on one cheek. He walked towards the side with a strange expression. It was like he knew I was here. Are you the Demon King of Salvation? I looked at him for a moment before turning my gaze towards the light of dawn outside the dome. I thought of the nebulae that would be waiting for me beyond that light. Maybe they would think I was dead by now. Olympus, Vedas, Papyrus. I remembered every one of them. All the constellations who laughed at the stories of the incarnations and finally made their own entertainment. Just wait a little bit. I will pull all of you down from that fucking heaven. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 191 Story Horizon 3. This sentence appeared in Ways of Survival. The great demons who live in the horizon of the story. They aren't demon kings or demon species. They are great demons. They are those who hate the Dakibis as much as they seek and crave stories. Yes, this sentence. If you are expelled from the scenario, there is only one thing to look forward to. It is to hope for mercy from the great demon of the horizon. The fourth wall made it clear for me and I had nothing to say. I looked at the great demon of the horizon. He gave off a very old impression. At first glance, I feel like a vagrant, but it wasn't hard to recognize them. It was because every great demon of the horizon had a big lump on their cheek. Due to that, some people called them the Weni Man. TL. When equals growth/swelling on the skin, light sparks appeared in the air and the Weni Man stepped back. It is unusual. I can't see your information with the great demon's eyes. There was a yellow glow in the eyes of the Weni Man. It was an attempt to dig up my personal information. Great demon's eyes. Anna Croft had the same eyes as the Weni Man. It was natural. I'm sure that he was the one who gave Anna the information on the great demon's eyes. The great demons of the horizon were incomparable dangerous compared to Baihyung. I would be eaten if I underestimated him even a little bit. I deliberately delayed before opening my mouth. My information can't be read by the prophet. Isn't your information network a bit slow? The Weni Man frowned like his ego was hurt. Did you know I was coming? Yes. How? You probably came to grab this. I pulled out the Dakibi egg. The Weni Man's eyes shook. He knew what this egg contained. The soul is mine. At the same time, the great demon's lump started to swell ominously. I sent this soul here from another parallel dimension. I have ownership of the soul. He took one step closer while I stepped back. What are you talking about? The soul should have returned to me from the underworld. You intercepted it. I hope you return the soul before it is too late. Return? What was this bullshit? Is there a method to handle lost items in the star stream? The Weni Man still stayed in the distance as he stared at the egg with deep greed in his eyes. I looked down at the egg. The presence in this egg was the Shin Yusung from Yu Jonghyuk's 41st regression. In a sense, the great demon of the horizon was right. The person who turned Shin Yusung into a disaster and sent her to this dimension was the Weni Man in front of him. The wrinkles on the Weni Man's face increased. If you want to play with words, let me ask her directly. This kid has her own free will. I didn't hesitate to tap on the surface of the egg and ask, Yusung, he is your master. What do you think? The egg shook steadily. Churmem, I see. It is a no? Hey. I ignored the Weni Man and asked the egg again. Then who are you? The egg shook even more. I nodded as if I understood. Yes, a soul can't belong to anyone. Just like no one can be the master of the story. No one could be the master of the story. A sharp look crossed the face of the Weni Man who heard this. The great demon's eyes were spinning. He smiled like he found it interesting. How funny, Demon King of Salvation. Do you intend to negotiate with me now? I was caught. I smiled and replied, that's right. Okay. Your behavior so far has been interesting. However, if you want to negotiate, give me the egg first. Don't you know what a negotiation is? This is a problem. I need this kid. You don't know the value of that egg. No, I know. The egg was glued tightly to my hand, like it didn't want to leave. I lightly patted the egg. Beings born from this egg can make a channel. Do you know what that means? It means I can broadcast outside the authority of the Bureau. The Weni Man faintly shook at my words. His confused fingers were heading for his beard. I added, in other words, this egg has the power to make countless stories. Isn't that why you want this egg? The Weni Man was extremely surprised and he was silent for a moment. Felt as if he was trying to search my heart. However, he couldn't find C inside me when even the great demon's eyes couldn't see anything. Are you going to rebel against the star stream? Rebel? Who knows? Does the Bureau manage all of the star stream? Sometimes a part is the same as the whole. I don't think that is true, but okay. If it is an answer you want. The eyes of the Weni Man were turning like a camera lens. I knew what he wanted, so I pointed to the night sky and deliberately spoke like a revolutionary. I will destroy the world of the fucking Dakibis. The face of the Weni Man distorted. I knew what this creepy expression meant. This was his smile. I like it. It was simple to gain the favor of the Weni Man. I just had to blame the Dakibis. The most widely known story about the great demons of the horizon, or the Weni Man, was probably the story about the old man with a one. It was a story we all heard at least once in our childhood. A good-hearted Weni man got rid of his growth thanks to the dakibis, while a bad-hearted Weni man got on more lump of growth because of the dakibis. TL, Korean folktale. You can watch the following video if interested. It is in Korean, but you can get the gist of the story. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=WZVWABHBU. I looked at the lump on the Weni man and asked, then are you on the good side or the bad side? Humans always wonder about it. There is no guarantee I will take your side just because I am good. Well, you have a lump, so you are naturally bad. That folktale has spread across the world. Stories handed down aren't always accurate. It is becoming increasingly clear that you are bad. The Weni man shook like he was having a seizure. According to Ways of Survival, the lump acted as a warehouse for storing stories. Countless tales inside that lump were waiting to find a new owner. The Weni man looked at his system window that shook like a pendulum and told me, you asked for 2 things. I nodded. One is to go back to the scenario. The other is to acquire a new incarnation body. That's right. The Weni man acted in places the Dakibi's channels couldn't reach and played a role similar to the Starstream's black market trader. They got rewards for sending the exiles back to the scenario, and they also saved unique items that the channel couldn't obtain. Of course, the price was very expensive. I can help you with both. Okay, then help me. Give me the egg in return. No, then I can't help. Damn, it was back to the start. It seemed that they were firmly attached to the Dakibi egg. I decided to firmly hammer in the nail. I told you I can't give you the egg. You can't use it even if you take it. The kid will only listen to me. Don't tell me the egg grew by eating your story? That's right. Mixing a dakibi with your stories, you are a filthy person. Shut up. They'll give you something else. What can you give me? A story. Isn't it something you want in the first place? Only the stories were valuable in the Starstream. Therefore, the Weni man received stories. You are very confident. What type of story can you give me? They'll show you. I opened the list of my stories. Plus, list of stories. King of a kingless world. Person who opposes the miracle. One who showed contempt for a streamer. One who hunted the king of disasters. One who killed an outer god. Demon king of salvation. Scylla allied forces. Bug slaughter. Plus, I never thought I would have collected so many stories. Of course, there were only 6 that were legendary grade and above, but it was a start. Perhaps I was the only one who had collected this number of stories by the 10th scenario. In fact, the Weni man showed a hint of admiration. I knew you were great, but this is really amazing. He didn't hesitate to admire every story, like a guest in a luxury store. In particular, his eyes were filled with a deep greed when he saw the legendary stories. The color of the lump was red, seeming to show his excitement. It won't be hard to replace the egg. Of course. Do I have to pick only one? For now. Of course, it depended on the value of the story. There were some I had no intention of trading all of them. That was equivalent to giving away everything that made me a constellation. Then the Weni man picked a story without hesitating. Then I will pick one who killed an outer god. Do you have no conscience? It is the only semi-myth that I have. The value of a semi-myth grade story couldn't be converted into coins. No matter how important the deal with the great demon of the horizon, I couldn't give him the semi-myth grade story. Moreover, one who killed an outer god would be useful when meeting another outer god. The Weni man smacked his lips like he knew he had made an excessive demand. Then this one isn't bad either. I will choose king of a kingless world. I shook my head. It is my birth story. I can't give it to you. I see. Then demon king of salvation. You want to give you what made me a full constellation. My status will be demoted. It is unfortunate. Then how about person who opposes the miracle? There is a place I have to use that later. I'm sorry. The dumbfounded Weni man stared at me with frustration. Then what story are you going to give me? They'll give you this. Scylla Allied Forces. It was a history grade story that I got from helping Lady of the Brocade Sleep and the Scylla constellations. The Weni man's face wrinkled. Giving me that isn't worth anything. Wasn't this too much? The Lady of the Brocade Sleep would shed tears if she heard this. It was a great story where Scylla joined hands with the Tang dynasty to hit at the Han ethnic group. Then how about bug slaughter? It is better than before, but it is still a common story. They'll give you both of them. If necessary, the other history grade stories as well. Can I take it that you have no intention of trading with me? Damn, he wasn't an idiot like Bai Hyung. Bai Hyung was the one who changed the compensation rate from 10% to 0%. I continued to hesitate and the Weni man smiled vaguely. I don't know how you are still holding on to your existence, but do you have enough time left? I could feel that my body temperature had dropped more than before. The interval between the fourth wall's words was gradually increasing. Your body is collapsing. I hadn't gained as much as I could from the Weni man and my existence was in a fairly precarious situation. This collapse would accelerate unless I returned to a scenario right away or at least received a new body. The stupid Kim Dokja thought, damn, what story should I give him? I was feeling frustrated, so don't bother me at this time. At that moment, a story caught Kim Dokja's eyes. What caught my eyes? I momentarily hesitated. Come to think of it, there was this story. Then how about this? TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 192 Story Horizon 4. It was a legendary story, but at the same time, there was no special function. Nevertheless, the existence of the story itself was enough to attract the attention of the Weni man. This story? How about it? Do you like it? The Weni man stared at the story with eyes full of disbelief. His eyes trembled as if such a story wasn't possible. The long fingertips touched the window and the contents of the story started to play. Peek, peek, piak. The intermediate dakibi Paul was being pounded by my fists. Every time the face of the dakibi was battered, an expression of shock crossed the Weni man's face. The story one who showed contempt for a streamer. Even if this story was given, I had 5 stories above the legendary level and my status wouldn't be jeopardized. Naturally, it was a story that the Weni man was bound to love. They were those who liked to swear at the dakibi and was bound to like stories beating the dakibi up. Kook, kookik, kuhahahat. The Weni man soon let out a burst of laughter. I waited until he had fully enjoyed it. Good, I'll take this. It is a very pleasant story. Then do we have a deal? It is still lacking. The story you gave is rare, but it has almost no functional value. I figured this would come out. I quickly added, then I'll give you Scylla allied forces as well. It is still insufficient. If you want to continue the transaction, you have to change the contents of the deal. Change it? How? As I said earlier, you asked for 2 things. One is to return to the scenario and the other is to get a new incarnation body. I thought for a moment before asking, is this story enough to only cover one of them? That's right. To be exact, I can only help you get an incarnation body. Gaining an incarnation body. This was naturally important. However, why can't you return me to the scenario? Can't you originally help with this much? You talk like you know something. I've heard some things. Rather, I had read about it. Chiak Jungyang was excluded from the scenario and I remembered what the Nebula Hongik paid. The Weni man stared into my eyes and said, normally this price would be enough, but the current situation is a bit special. Special? The Bureau and Nebulae are nervous due to everything you have done. I somehow understood what he was talking about. The Weni man kept speaking. Returning an exile to the scenario is a lot more expensive than you think. It is one of the most intensive consumption of probability in the entire star stream. Still, as you know, I have a close relationship with the eyes of the probability. In a situation like this where many eyes are watching, you will have to pay too much probability. Yes. Furthermore, I don't know the reason, but the branch manager of the Bureau, Baram, has come out and all existing transaction windows are blocked. At present, the straight route of return to the scenario is almost completely blocked. I can't afford it even if you pay a bigger price. I couldn't go straight back to Earth. The situation wasn't as smooth as I thought. The Weni man looked at me and asked, do you just want an incarnation body? This is a legendary story, so I can give you a decent body. There are a number of healthy incarnation bodies that I have recovered from the Murim side. Incarnation bodies from Murim. It was an enticing proposition. However, I shook my head. No matter how good the body, it would be futile if I couldn't return to the scenario. A new incarnation body could stop the collapse for a while, but if I didn't return to the scenario, the collapse would still persist. The Weni man was making such a suggestion because he knew this. Once my new incarnation body was broken down from the exile penalty, he would try to take my other stories with a new deal. I decided to push harder. I have to go back to the scenario. By any means. It is more important than getting an incarnation body. HRMM, it is difficult. Earth isn't possible, then is it okay to go to other scenarios? This was how Chiak Jungyang escaped from the Korean Peninsula scenario. There was no reason I couldn't do it. However, the Weni man shook his head. There are a few places to search, but it isn't good. Moving to an escape scenario requires a greater probability. Is it really like this? Are you being greedy? I deliberately waved the story window through the air. The sight of the intermediate dakibi Paul being punched shook slightly. It is a rarer story than you think. What type of incarnation would strike a dakibi in a world controlled by them? Imagine if you put this in your lump and boast about it to your friends. The Weni man agonized over it for a long time. He thought and thought about it. Your existence is at stake. Acquire a new incarnation body or return to the scenario. Your existence will soon collapse. Finally, the Weni man opened his mouth. There is one place that you can go. Where? At this moment, An eerie light appeared around the Weni man's mouth. The demon world. His tone sounded as if he was saying something terrible. The Weni man saw my expression and laughed. You don't have to be so scared. The demon world is also a place where people live. Besides, there is enough demonic energy in your body that it won't be noticeable if you go there. There are different areas of the demon world. Where are you going to send me? The 73rd Demon Realm. It is a place without a ruler. It is also a place where the losers of the scenario have gathered since a long time ago. The 73rd Demon Realm. If I remembered correctly, it was one of the scenario areas that overlapped with the Earth scenario. I nodded. Well, it isn't bad. Instead, I won't be able to supply you with an incarnation body if I send you there. However, I will return to the scenario. Entering the scenario area didn't mean I could return to the scenario. It was because I had already finished the scenario. In other words, I had to get help to enter the scenario. Then the Weni man shook his head. It is too unreasonable. I can only send you to the 73rd Demon Realm. What nonsense is this? I will give you some information instead. You will need a lot of luck and effort, but if you use this information, you will be able to get an incarnation body and return to the scenario. It looks like a losing deal for me. Still, it is all I can offer. I pretended to think for a moment before slowly nodding. Now I had no other option. Okay, I will accept that deal. I had decided, so there was no need to waste any more time. I immediately pulled out the story and gave it to him. You have paid the story one who showed contempt for a streamer. The Weni man nodded. The price has been received. The Weni man swallowed the story that he had received from me. Then his lump shone blue. He smiled with satisfaction and took a deep breath. It was as if he was sucking all the air around him. I looked closer and realized he wasn't just swallowing air. The time and space around him was being sucked inside. The lump swelled by several times before there was a loud roar. Along with the roar, a space poured out of the Weni man's mouth. The space that came pouring out created a long, elliptical passage. Beyond this passage, the landscape of a different world was shining. Quickly enter. It has a very short duration, unlike a portal. I jumped into the passage without hesitation. You have been transferred to a new time and space. Felt like he was jumping through the universe. Stars passed like countless meteor showers. I was flying through the night sky of the star stream. Numerous scenario areas that had become fragments of the story flew around me. The star stream has noticed your presence. For a moment, there was a gaze on me. The star stream has accepted your presence. Then the gaze disappeared. A small current seized my body, but that was all. Perhaps the necessary probability was paid by the Weni man. After a short space journey, I felt the gravity of a powerful story pulling at me. You have reached an area adjacent to the scenario. I rolled across a dust-covered ground with a groan. The impact affected my body as the areas touching the ground started to crack little by little. Your existence is collapsing. Your stories are damaged. You need a new incarnation body. Damn. I hurriedly got up from the ground, but the hell had already begun. Kook. Letters started to flow from the cracks in my body. The most dangerous area was my heart. Your birth story is leaking out. If I didn't seal the wounds and save my body, all my stories would collapse and I would die. I hurriedly looked around. That guy said he would send me to a place where I could save my body. There must be something here that could make up the incarnation body. The moment I looked around, my expression hardened. This place? There was a huge pile of garbage around me. Then, as if he had been waiting, I heard the voice of the Weni man. Perhaps by now, you have arrived in the 73rd Demon Realm and you are facing the horizon of the scenario. The horizon of the scenario. I knew this name. It was a place where the wastes excluded from the scenario, like me, were forcibly thrown by the scenario cleaners. I shouted as I looked at the debris rolling around. No, wait a minute. This is a dumpster. You will be able to obtain an incarnation body that can be used from there. Of course, you have to find useful components. Well, I don't know if you can get them. Damn it. The Weni man wasn't planning a fair deal with me from the beginning. If I was to die, he would come here and retrieve my stories. I hope you can find something good from the horizon. I hesitantly sat down. Letters kept falling from my heart. If this continued, I would die in less than 5 minutes. After a moment, Kim Dokcha's expression started to change. I slowly looked around. It was for certain. I couldn't feel the eyes of the Weni man at all. The confused eyes became calm and the mouth, that was open like a fool, slowly closed. Soon, Kim Dokcha restored his clothes and muttered. It's hard. Kim Dok JS act ing is rowing. Did you notice? I slowly looked down. It was pretty annoying, but I had to act to avoid the Weni man's doubts. His purpose was to come here in the first place. If he wants to get what he wants while hiding as much as possible, he has to act this much. I listened to the fourth wall as I searched the surrounding area. I think I came to the right place. As the fourth wall said, I planned to come here from the beginning. It was why I put on a death show in front of the constellations. I climbed the garbage pile and started to look around. Quek, it hurts. However, it wasn't easy to maintain my sanity due to the piercing pain in my heart. Your birth story is collapsing. Everything else was clearly acting, but this pain wasn't false. I desperately held onto my consciousness while thinking of sentences from Ways of Survival. It was Yu Jonghyuk's 111th regression. Yu Jonghyuk was expelled from the scenario and reached a place where he could build up his power. The 73rd Demon Realm, the horizon of the scenario. At the dumpster, Yu Jonghyuk got his new body. Nevertheless, no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find a story that could be the materials for a new body. In the first place, the horizon of the scenario was a place where broken stories converged. There was no way I could find a usable body in this place. At least through a normal method. Activate an attribute effect. The effect of the Lamarck Kirin attribute has been activated. Lamarck Kirin was an evolutionary attribute that I purchased for 300,000 coins. It was an attribute left behind in Baihyung's item box. Finally, the time had come for the consumption of coins to be worth it. The privilege evolution factor search has begun. Searching for story fragments that you can absorb. I slowly closed and opened my eyes as different things started to become noticeable around the garbage dump. Story fragments have been detected. The fragments were shining with a white light. At least for me, this place wasn't a dumpster. The right arm of the poor sword master who was stabbed in the back by a colleague. The terribly damaged frontal lobe of a grand wizard. The heart of a young gold dragon who was torn to death by an outer god. According to the setting of Ways of Survival, the privilege of Lamarck Kirin was to construct the body by absorbing broken stories. Then I am starting. I slowly reached out towards a red heart fragment. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 193, Episode 36, Story Horizon 4. The texture of the dull quilt touched skin. Jung Hee-won didn't know how long it had been since she enjoyed a luxury like this. Everything was peaceful. She didn't need to be afraid of being attacked by monsters in the night or watch out for humans trying to steal her items. However, Jung Hee-won was well aware that this peace wouldn't last long. Jung Hee-won-si, please open the door. I'm asking you for an interview. For a week, reporters had been clamoring in front of the house. She could glimpse flashes of light through the curtains. In front of the ruthless gazes of the cameras, Jung Hee-won felt a strong sense of déjà vu. It isn't just the constellations who are voyeurs. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is chuckling. The constellation Secretive Plotter agrees with your thoughts. Jung Hee-won felt a new sense of emotion at all the gazes on her. Before the scenario began, the forms were different, but there were similar things. The voyeuristic gazes and the struggle for survival. In this sense, the scenario might be around before the scenario even started. Nobody knew it was a scenario. Through the window, she saw the broken city area and the blocked Seoul Dome. It had already been a week since they left Seoul Dome, but Jung Hee-won couldn't believe she was out of the dome. Hee-won Uni, did you just wake up? Ah yes, Jae-hai. Jung Hee-won smiled helplessly as Lee Jae-hai burst through the door. It had been 1 week after the escape from Seoul Dome. Many things had happened in the meantime. Jung Hee-won and the group were assisted with homes by the provisional government in the Gyeonggi area and were invited to the institute to answer a few questions. They were obvious questions. What happened inside Seoul Dome? Were the rumors on the internet true? How many people were like them and what ideas did they have? What were the constellations and the scenario? At first, Jung Hee-won faithfully answered the questions as the representative. Then over time, the whole thing became annoying. She wondered what was the point in doing this? The South Korean government had already disappeared. The provisional government, made up of some lucky parliament and city council members, had no idea what had happened. They still firmly believed that the state system would be meaningful in the face of future scenarios. For those who were still stuck to old beliefs despite the new era, Jung Hee-won had something to say to them. Take off your suits and your ties first. Huh? They aren't good outfits to run away in. Jung Hee-won glanced at Lee Jae-hai. In any case, the party members were the only ones she could believe in. What about Yu Song-gasi? She is in a room with the kids. The problem was that the party members weren't well. Lee Jae-hai spoke in a dark voice. The loss of Daksha Ajusi is a big blow. Honestly, things were uncertain when he was with them, but once he was missing, everyone was lost. This was Kim Daksha to the party members. Everyone's purpose was survival, but it was Kim Daksha who decided the path of survival. It was natural for the party members to lose their direction and scatter. I wish I had the manual that Soldier Ajusi mentioned. Have you heard from Hyun Sung-si yet? He was called to the army on the first day and there is still no news. Lee Hyun-sung was originally a soldier and it was natural for him to be called by the army. Lee Jae-hai whined. He is really foolish. I wouldn't have gone. What use is the army in this world? Jung Hee-won agreed with Lee Jae-hai's words, but she didn't want to scold Lee Hyun-sung. Everyone had different ways of dealing with loss. The children stayed in the room while Lee Hyun-sung returned to the army. If it was just that, the following scenario will start in 3 days. Jung Hee-won gulped as she saw the message floating in the air. 3 days later, hell would begin again. The more complicated problem was that the scenarios in the future were likely to be completely different from what they had already been through. You can now respond to the call of the sponsors and receive the personal trials they have set. Personal trials are treated as hidden scenarios and can be replaced the main scenario if it overlaps with certain main scenarios. Scenario substitution is available only until the 25th main scenario begins. They passed the 10th scenario and opened the personal trials. Jung Hee-won didn't have a sense of what they were yet. Lee Jae-hai spoke in a comforting manner. Don't worry too much. How about you, Jang Hyuk-si? I don't know where he went after Kim Dokja's song. He is unlike the real master. Certainly, Yoo Jong-hyuk's reaction to Kim Dokja's death was puzzling. Yoo Jong-hyuk stayed in his room like a broken person for a while before suddenly disappearing, saying he would be back in 3 days. Han Soo-young-si? She went to talk to the government officials this morning. She said it is time to reap the seeds that were sown. The government? What can she expect from them? Then something belatedly came to her mind. If something happens to me, unconditionally follow Han Soo-young. They were words that Kim Dokja once left with her. Why did they have to move with Han Soo-young? However, there must be a reasonable explanation since Kim Dokja said this. Jung Hee-won got up and the surprised Lee Jae-hai asked, "Are you going out?" "Yes. I can't continue staying inside here. We should also get ready. Then I'll go with you." Both of them didn't have a hesitant nature once they decided on something. Lee Jae-hai and Jung Hee-won headed straight out of the house. They opened the front door and the shutter sound poured towards them. Jung Hee-won-si. I'm a reporter from Jeorio Ilbo. Only one word. Please. They weren't the only survivors. Nearly 1,000 people came back from Seoul Dome. Some of them contacting the living and spoke about the terrible few months they lived. The reporters continued to find the party members despite accumulating enough stories. The reason was simple. Among the 1,000 survivors, Jung Hee-won and the others were celebrities who were at the center of the scenario. Jung Hee-won-si. What happened inside there? I heard it was helpful that you learned kendo. Is that true? There is a rumor that you were a candidate for the national team. Jung Hee-won looked at the reporters pushing their microphones towards her. The government had told her not to tell the media what happened. She had been saving her words so far because she didn't find it easy to talk. Then why? Today, Jung Hee-won felt like saying something. You are curious about what happened inside there? Jung Hee-won let go of Lee Jae-hai's hand and looked at the banner waving outside. Yang Cheongg's hero. Celebrating the safe return of Judge of Destruction Jung Hee-won. Hero? Her? Yang Cheonggu had long since disappeared. Nevertheless, this banner was hung, and Jung Hee-won couldn't withstand it anymore. I'm not the hero you think I am. I wasn't a candidate for the national team and I didn't do well in kendo. Jung Hee-won spoke into the microphone like she was talking to the whole world. Before the destruction came, I was just a bartender working at a cheap bar. Her words caused a stir among the reporters. Nobody could believe it. Someone scoffed and someone else looked a bit jealous. In front of these gazes, Jung Hee-won felt strangely free. She wasn't the old Jung Hee-won anymore. Jung Hee-won realized it with all these eyes on her. The reporters kept asking her questions. How could a bartender become one of the last survivors? How could she survive and how did she become the judge of destruction? The constellation Bald General of Justice is looking at you with sad eyes. The constellation One-Eyed Maitreya is reminded of someone by your words. The indirect messages of the constellations came from all over the place. Jung Hee-won opened her mouth without understanding her feelings. Do you know Kim Dokja? The constellation Maritime War God is nodding. The constellation Coaeil Pil remembers the name. The constellation Last Hero of Wangsanbil remembers him. The voices of the reporters followed after the constellation. Kim Dokja? Who is that? I seem to have heard it before. Jung Hee-won thought it was funny. They didn't know. Of course, they could never know. Jung Hee-won lightly breathed in and said, "The last survivors didn't survive with our own strength." She suddenly felt like crying as she spoke. The reporters didn't know anything and kept asking questions. What are you saying? The name Kim Dokja isn't on the list of survivors? Why didn't Kim Dokja come back with you? Where is that person now? Where was he? Jung Hee-won didn't know. However, if she had one wish, that person. Jung Hee-won stared at the Seoul Dome. He'll be back. Definitely. At this time, Kim Dokja opened his eyes in the demon world. Eek. I screamed as I vomited and opened my eyes. The sound of my heartbeat was unfamiliar. A golden aura appeared around my heart and rough magic power was emitted. It might be broken, but it was still the heart of a dragon hatchling. The strong magic power of the transplanted material was enough to stun me. If I could use this properly, I wouldn't be lacking magic power in combat for a while. The attribute Lamarck Kirin has allowed you to absorb the power of the broken story. In fact, absorbing a broken story was a dangerous idea. It would have been impossible for me without Lamarck Kirin. Lamarck Kirin isn't acknowledged among the other evolutionary attributes because it is less effective. However, it has the fewest side effects and doesn't absorb the weakness of the story. If I had obtained Darwin's Demon, another evolutionary attribute, I would have been killed the moment I ate the Gold Dragon story. This absorption effect was good because my safety was guaranteed. I didn't have multiple lives anymore. The story fragment Broken Heart of a Young Gold Dragon has been acquired. The original name of the story fragment was Heart of a Young Gold Dragon who was torn to death by an outer god. However, I didn't absorb the torn to death by an outer god part. This was the advantage of Lamarck Kirin. The absorption rate of the story was low, but the weakness wasn't absorbed. Your new body is being constructed. The creation of a new body will delay the collapse of your existence. This effect is temporary, and it is recommended to quickly return to the scenario. Magic power flowed from my new beating heart and I could breathe a bit. At the very least, the tragedy of losing my birth story wouldn't happen anymore. The reconstruction of my body would start from now on. I started to eat right arm of the poor sword master who was stabbed in the back by a colleague. Rather than tearing off flesh, it was closer to peeping at a story that broke as soon as it was seen. The story fragment right arm of the poor sword master has been acquired. I didn't know if it was just my imagination, but I felt that I could use the sword a bit better. The attribute Lamarck Kirin has reached its saturation limit. Drop the saturation level to absorb new story fragments. I felt better after eating 2 story fragments and sat down on a pile of garbage. It is a bit cold. It was less painful than before, but the cold continued to prickle at my skin. The durability of my body had increased, but the exile penalty hadn't disappeared. I felt a big emptiness and loneliness from the loss of the story. I seemed to know why people wanted to hear, see, or read something over and over. Then a slight warmth started to flow through my body. Someone is talking about you. Talking about me? Your story is being created on planet Earth. I could see what happened. Someone was talking about me on Earth. Who was it? Couldn't be Yu Jonghyuk, Lee Hyun-sung, Young Hee-won, or Shin Yu-sung. I didn't know. Still, it was funny. Someone was telling my story. Someone still remembered. The new story Kim Dajaega's legend has been created on Peaceland. I hoped they would at least get my name right. I looked up at the night sky where the stars were invisible. This was the horizon of the story. I couldn't see the stars and the stars couldn't see me. Thus, the arrogant stars wouldn't know. In a place they couldn't see, the story that was going to destroy them had just begun. Chapter 194, Episode 37, Landscape of the Demon World, 1. The fourth wall said, "Whe is TS place. Don't co pyme." I was walking through the horizon of the story. To be exact, I had already been walking for 4 days. Anyone who walked through the endless piles of trash would feel like talking to the wall. I muttered towards the fragments of the story. Kim Daksha thought, "I'm going to pick that up." Since there was a considerable amount of space left in the infinite dimension spacecoat, I stored all the stories I picked up in it. Then the fourth wall replied, "IDOT." It was comforting to not be speaking to myself. I didn't know the identity of the fourth wall, but it clearly wasn't an enemy. Rather, it was the one saving me from the exile penalty. Cell EPY. Hold on a bit more. You should say something to make it easier. It was hard to survive the exile penalty even after gaining a body, and there still seemed to be no end to the piles of trash. Maybe this pain would continue until I returned to the scenario. Some absorbed stories are causing a configuration conflict. Lamarck Kirin might be an evolutionary attribute with relatively few side effects, but the story balance was causing my incarnation body to creak. It wasn't serious yet, but if I fought or did unnecessary actions, my body might collapse again. Well, nothing was easily solved. This was why I didn't rush despite wanting revenge on the nebulae. The scenario area is getting closer. The first thing I had to do was enter the scenario of the demon world. The Weni man threw me to this place, but I knew how to get the scenario here. I already had a rough plan. The route I was currently following was exactly the same as Yu Jonghyuk of the 111th regression. Therefore, the plan shouldn't go wrong unless there were unusual variables in the middle. Speaking of which, there was a lot of work in Yu Jonghyuk's 111th regression. It was around the time that the author of Ways of Survival fell into a slump for a while. It was just after passing the 1000th chapter, and I remembered leaving a comment with advice on various things. I didn't know if it was because of my comment, but a new person suddenly appeared and the story changed. Suddenly, the Dakibi egg in my arm wriggled. I absorbed some of the story fragments and stroked the egg. Yes, you are cute. I felt the soul I saved awakening to a new life. It was very strange. The egg would probably hatch in 1 month. At that time, my plan would be in full swing. By the way, once this kid hatched, she couldn't be called Shin Yusung. What should I name her? At this time, Kim Daksha heard a sound in his ears. I crouched behind a garbage pile and held my breath. It wasn't just one or two that I felt. There were at least dozens of, maybe hundreds of individuals. I peeked out to check the situation. I saw actions that didn't feel alive at all. Beings similar to humans were searching the piles of stories. Their identity was clear. They were the removal slaves. They took orders from the rules of the demon realms, collecting the story fragments from the surrounding horizon to be used as fuel. They had very little intelligence and wouldn't attack unless threatened first. Kim Daksha thought, the fact that the removal slaves are moving means there is an industrial complex nearby. The industrial complexes were like cities in the demon world. They were factories that created energy by grinding broken fragments of stories, and a residential area would surround the factory. If I remembered correctly, the closest industrial complex would be the Siswitz industrial complex. Move faster. We are running out of fuel today. I was surprised and hid behind the garbage pile again. A demon with small wings and a single horn was flapping his wings and giving orders. It was a supervisor of the industrial complex. The fact that he came here meant the scale of the gathering was quite large. Then a removal slave approached the pile of trash that I was hiding behind. I faced it without any attempts at avoidance. Growling? The removal slave that stared at me with dumb eyes had the appearance of a chimpanzee, not a human. Perhaps its planet was destroyed and it was one of the species abducted here. They were those who lost their scenarios and relied on other beings to live. I saw the stigma 6424 on his arm. The effect of the Demon King candidate has been activated. Demon King candidate. It was an attribute I got from the 73rd Demon King scenario. Then I started to hear words that were hard to understand. I want to stop. What? Kill me. The desire to be free filled its eyes as if this existence itself was simple. I gazed into the pathetic eyes for a moment and sighed deeply. Kim Daksha thought, I guess there is only one way. After a while, I stood with the other removal slaves at the entrance of the industrial complex. The items, including the space coat, were hidden deep inside the pile of stories I was carrying. In other words, I was naked now. It was inevitable since I had to look like a removal slave as much as possible. In case of an emergency, I stitched the stigma 6424 of the guy who died on my left arm. Next, my plan was simple. I would enter the industrial complex by mixing in with removal slaves. It was because the screening of the removal slaves wasn't as strict as other travelers. What? Today's yield is 0. However, the supervisor was more of an obstacle than I thought. I gulped as I saw the supervisor explode right in front of me. Hey, you over there. Take this brat. Put him in the fuel tank. The supervisor threw the removal slave like he was handling a machine part. The supervisor was Demon Baron Chechefin. He was a lower grade than the nobles I met in Dark Castle. Those in Dark Castle might have more stories, but a baron was a baron. He was a guy I could kill without much strain. Next, 6424. The problem was what would happen after I killed him. The masters of the industrial complexes were the top dukes of the demon world. A duke was more likely to notice when the supervisor of an industrial complex was killed. Needless to say, it was dangerous to deal with the top nobles of the demon world with my current incarnation body. I could use the Demon King attribute candidate, but I didn't want to attract attention from the beginning. In any case, I couldn't help feeling nervous for a variety of reasons as I held out my collection basket. If things became twisted here, my future plans would become considerably harder. What? You have brought a lot. Fortunately, the supervisor's face flushed red after seeing all the stories I brought. I wondered if he would find the items I hid in the pile of fragments, but I didn't think he was such a meticulous person. The supervisor flapped his wings and shouted, "Everybody take a leaf from his book." Huh? Don't you know that the recent yield isn't good? At this rate, all of you will become fuel. The supervisor's bluff caused fear to fill the eyes of the removal slaves. No matter how much they lost, the fear of dying remained. Well done, 6424. Come in. You have entered a scenario area. I escaped from the supervisor's eyes and left the group of removal slaves. I searched through the pile and wore the items one by one. I stored what I needed and discarded the rest. I walked along the street and soon afterwards, a large square appeared. Humans were wandering around. There were also elves, djinns, and sometimes demons. It was right to call the demon world a place where people lived. Not only did humans come from different dimensions, but a multitude of species also lived here. There were merchants selling various things and people bargaining to buy them. A similar village to paradise appeared. It was a place where people lived and stories gathered. I suddenly recalled a sentence from Ways of Survival. A city surrounded by a huge wall. The low slate roofs created an unbalanced skyline. Sometimes vehicles with steam engines were seen passing through the street. It was a city with a mixture of civilizations at various levels. Most constellations didn't watch this place, but it was also home to life. It was a place where everyone was living together with their own scenarios. This was the industrial complex. Sure enough, it was just as depicted. I might say these words when witnessing the Demon World's industrial complex for the first time. The name Demon World made this peaceful scene inconceivable. However, this place wasn't much different from Earth where humans gathered. To the people who thought such things, I wanted to tell them a sentence from Ways of Survival. If you think about it in reverse, it might mean that the human world is just as terrible. Yes, these words. I was reminded of the contents of Ways of Survival and immersed in deep emotions. The 73rd Demon Realm's Siswit's industrial complex. Here I had to meet a character who would fight with me against the nebulae. Of course, they didn't know they were going to do this. Some absorbed stories are causing a configuration conflict. I might need to move more quickly than I thought. To make matters worse, the exhausted fourth wall could no longer hold on. Sleep why? Hey, wait a minute. The exclusive skill fourth wall has temporarily entered a silent state. Damn it, at this time? Suddenly, the cold permeated my body and sparks started to appear. The exile penalty made my body unstable and some people around me noticed my presence. An exile. People scurried away from me like I was infectious. I quickly moved off the main streets. Time was running out. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world. In this place, I had to find the story's second protagonist. Chapter 195 Landscape of the Demon World. 2. Yua. An exile. What? How did he get in? The incarnations who saw me yelled. I ran through the crowds and hid myself in the shadows of the city. Due to the exile penalty, pieces of the story fell from my body like blood. The area around my right arm and heart was stabilized from the absorption of new story fragments, but the rest was different. The incarnations probably saw this and realized I was an exile. Where are you going? Shouldn't we report it? Well, he will die soon. Let's just go. It wasn't strange. This wasn't the first time they had seen an exile. They were afraid of exiles because they didn't know what the exiles would do. I leaned against an alley wall and the people looking at me quickly dispersed. The magic locomotive that appeared also played a role in calming the situation. The incarnations found the locomotives covered with ominous black paint and withdrew in dismay. Back off. A noble is coming. A locomotive was running through the center of the industrial complex. I didn't know for certain, but it seemed to be a guest from another industrial complex. Maybe a high-ranking noble of the demon world was on board. A person as strong as Rianhide of Paradise might be riding on that locomotive. I didn't know what was going on, but it was rushing towards the factory for some reason. The locomotive accelerated without caring there were incarnations crossing the road. The frightened commoners started grumbling. It looks like Jillabat's locomotive. Hasn't it been seen often? How would I know? It is the work of the noble scum. We need to know this time. There is a story that the 73rd Demon Realm is being integrated. It was a fairly interesting story, so I focused my hearing on the drifting words. The Demon Realm is being integrated? Those dukes are moving their heavy asses? Yes, Meladin and Burkan are moving. Won't Siswitz be really nervous? At the mention of the Duke who governed the 73rd Demon Realm, the other incarnations also intervened in the conversation. That rumor was real? But we haven't had a Demon King ruling this realm for thousands of years? Then this time, the Demon King will emerge from our turf? Questions poured out and the incarnation who first brought it up spoke in an embarrassed manner. I don't know for sure. Rumor has it that a message from an oracle is passing among the Demon Kings. The emergence of a new Demon King. The Dukes seem to think they will be the one. I saw a similar conversation in Ways of Survival. It was time for this type of rumor to emerge. I had come at a great timing. Demon King. I looked at the locomotive moving away. The industrial complexes also had ranks. The nobles were those who dominated the industrial complexes. The citizens were the incarnations at varying levels. The citizens who lost their stories and fell were the removal slaves. Now there were only these 3 classes, but the story was completely different once a Demon King came. Demon King. A ruler who governed a demon realm. A person with absolute power in one world. There was no way for the species here to disobey the Demon King. In the demon realms, the Demon Kings had the same powerful status as a narrative-grade constellation. Perhaps the Dukes of the 73rd Demon Realm were trying to keep the emergence of such a Demon King in check. Once a Demon King emerged, it was only a matter of time before the current power system collapsed. However, a Demon King must be created. It was why I came to the demon world. The second piece of information. Look for the Etika clock store. A new message arrived and I raised my head to look at the sky. In the darkness, the faint energy of the Weni man could be heard. Fortunately, the Weni man wasn't lacking common sense. There was a saying among the Dakibis that they learned morality from a Weni man, but this was because the Dakibis hated the Weni men. There you will be able to obtain what you want. I nodded lightly and the Weni man disappeared again. The Etika clock store. It seemed the Weni man was aware of the method to get the scenario of the demon world. In fact, there was information on the clock store in ways of survival. Even so, I asked for information from the Weni man in order to not attract unnecessary attention. It was necessary to move in accordance to probability. I looked down at my left arm that was about to break. I couldn't get the scenario right away just because I was going to the clock store. Instead, there was a way to alleviate the exile penalty. The Etika clock store was a place that existed for that purpose from the beginning. I moved without delaying. It wasn't here. Not this alley. I pulled up my collar so that the broken story wasn't visible and ran through the alleys of the industrial complex. However, I couldn't find the clock store. It was natural. There was no such thing as a clock in the demon world. Such things were only meaningful to beings with lives as short as humans. It would have been easier to find if I could read ways of survival. There was no way to read the text file because there was no smartphone. If I knew this, I would have asked Baihyung to prepare a smartphone for me in advance. In the end, should I take the risk and ask someone for the location of the Etika clock store? Suddenly, someone hit me in the shoulder. What the hell is wrong with your eyes? Ah, I'm sorry. So what if you're sorry? Damn, I dropped the parts because of you. Shit. The person was roughly 15 years old. A beautiful young man was glaring at me with cold eyes while carrying mechanical parts. Well, I'm sorry. I was wondering if it was necessary to curse, but the boy spoke faster than me. If you're sorry, then quickly pick them up. I was overwhelmed by the fierce words that poured from the handsome lips and picked up the fallen parts. It felt like the old Kim Daksha had suddenly emerged. I guessed I picked up the parts too quickly, causing the boy to laugh. Damn, he'll let you off this once. Be careful next time. The boy took the parts, glanced at me with distinctive eyes and rushed forward again. Then why? I saw his face and felt like I had been hit in the back of the head with a hammer. It wasn't because I was scolded by someone younger than me. That guy, like every fantasy novel, there were pretty and handsome characters in ways of survival. Among the pretty and handsome characters, there were those who were described as equivalent to Yu Jonghyuk. Kyrios Rodgrame, who I met in Peaceland, was such a case. By the way, this world contained people who were more beautiful than Kyrios. In such cases, what expression should be used? The boy was so beautiful that Yu Jonghyuk had to hit his cheeks twice. In addition, this description was only attached to 3 people in ways of survival. I found you. There was a huge road and the entire shelf of the store was broken. Damn, this was already the 3rd time. It was also a shelf with work on it. Aileen, the watchmaker of Etika, suppressed a curse and asked with a calm smile. What are you doing? What am I doing? Shouldn't you already know after experiencing it 3 times? No, that's what I want to say. What do you want from a clock store owner? Aileen was nervous as she confronted the 2 demons in front of her. Demon Baron Melon. Demon Earl Salak. The 2 demons were famous nobles in the Siswitz industrial complex. One of the demons laughed as he stretched out elongated arms. Cook. Aileen groaned as she was hit in the jaw. The demon Earl Salak laughed as he carefully examined the wound left on Aileen's white skin. You're definitely not an ordinary watchmaker. However, you're not great enough for the Duke to visit 3 times. This isn't 3 humble visits to a thatched cottage. Do you know what a lying down dragon is? TL. Famous episode in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms where Liu Bei recruited Zhuge Liang by visiting him 3 times. I didn't know who that is, but didn't I make it for you last time? This time I can't help you. The air inside the clock store started to freeze. It was the power of a demon noble. Aileen trembled as her face turned pale with fright. What is this, Aileen? Is this a personal loan? Someone was standing in front of the clock store. Salak saw the young man standing at the door and frowned. You are the foul-mouthed guy of the clock store. Do you want to be executed? He'll take care of him. Demon Baron Melon grabbed the boy's neck and lifted him up. The beautiful boy looked down at Melon, who told him, I feel it every time I come, but you are really pretty. I feel it every time I see you, but you are really disgusting. Melon's left hand hit the boy's belly. There was the sound of something bursting, but the boy's eyes didn't change at all. Melon stared into those eyes and laughed. This is enough to become the Duke's concubine. What is the hourly pay? If it isn't sufficient, then I won't go. Once again, there was the sound of something being hit. Aileen's expression hardened as she looked at the boy's bloody mouth. Let's take him hostage. Then the demon removed his hands like he had been joking. Who would do such a thing? We are gentlemen. The young man fell to the ground and groaned. So the offer will be rejected? Can I tell the Duke? Yes. I'm sorry, but surprisingly, the atmosphere smoothed out and Aileen sighed deeply. She hadn't wanted to do this task. If she accepted the job, she would be sacrificing thousands of citizens. Then Salak nodded like he understood. Then I will receive the taxes that you are behind on. The Duke asked me to do this. Tax? Until now, I have been tax exempt. It was until now but not anymore. As expected, there was no way she could just walk away. Aileen bit her lip until it cracked as she asked, "How much?" 50,000 coins. 50,000 coins. It was a huge amount of Aileen. It might be different in other scenario areas, but coins were one of the most valuable currencies in the Siswitz industrial complex. There are almost no constellations here. Such a huge amount of money. I will take this little boy if you don't pay. If he becomes a concubine, then you can get 50,000 coins. The threatened boy was unconcerned and whistled at the threat. Wow. 50,000 coins. Aileen, don't pay the tax and get the money. I will make that cheeky mouth scream soon. Really? Shit, I'm looking forward to it. Despite the young boy's words, Aileen's expression was filled with despair. She had a long relationship with this boy and knew that no matter his dirty words on the surface, deep inside he was thinking differently. An ultimatum emerged from the mouth of the Demon Earl. Aileen Makerfield, accept the Duke's proposal. For reference, this is the last offer. Aileen was the chairman of the citizens. She could get to this position because of her strong heart. Aileen hesitated before opening her mouth. Rattle. Then someone entered the clock store. What? The first thing that greeted me wasn't the owner of the clock store. I saw the demon nobles who were uncomfortable with the uninvited visitors. I had roughly heard the situation outside and knew what was going on. The beautiful young man was lying on the ground with eyes full of hatred. I replied while staring closely at the beautiful boy instead of the demons. A customer. My answer was polite, but is it a citizen? I don't know where you came from, but leave. We're collecting taxes now. Taxes, making a lot of money and paying higher taxes. Why is it suddenly making a low amount of money and paying higher taxes? What? I passed by the demon nobles and approached the shopkeeper. Hey, wait. The bewildered demon nobles stretched out their arms to grab me, but they didn't reach. The demon nobles made expressions of surprise as I lightly shook them off. Instead of dealing with them, I glanced at the clocks on the broken shelf. I carefully picked up one of them. There are many good things. Aileen seemed to sense something and approached me. There are always good things. A good owner rarely appears. I couldn't help smiling. This was really the tone of ways of survival. The planet Lindbergh's magic engineer, Aileen Makerfield. I glanced at the nervous Aileen. Inside her, the needle must be ticking. Would the suspicious customer who suddenly appeared be the rope of hope or the person who dropped her into hell? I decided to relieve some of her worries. I would like to order something special. Can you make one for me? Aileen's eyes grew bigger at my words. There was only one type of customer who would come here for a special thing. Aileen saw the demon nobles and asked carefully, "What is the commission fee?" I smiled at her before staring at the demon nobles who were staring at me. 50,000 coins. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 196, Landscape of the Demon World. 3. Wait a minute, you are... The eyes of the beautiful young man grew wider as he recognized me. Before the young man could open his mouth again, the quick-witted Aileen hurriedly accepted my coins. 50,000 coins. Okay. It really 50,000 coins? The astonished boy's mouth dropped open as he glanced between Aileen and me. 50,000 coins weren't that big in terms of the scenarios, but it was a substantial amount in the demon world. It was an area that the constellations hardly ever visited due to the demon kings. Of course, by my standards, 50,000 coins was petty cash. The Kim Dejaga's legend first part has been completed on Peaceland. The pioneers of the area are preaching faith in you. 15,000 coins have been acquired. I even received coins in real time. This was the good thing about being a constellation. Even without the sponsorship, I made money just by being famous. The stiffened demon nobles belatedly reacted. Who are you? I looked at their information. Demon Earl Salak and Demon Baron Melon. They were moderately well-known collectors in the Siswitz industrial complex. I understand, customer. Usually, I would bow politely, but courtesy was just counterproductive to these guys. They were hyenas who liked to eat those who showed weakness or fear. You now. The Demon Baron. Melon raised his energy at my tone. Let it go, Melon. Salak watched the situation and dissuaded Melon. The Earl looked like he was eating with an unwelcome guest. The character Demon Earl Salak is looking at you with curiosity. Your understanding of the character Demon Earl Salak has increased. I didn't miss this opportunity to use a skill. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. Then I started to hear Salaki's thoughts. This guy can easily pay 50,000 coins. A citizen can never pay this amount. Besides, look at that relaxation. 50,000 coins is obviously a pittance for him. Who is this? This is the first time I've seen him in the area. Wait a minute, that demonic energy. Don't tell me? It was going as I thought. No, it was better. In any case, the Siswitz industrial complex was bursting with stories about the new Demon King. If so, it wouldn't be bad to leak misleading information to them. I spoke in a voice full of bravado. You must have already guessed. I spoke in Yu Jonghyuk's tone and Salaki's complexion changed. He nodded as if his thoughts were correct and then spoke politely to me. Noble demon, I am belatedly greeting you. Do you happen to be visiting from the Jilabat industrial complex? It looks like your ears are working properly. However, you didn't give any notice that you were visiting this area. Do I have to tell my route to someone like you? I'm sorry. He was convinced by my short answer. The right to move without prior notice. He must be at least Marquis grade. There is nothing good about getting entangled with the Jilabat industrial complex. After the brilliant misunderstanding, Salak bowed to me and elbowed Melon. Let's go. Huh? But we only needed to get it. Melon belatedly nodded at his superior's sober judgment. Melon took 50,000 coins from Aileen and warned in a fierce voice. This time you got lucky. Don't expect it to happen next time, Aileen. The two demon nobles left the watch store. Maybe Salak would report this to his boss immediately. It didn't matter. I couldn't think up to there. The clock store was filled with energy once the storm passed. It was the beautiful boy who broke the atmosphere. Isn't this considerably big? Who the hell are you? He looked up at me with sparkling eyes and I smiled quietly. What is your commission? Aileen belatedly came to her senses and asked me. That, by the way, are you a noble? The demons had misunderstood, but there was no way Aileen should misunderstand. I shook my head. I'm not a demon noble. Then, I quietly took off my coat as an answer. Sparks appeared and the broken story fragments fell down. Shock appeared on Aileen's face as she checked my body. An exile? Then the special request. That's right. Aileen's face was white because she could guess the scale of my story with one glance. I've never had a story of this magnitude. Only you can do it. You are the story expert of the Siswitz industrial complex. Aileen's expression shook at the word story expert. As my consciousness started to collapse, I grabbed her shoulders and added, Fix me, Aileen Makerfield. My consciousness flickered while I sensed Irene and several strangers. There were a few voices following me. How can an incarnation have a story of this magnitude? Who is he? There are a mixture of stories that don't fit the norm. Oh my God. Isn't this a legendary story? Is this really an incarnation? I don't think this is the status of an incarnation. He ate these dangerous fragments and are still alive. I wouldn't have suffered so much if the level of Lamarck Kirin was higher. If the absorption rate was high, it would be possible to neutralize the effect of mixing story fragments. However, that wasn't my current situation. Like the human immune response, different stories were attacking each other to defend themselves. We need to stabilize this as soon as possible. Aileen's voice was tense. Aileen Makerfield. According to Ways of Survival, she was a magic engineer on the planet Lindbergh. She studied for a long time and learned that the essence of this world was the story. She didn't achieve transcendent, but she was one of the few incarnations with the attribute of story expert. My consciousness flickered a few more times. Then strength gradually started to return to my body. The chills caused by the exile penalty were reduced and the pain of my body alleviated. The right arm of the poor sword master and broken heart of a young gold dragon didn't collide with the other stories and safely permeated my body. Indeed, it was a good choice to visit Aileen. I finished checking my body and slowly opened my eyes. There was the beautiful ace of a young boy in front of me. I felt it before, but he really was pretty. It was better to express his appearance as a girl than a boy. What? The surprised young man suddenly screamed. I tried to slowly raise my body, but I couldn't move. Looking closer, my body was tied to the operating table. It seemed to be a technique to suppress the power of the story. I looked around and found that there was only the boy. Perhaps he was a bit relieved to know I was tied up and the boy opened his mouth. Hey, what are you? No, this situation was better. I needed some time along with these guys anyway. I told him, what do you think? You like quizzes? Who said that? In any case, make a guess. Intrigue filled the eyes of the young boy. As expected, it was a good catch. The young man thought about it before asking me, are you a returnee? Returnee? Why do you think that? It doesn't make sense for a common citizen of the demon world to have such a large amount of money. It's okay. Continue. You said that you're not a demon and I don't think you are a normal incarnation. You also have many rare stories. You seem to be somewhat strong. Then there is only one answer. HRMM? How is it? Is my reasoning correct? I looked at his brightly shining eyes and somehow wanted to make fun of him. Your reasoning is right, but you need one premise. What's the premise? The premise is that all returnees are strong. The beautiful young man's expression became strange at my words. What do you mean by that? Don't you know what a returnee is? They are those who returned to their planets after gaining a powerful strength from another dimension or planet. How can those people be weak? I don't know. You haven't met all returnees in the world, right? For example, some returnees might not want to return because they hate their planet. The expression of the young boy hardened. You are frustrated because you moved to a different dimension several times but didn't get much power. You got a new body but you don't have any talent. Wait, you became frustrated by your lack of talent and decided to sit still in one place and live an ordinary life. Who are you really? I grinned and opened my mouth. Heyoung, are you happy with your life in the demon world? What? The exclusive skill character list is activated. Plus, character information. Name, Jang Heyoung, Aslan Makerfield. Age, 23 years old, 15 years old. Constellation support, none. Private attribute, dimensional mover, hero, estranged from birthplace, rare, master of the wall, myth. Exclusive skills, unidentified wall LV. 1. Spiteful tongue LV. 3. Grumbling LV. 5. Laziness LV. 3. Sloth LV. 3. Lethargy LV. 4. Plus, grumbling, laziness, sloth, lethargy. Who would see this guy's information and think he was the second protagonist of Ways of Survival? If Yu Jong-hyuk saw this, his pride would be hurt by the fact that his name was on the same list. How are you? However, Jang Heyoung wasn't originally like this. He tried and tried again, but the results weren't good. A huge wall was always obstructing him. The results didn't match the process. Oh, you don't use your real name here. Should I call you Aslan? How do you know my real name? The surprised Jang Heyoung backed up towards the wall. I looked at him and recalled old memories. Authornum, I think it is better to create a new character. If I hadn't left the comment at that time, would Jang Heyoung exist in today's world? In addition, it should preferably be a pretty girl. Maybe this was why I felt responsible for this guy. I didn't know if the author created this character because of me. However, the setting, HRMM. Since Jong-hyuk is a regressor, it is enough if the new character is a dimensional mover. At the very least, if I hadn't left this comment, the second protagonist wouldn't have to keep moving dimensions. You're not without talent. You just don't know your talent. What does that mean? I was just opening my mouth again when the door burst open. Is that Aslan? What's the fuss? Aileen. Aileen saw Jang Heyoung's face and glanced at me. What are you? What did you do to him? I shrugged without saying anything. Some people could be seen behind Aileen. Maybe there were members of the Siswit Civil Council. They were the last conscience against the Duke's ambitions. I liked such people. I could deal with Jang Heyoung later. I needed to take care of this side first. Duke Siswitz. What? He is ambitious. He refused a high-ranking position in another demon realm and came to this remote area. The members of the Civil Council glanced at each other at my words. I stared at Aileen and said, maybe Duke Siswitz asked you to make him giant soldiers. Is that right? That guy, he got a taste when he went on a tour of the demon world. That's why he is making such an unreasonable request. He doesn't know his subjects. How do you? The members of the Civil Council were greatly confused by the information I knew. The surprised Aileen seemed to be stiffening. I didn't miss this chance. You have refused him 3 times and next time he will take you by force. Are you ready? The faces of Aileen and the citizens darkened at my words. It was certain. They were powerful on their own planets, but they couldn't compare to a duke of the demon world. I enjoyed the silence before saying with a grin, if you listen to my conditions, I will stop the duke for you. It was puzzling for them. The exile who suddenly appeared not only knew this information but also offered a ridiculous proposal. It was Aileen who struggled to shut her mouth. You, who the hell are you? Yes, it started from here. I wish I could say that I was Kim Daksha, but that wasn't possible yet. If I revealed my name here, the constellations on Earth would know I was still alive. Then, let's go back to the original work. I recalled the 111th regression in the novel and declared in a voice as evil as possible. My name is Yu Jong-hyuk. I am here to become the Demon King of the 73rd Demon Realm. Your notoriety is spreading in the 73rd Demon Realm. Yu Jong-hyuk stared up at the sky the moment he heard the message. What? Of course, the sky didn't answer. Then Yu Jong-hyuk's expression changed strangely. Yu Jong-hyuk thought about something for a moment before staring at the sky with disbelief, muttering, Kim Daksha? TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 197 Landscape of the Demon World. 4. Yu Jong-hyuk's comment on becoming the 73rd Demon King was a line from Ways of Survival. I watched the reactions of the council members with a bit of excitement. It was strange. In ways of survival, everyone had clearly gone. Oh, everyone didn't show the dramatic reaction I expected. Then I heard a voice. The Demon King of the 73rd Demon Realm. There was a man who spoke such words. Irene and the other members of the Civil Council were in great shock. That brat, when did it wake up? It said it was sleepy and then went away. On the other hand, Kim Daksha felt somewhat stronger. It was a habit he had since his school days. In important moments of his life or in moments when his self-esteem fell, Kim Daksha would say, I am Yu Jong-hyuk. I had a bitter taste in my mouth as I endured the harassment of the fourth wall, who exposed my black history. Damn, I couldn't do anything to this brat. The council members should leave for a moment. I have to talk to him for a while. Aileen thought about something before making a decision. Jang Haeyoung and the members of the Civil Council disappeared out the door. Aileen dragged a chair over to my operating table. I asked her, can you release this first? I'm not in a state where I can talk. However, Aileen didn't release my straps. It meant she didn't trust me yet. You said you would become the Demon King. Yes. I nodded once. Do you know what that means? It literally means to be king of the 73rd Demon Realm. And it means I will receive excessive attention from the other 72 Demon Kings. In fact, I was a bit nervous. I didn't have a very favorable relationship with the Demon Kings yet. Aileen looked at my face and sighed. I took a peek at your stories while treating you. I don't know what the hell you are thinking. What's the problem? Duke Siswitz is strong. Maybe even stronger than you think. Aileen's tone was calm, unlike her previous confused appearance. Indeed, there was a reason she survived for so long in the demon world. It is natural. He is a duke. The dukes were the more powerful existences after the demon kings in the demon world. They were located at the top of the demon world. Some of them had the power approaching the highest level of the upper-grade constellations, and they certainly weren't shallow opponents. Aileen's evaluation was fair. I understand your confidence. I've already confirmed that you have amazing stories. She had repaired my stories and had a certain estimate of my strength. Time was short, so she couldn't identify all the stories I had hidden. She probably saw a few legendary stories at most. This meeting might be because she saw some possibilities in my stories. Aileen continued calmly. First, I need to know that you are a trustworthy person. I will make an oath of existence. The things we talk about here can't leak out. We made an oath of existence with our hands facing each other. It was an oath made on their souls. The person who broke this oath would die from their soul burning up. I had previously made this oath with Yu Jong-hyuk. I opened my mouth. I don't want you to talk about my identity. I'm aware of that. Don't worry. All council members who participated in the repair share the oath. Aileen let out a small sigh and then opened her mouth like she was whispering. Our civil council has been waiting for an opportunity to destroy the factory. The factory was the core of the industrial complex and the backbone of its power. Trying to destroy this place was an obvious goal. I had read it in Ways of Survival, but I decided to ask. There was no way to read Ways of Survival immediately, so it was important to get the information directly. Aileen asked, are you going to drive out the nobles? Yes. You are a returnee. Why bother interfering with the ecology of the demon world? I'm not a returnee. In a sense, there was no word more accurate. I see. Not all returnee completed the dimensional movement scenario and returned to their hometown. Some returnees failed the scenario and some hated their homes. Those who gave up returning to their homes had to make a new home. No matter how terrible a place was, they chose to live there. There have been several attempts to kill the Duke, Aileen told him. It looks like they failed if he is still alive. It wasn't a bad plan. Until they all failed. Some of them were masters from the first Murim and others were the strongest people on their planet. How did you get those people? It was a similar situation to you. They failed or were expelled from their home scenario. It was a fact I already knew. This was the reason why Aileen treated the exiles. It was a means of collecting stronger citizens to fight against the ruler of the Siswitz industrial complex. She used the attribute story expert in this form. Aileen shook her head with a slightly weary expression. Most of them couldn't even make it through the escorts, let alone reach the Duke. Are there many escorts? In the factory, there are hundreds of barons and lower-ranked nobles. There are 10 earls and 2 marquis. The many escorts were a problem. A lower-grade noble was still more powerful than average incarnations. In addition, all those earl level or above could operate the power of the story. The biggest problem was that the Duke would be stronger than the sum of all the escorts. I replied like it was inconsequential. It is worth a try. The other exiles said that as well. I'm stronger than they are. Yu Jong-hyuk would say this, and I was currently Yu Jong-hyuk. However, Aileen didn't know who Yu Jong-hyuk was. If you were really strong, you wouldn't have failed the scenario. There was no way to refute it right now. The situation was too complicated to explain right now. Even so, Aileen still had some expectations towards me. First of all, I'd like you to prove your skills. Something like this? I released the straps on me like I had been waiting. The straps broke with a loud sound. Aileen seemed surprised but didn't panic. The other exiles did that as well. I have to make sure you can deal with the nobles. What do you want? A suitable opponent has visited Siswitz. You are talking about the envoy from the Gilabat industrial complex? Yes. I laughed. I can see what you are thinking. Aileen nodded. I'm sorry, but this is the only way. The 73rd Demon Realm was currently in a confused state due to the rumors of the Demon King. The meeting between the Siswitz Industrial Complex and Gilabat Industrial Complex was designed to calm the chaos. The most dangerous enemy is always the closest ally. If I could take advantage of the opportunity to ruin the alliance, it was possible to divide the Siswitz Industrial Complex. Aileen was looking at the long term and didn't want to miss this chance. Even if it failed, there wouldn't be significant damage. However, I didn't intend to be exploited. Let's make a deal first. Okay. What are your conditions? Please repair my body every time I ask. Of course, it is for free. I had to constantly consume story fragments until my physical body became stronger. I didn't know when a collision between stories would occur. For the time being, I needed Aileen's help. That is nothing if you succeed. That's all? There is one more thing. In fact, this was the main point. Give me a scenario. Scenario? This was the reason why I visited the Siswitz Industrial Complex in the first place. I need your revolutionary scenario. The demon world was an area that wasn't popular with constellations since ancient times. It was due to the bad relationship between the constellations and demon kings. In the first place, most incarnations who entered the demon world were losers. I left the operating room and the first place I saw was the pub where the citizens gathered. Shit, this alcohol tastes sour. The size of the citizens came from all over the place. It was late in the evening. The workers and incarnations who came back from working all day at the factory gathered over drinks. Their faces were distorted from the bitter aftertaste. The alcohol of the demon world was more bitter than earth. I remembered reading about it in Ways of Survival. Kim Daksha thought, who among them is the revolutionary? In the demon world, the scenarios still progressed. The star stream didn't neglect the story of any area. In particular, one of the main scenarios here, the revolutionary scenario, was a scenario that the Dukes of the demon world were also watching. I don't know how you know about that scenario, but it is hard for me to help you right away. I don't know who the revolutionary are. Without the identity of the revolutionary, it isn't possible to transfer the scenario. Do you have no information at all? Even if I receive information, the revolutionary will change every month. Honestly, who would confess to being a revolutionary? It is unknown who is a spy. These were Aileen's words. Still, if my prediction was correct, the revolutionary was definitely among them. The revolutionary scenario is the main scenario of the demon world. The scenario number is different every time, but those who welcome the scenario event are fixed. They are the ruling classes of the demon world. I felt fortunate to have the fourth wall at this time. I might not have the Ways of Survival TXT, but it would remind me of my memories. The citizens here remember what happened to the last person who declared himself a revolutionary. That's why you shouldn't poke around people. Everyone will be nervous. Aileen told me this, but I couldn't wait. My body was repaired and I could hold out against the exile penalty, but this was only for a few days. Kim Daksha thought, I have to get the revolutionary scenario so I can go back to the original scenario. At this moment, a strange voice entered my ears. Excuse me, this is the first time I'm seeing your face. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 198, Landscape of the Demon World. 5. I turned around and saw the owner of the pub staring at me with curious eyes. I replied as naturally as possible. I just entered yesterday. It is good to see you. Life in the industrial complex is hard, but our hearts are good. I don't know where you're from, but this isn't a bad place to settle down. Care for a drink? No, I don't like to drink. Hoo-hoo, going to this place when you don't know how to drink. You are an unfortunate friend. I heard this and was reminded of when I first joined Minosoft. Han Myungo said something similar when I first told him I couldn't drink alcohol at the restaurant. Come to think of it, where was Han Myungo now? He received the curse of Demon King Asmodeus, and there was no way to confirm his life or death. I somehow felt down as I remembered those tiring days. I don't like drinking, but I like the appetizers served with alcohol. Do you mind if I order side dishes? Of course. We have deep-fried demon's claws, fried demon tripe, and... I smiled. Stop making fun of me. Haha. Busted. Give me the best you have. How much? 5 coins only. It was an insanely low price. It was a price that the small constellation of Peaceland could afford. I thought for a bit before asking, if I pay double, can you make it doubly delicious? Haha, I can make it triply delicious. I handed over 50 coins without speaking and the owner's eyes widened. 10 times is a bit tough, but I'll try. Unlike what he said, the owner seemed to be a skillful chef because a pleasant smell was coming from him. My expectations were slightly inflated as I anticipated appeasing my hunger. I couldn't help it when thinking it was time to eat real food. I ignored my stomach for a moment and sighed. I had been working so hard that it wouldn't be hard to have a rest. How great. Is that the place called Earth? A bunch of incarnations were looking at the screen hanging from the top of the pub. It was a video recording from a Dakibi's channel. It was a familiar scene, and then a familiar voice started to flow out. A juicy. It was a scene from the Soul Dome scenario. It was a record of the 10th scenario, the 73rd Demon King. I heard Shin Yusung's voice coming from the screen, and a corner of my heart was pained. I raised the collar of my coat so it half covered my face and watched the video. The scenario impact is awesome. Isn't it as rumored? Don't you think it is the most popular scenario area lately? The incarnations in that neighborhood must be very prosperous. Almost all the mass media in the demon world were under the control of the Weni people. The Weni people couldn't open channels directly like the Dakibi, so they couldn't earn income through donations. Instead, they stole the recording material and distributed them all over the world. Shit, I don't think the degree of difficulty is that high. I can also do that much. Stop speaking nonsense. If you were there, you couldn't even make it to the 5th scenario. No? They watched the screen and the 73rd Demon King scenario started to gradually change. Uriel, this is just a story. Felt really strange to see my lines flowing from the screen. You must seen many people die in the meantime. It was the moment when Uriel was very sad. I looked around and saw that some incarnations were in tears. Anger, despair, or sighs. Shit, it's so sad. It was a strange feeling. It wasn't their scenario, but they sympathized with the stories I had experienced. Their faces looked like they received comfort. Maybe it wasn't just the constellations who needed stories. The stories were necessary for everyone. Will we be able to do that if we return to our home scenario? Rampart, do you want to go back? If I can go but I can't. Kulkul, just ask the Weni man. He will send you at any time. Is that a joke? I don't want to become a disaster for my home. Disaster. At this point, the air inside the pub became tense. However, it was only for a moment. Everyone was reluctant to talk about this topic and quickly changed it. Here it is, side dishes that are 10 times more delicious. I smiled slightly and accepted the side dishes. It was simple fried chips and noodles. I could tell they were tasty dishes without tasting them due to the savory smell. I grabbed the plates and looked around. I could see a small head focused on the screen just like everyone else. He didn't know I was near and was close to tears. I clicked my tongue and sat down beside him. Why, do you miss it? Hike. His surprised appearance was very cute. He was exactly as I imagined. I pressed on Jang Haeyoung's shoulder as he tried to slip away. Don't be so wary. I just want to eat together. Jang Haeyoung stared at me doubtfully and obediently sat back down. He judged that I couldn't hurt him because there were many incarnations around. Jang Haeyoung hesitated before opening his mouth first. Is your talk with Aileen over? Yes. What did you talk about? You don't need to know. By the way, is that special cuisine? Eat if you want. Jang Haeyoung moved his fork like he had been waiting. The noodles disappeared into Jang Haeyoung's mouth. Come to think of it, this guy had the shameless skill. Well, it is worth eating. Jang Haeyoung ate more than half my head in a flash. By the way, are you from Earth? Yes. My face never appeared properly on the screen. It was as if someone deliberately touched the screen. My face distorted like it was hit. That jerk Bai-hyung. Why did he edit my face like that? In any case, it seemed that Jang Haeyoung didn't recognize me. How was it? It was awful. Jang Haeyoung nodded, understanding everything with these words alone. A tragic investigation wasn't necessary for those who had experienced the scenario. Are you on the screen right now? I will come out. Where? I'm coming now. The screen zoomed in on the handsome face of Yoo Jong-hyuk. Fortunately, my coat was dirty enough to look similar to his black coat. He might really believe it if I insisted moderately. However, Jang Haeyoung's expression wasn't very good. There is no resemblance. That is me. No. You are like dough made by anyone while a god was carving him for 1,000 days. I am in exile. The stories on my face have crumbled. No matter how many stories you lose, your lie should make sense. Damn. I felt bad, but I still needed to achieve my purpose. Yes, I'm not him. Still, doesn't he look cool? Yes. He also fights unbelievably well. Really? He'll let you meet him when we go to Earth. I'm very familiar with him. My words caused Jang Haeyoung's eyes to shake. Perhaps Jang Haeyoung would have no choice but to cross over. In ways of survival, Jang Haeyoung was a person who admired Yoo Jong-hyuk. If I persuaded this guy in advance and encouraged his will to return, why would I want to meet him? No, rather, I'm more interested in that. Who? Over there. On the screen, I saw a figure surrounded by dark demonic energy. A man was staring at his companions with sad eyes. His face wasn't completely visible, but I was well aware of who it was. It was me. I stared at Zhang Heiyang's sparkling eyes and wondered what this was all about. You can't even see his face? Why does that matter? I was feeling confused when shouts suddenly came from various parts of the pub. Wah. No. Open your eyes, Demon King of Salvation. Damn. My tears won't stop. Your reputation is strengthened in the 73rd Demon Realm. 1,500 coins have been acquired. No, I was this popular? I suddenly regretted doing the Yu Zhonghyuk cosplay. Now I couldn't say that person was actually me. Let's meet again, Yu Zhonghyuk. Finally, the scenario reached the end and people started to cry. Some people were so moved that they couldn't get out of these feelings. Zhang Heiyang muttered with an ecstatic expression. Too bad he already has a girlfriend. My heart sank. What? Who? The Demon King of Salvation. Do you happen to know him? I know him, but... I frowned as I looked into Zhang Heiyang's beautiful eyes. Clear eyes and white cheeks. A beautiful cream-colored face. However, aren't you a man? If I remembered correctly, Zhang Heiyang was a man. The damn writer of Ways of Survival accepted all my comments and changed just one thing. It was this guy's gender. Zhang Heiyang raised his eyebrows and frowned. Earth is the only place that judges by the cover. I was about to respond when the pub owner suddenly turned off the lights. Then he declared to the whole pub in a very low voice, "Night is coming." At these words, a deep silence spread through the pub. It was a silence that was much more sensitive and sharper than when the word disaster emerged. Zhang Heiyang faced me and brought a finger to his lips. Shoo. Looking closer, it wasn't only this pub. Other pubs and stores on the street had closed their doors and turned off the lights. Suddenly, all sounds disappeared. It was as if all of the industrial complex was submerged deep in the ocean. In the streets where every person had disappeared, the dreary sound of flutes was heard. Some citizens blocked their ears in order to avoid hearing it. At this moment, I was reminded of something. There is a special night in the demon world. I listened to the fourth wall and recalled the setting of Ways of Survival. All citizens of the industrial complex are afraid of the nobles. It isn't simply because the nobles are strong. It is due to this night that comes one every 3 days. Please just pass by. Please, someone muttered. How long had it been? I could hear the window freezing as something passed through the street. Every citizen held their breaths and pretended they were invisible. There were those who lowered themselves and stared down at the table. The shadow of a giant scythe passed over the frozen window. At night, the executioner appears in the industrial complex. If the citizens have the revolutionary, the nobles have the executioner. They were the source of the citizens' fear and the inability to resist the nobles, as well as the reason why the dukes could maintain their position in the industrial complex. It was due to the existence of the executioner. The moment the door of the pub opened, people tightly closed their eyes. A scratchy voice came from the deep darkness. Who is the Revo Lu Tianeri? The appearance reminded me of a reaper, and it was twice the size of an adult male. I couldn't see his face because of the black cape, but I could sense his power from the eerier aura that flowed from him. The target is under the protection of the current scenario. The target is currently invincible. No existence could resist the execution during the night of the industrial complex. The owner who gave me food and those who watched the scenario were looking down at the floor with tired expressions. Today, the executioner chose this pub as his place of execution. In this place, someone would surely die. Who is the Revo Lu Tianeri? Every time the executioner's scythe slammed into the ground, people curled up. It was like a play. I stared carefully and the surprised Zhang Heiyang pulled at my collar. Don't make eye contact. At the small sound, the executioner looked this way. Shit. To be exact, it was at the cursing Zhang Heiyang. Zhang Heiyang started to shake as he stared at the approaching executioner. His intuition told him that he was facing his death. I touched the completely frightened Zhang Heiyang's head and stood up slowly. Zhang Heiyang's mouth dropped open with surprise and the executioner stared at me with ominous eyes. Kim Dokja thought, what would Yu Zhonghyuk do? If he was here, he would have never exposed himself. Yu Zhonghyuk would have hid himself until he found a situation where he could benefit the most. He would have completed all types of investigations in order to participate in the industrial complex's scenario and figured out who the revolutionary was. Kim Dokja thought. That's why he regressed hundreds of times. The executioner aimed his scythe at me and spoke in a creepy voice. Who are you? The moment that everyone in the pub focused on me, I opened my mouth and spoke in a voice they could all hear. I am a revolutionary. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 199 Fake Revolutionary 1. Someone has made a revolutionary declaration. Among the many scenarios in the demon world, the status of the revolutionary scenario was large. The only existence that could threaten the dukes sitting at the highest points of the industrial complex. A revolutionary. This existence was the hope and legend of the citizens. At the same time, it was also despair. That's why the moment I spoke, countless people around me held their breaths. Their faces wondered if they had heard correctly. Why are you so startled? Weren't you looking for the revolutionary? My shameless words caused the confusion on people's faces to become consternation. At the same time, there was a message that only I could hear. You aren't a revolutionary. It was an obvious message. Right now, I was an exile who was outside the scenario. I couldn't be the revolutionary who was the backbone of the main scenario of the demon world, when I didn't even have a scenario in the first place. It was originally supposed to be like this. Your declaration has affected the main scenario of the Siswitz industrial complex. As you know, the most important thing in the star stream was the probability. A revolutionary? The thick chains covering the scythe were revealed. The executioner took one step forward and I couldn't help feeling nervous. Honestly, I currently had no way of killing the executioner. Nevertheless, I didn't back down. I had to do it here. Yes, I am a revolutionary. Why did you reveal yourself? If I stay back, someone else will die. Jang Haeyoung and the other citizens were staring at me with wide open mouths. I waited nervously as I watched the incoming executioner. It was time for the effect to appear. Many citizens admire your courage. That's it. Your noble courage affects the development of the scenario. You have caused a big influence on the scenario. The scenario will temporarily assign you a status. You have become a self-proclaimed revolutionary. If an existing revolutionary dies, you will be given the position. This was a stepping stone for me to enter the scenario. The hidden scenario self-proclaimed revolutionary has been acquired. It was the first time that a scenario acquisition message was so welcome. It might be a hidden scenario and not a main scenario, but it was sufficient for the moment. The hidden scenario of the 73rd Demon Realm. It was a secret I wouldn't have known if it wasn't for Yu Jonghyuk's countless failures. Wait, are you really a revolutionary? Hey, the people were unable to control their fear and cried out. However, the timing wasn't good. Finally, the executioner started to move. Black smoke emerged from the executioner's mouth and wound itself around my body. The Siswitz executioner has placed a mark of death on you. You have been identified as the scapegoat of the night. People saw the mark appear around me and shouted, "Get out of the way." Weiwa. The fragments of the broken table scattered in the air and the scythe of the executioner cut the space in front of it. I dodged the scythe by a hair's breadth. It would have been difficult to avoid if my body wasn't repaired, but now the story was different. The exile penalty is slightly alleviated. There was a warmth in every breath that I let out. There was a mild aura around my body and the chill was gone. I dodged a series of moves from the executioner. Indeed, the difference between having a scenario and not having a scenario was great. It might be a hidden scenario, but the presence of a story changed the liveliness of my existence. Revolutionary? The executioner was a bit surprised by my movements and his momentum changed. The space has temporarily been closed. You can't escape from the pub. I smiled bitterly. This was why numerous powerful people couldn't resist the executioner. There was no way to escape from the executioner in the industrial complex. Was that all? Dodge, you idiot. As Jang Haeyoung shouted, energy was fired from the executioner's scythe. No citizen of the industrial complex can resist the executioner. The execution will take place. His special skill execution ignored the defense of the opponent and death a fatal blow. No matter how strong the citizens, they could never endure one blow from the executioner's scythe. The executioner's scythe was just about to cut through my body. In my hand, Blade of Faith cried out violently. "I'm sorry, but I'm not a citizen." Magic power emerged from the heart of the gold dragon, and the white pure star energy wrapped around my fingertips. I told you, I am a revolutionary. Well, I was still a self-proclaimed one. The dazzling white-blue energy collided with the executioner's scythe and tremendous sparks occurred. In the midst of these gorgeous effects, a message was heard. You aren't a main scenario participant. You aren't a citizen. You are an exile. You are affected by the execution effect of the scenario. As expected, I knew it. The effect of execution is neutralized. The moment I blocked the blow from the scythe, the surrounding incarnations shouted, he blocked a blow from the executioner. Is he really a revolutionary? Those who didn't know my identity were watching the situation with eyes full of distrust. Your scenario contribution has increased. The executioner misunderstood me and energy burst from his body. Insolent. I talked as if to provoke him. Don't play around. I know you are only strong at night. What? Once this night is over, you will surely die. I spoke while twisted, unbroken faith in my hand. I will surely kill you. The scythe flooded towards me dozens of times. The executioner wasn't weak just because execution didn't work. It would just take him a longer time to dispose of me. Thus, it was too early to say that the situation was better. I can't protect everyone, so leave here. Everyone other than me could escape this place because they didn't receive the effect of the mark. Among those running out of the pub, I saw Jang Haeyoung turning to look back at me. I quickly glanced at him before using bookmark. Selecting the fourth bookmark, Like an Isparang. The exclusive skill way of the Wind LV 10+1 is activated. It would be easier to win if I used the fifth bookmark, Kyrios, but winning this fight wasn't my goal in the first place. No, I couldn't win. The target isn't affected by your attack. No one can kill the executioner until the night is over. My blade slashed at his collar, but this was the only message I received in return. His execution didn't affect me, but my attacks couldn't hurt him while it was night. I had to change the plan. The surrounding pub area was ruined and the power of the wind started to surge. The dozens of scythe shadows flying through the air became stuck as the wind blew. On the other hand, my movements became more active. The balance of speed was breaking. His movements were always slower than me and I was always one step faster than him. This was the essence of way of the wind that had reached its limit. It was a force that controlled all acceleration in the space. You are slow like a slug? Ku-a-a-a-ah. The scythe of the angry executioner started to randomly move through the air. Normally, I wouldn't be hit by such attacks. However, the goddess of luck from Olympus laughed at me and one scythe accidentally entered the range. The moment the unexpected blow was about to strike me in the side, my right arm suddenly twisted into a strange shape and I blocked it. The talent of the sword master that sits in your right arm is shining. I was surprised as well. I didn't think the fragments of the story worked in this way. The user of the incomplete story has made your BOTA status unstable. Your stories might be at risk if you continue fighting excessively. I bit my lips. The coldness was once again coming back. I had acquired a hidden scenario, but I couldn't use excessive force to deal with the executioner. I shouldn't continue fighting against it. I had to buy time while avoiding it as much as possible. At least until this damn night was over. You will de. I didn't respond and kept using Way of the Wind. It would have been nice if Yu Jonghyuk was here. If I had the help of a transcendent, then I could easily endure this long night. However, no one was here. Judge of Destruction Jung Hee-won. Steel Sword Lee Hyun-sung. Maritime Admiral Lee Jae-hai. My lovely kids, Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung. Han Soo-young, well, she wouldn't have helped if she was here. Here I was alone. I believed in the information I knew and the stories I had built up. Myself as well. There were screams from the nervous people as the executioner's movements started to become slightly dull. I started mocking him. What, are you tired? I knew an invincible person like this would never feel exhaustion. It was more annoyance than exhaustion. My words were actually to hide my condition. Bookmark's duration is about to expire. The time that I could use Way of the Wind was 30 minutes at most. In the first place, bookmark wasn't a skill that could last a long time. By the way, the executioner was laughing. There was a creepy sound effect and dozens of executioners appeared. The most terrible thing about the night was that there wasn't one executioner. All executioners in the Siswitz industrial complex gathered in this small pub and stared at me. Your mistake. He deliberately consumed time while collecting his colleagues. It was to definitely kill me during this night. I watched the movements of the executioners surrounding me and modified my posture. This was unavoidable. It was impossible to run away from them even if I used Way of the Wind. No, you are the one who made a mistake. However, 30 minutes was enough to achieve my goal. I watched the incoming scythes and opened my arms. Numerous scythes broke through the air towards my body. Some incarnations closed their eyes and sighed bitterly. This soon turned to cries of surprise. The scythes that should have surely pierced me and torn me apart. The scythes stopped in the air. At. The confused executioners looked at the weapons in the air with stupid eyes. I suddenly recalled a sentence from Ways of Survival. There are 2 ways to withstand night in the industrial complex. One is to run away from the executioners until the end of the night. And the other one, have you forgotten? There isn't only the evolutionary and executioner in this scenario. This was followed by a message in my ears. Someone is using their vitality to protect you. The second way to survive the night is with the help of the Guardian. As expected, I thought this would lead to the hidden Guardian coming out. Aileen said that even the council members didn't know who the revolutionary was. This meant that other incarnations didn't know the identity of the revolutionary. In other words, they couldn't protect the revolutionary when they didn't know the revolutionary. Yet what if I declared myself the revolutionary? The guardian was successful and the mark of death has been released. The executioner could only use the mark of death once in one night. The mark had been released, so today's execution was over. The executioner spoke in a bloodthirsty voice. Your luck is go OD. You better be careful. Next time we meet, it will be daytime. The executioners gritted their teeth and scattered one by one. The dreary sound of the flutes disappeared and the darkness went out like a tide. Outside the pub, the incarnations were staring inside with passionate eyes. The arrogant Jang Haeung was glancing this way with shocked eyes. I wondered if I should say something before eventually shrugging and waving my hand. A new revolutionary has appeared. Along with the citizens' shouts, the short night was finally over. I looked at the citizens and had a thought. One of them would be a guardian. The future scenarios must be performed with the guardian. I looked up at the sky and it was still dark. I sometimes saw a few stars, but they were so dim I couldn't see them properly. Uriel, the great sage, the equal of heaven. It would have been nice if those guys were watching, but unfortunately, there was no message. Still, I should be satisfied with today. No one died tonight. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 200 Fake Revolutionary 2. Duke Siswit's office. The demon Earl Salak was standing in front of it with an anxious heart. It was because the Earl Han was guarding the office like a gatekeeper. Han. No one knew what his real name was. Everyone just called him Han. He was an earl like Salak, but he was a very unusual fellow. It was because he was in touch with Asmodeus, a demon king of 32 demon realms. Maybe Duke Siswitz kept him around because he was aware of this fact. Salak felt inwardly strained and finally opened his mouth. I have something to say to the Duke. Tell me. I will let him know. It is difficult. The Duke is currently in an emergency meeting with the Jilabat envoy. When will it finish? I don't know. Salak clicked his tongue. If he told this guy, Han would clearly take all the credit. Thus Salak replied, it's fine. It isn't urgent, so I will wait. Han's eyebrows twitched at the words. Salak liked seeing this expression. Son of a bitch, keep wondering. The information that Salak reported was simple. A civilian presumed to be a Marquis of Jilabat has appeared in public. Of course, it wasn't bad to say this, but the more he thought about it, the stranger things seemed. Salak thought for a moment before staring closely at the Duke's office. Is a Marquis from Jilabat inside there? Yes. He must come straight here without going anywhere else. That is the case. Salak felt delighted at the reply. Indeed, my guess is correct. He didn't know for certain, but there shouldn't be two Marquis in the Jilabat delegation. A Marquis grade should be the leader of the delegation. It was very likely that the citizen he met wasn't a Marquis of Jilabat and was pretending to be a demon noble. This alone was worth reporting. It might not be big, but it would help with his performance review. Han saw the hesitating Salak and opened his mouth. Since you are wandering around, you must also be wondering who the next Demon King will be. Ah well, that's right. It was a misunderstanding, but it wasn't a bad idea to ask about this misunderstanding. Is it because of the rumors of the Demon King emerging that the Jilabat delegation came to visit? I can't tell you more, but it is similar. The story of the Demon King, it is a bit funny, don't you think so? The source of the rumors was unknown, yet these rumors shook the entire 73rd Demon Realm. Salak inwardly found this situation laughable. Siswitz, Jilabat, Meladin, Burkan. For the past few hundred years, the 73rd Demon Realm had been properly balanced by these four dukes. The peace that had been maintained for hundreds of years was now shaking because of a rumor. It was a story without any realism. However, Han didn't agree with Salaki's words. The signs of the Demon King are already appearing. What? How do you know that? I heard that Vedas has joined hands with the Meladin Industrial Complex. Vedas? It was a name that Salak was familiar with. No, it would be strange if he didn't know it. It was one of the names that must be known in order to safely live in the star stream. Thus, Salak couldn't help feeling astonished. The nebulae are moving directly? To be precise, one of the narrative-grade constellations from Vedas has been in contact with Meladin. The constellations and Demon King's enmity was famous in the star stream. Now the constellations were interfering with the affairs of the 73rd Demon Realm. The scale wasn't big, but things would spiral out of control if it was really a nebula. The nebulae are interested. Does this mean the Demon King will really appear? Salak muttered with a slightly dazed expression. This was a Demon King. Salak had been living in the Demon Realm for a long time and it didn't really sink in. However, at least one thing was known. This is why the Duke is so busy. He is currently the closest person to becoming the Demon King. It was clear that one of the Demon Nobles would become the Demon King. Look at the cases of the other 72 Demon Kings. It was extremely rare for a non-demonic existence to ascend to the throne. Then there was a light warning sound from the factory and a message came up. A new main scenario has opened. The 24th revolutionary game has begun. Salak was startled by the sudden message, but he pretended to be calm when he saw Han's surprised expression. Han asked first, "What is this message about?" "Oh, you don't know since you're new here. This sometimes happens. It is the main scenario here. The revolutionary game." "The revolutionary game?" "He was probably caught by the executioner while hiding. He is an unlucky person." The revolutionary game starting meant that the hidden revolutionary had appeared. However, there couldn't be a revolutionary in this industrial complex. Everyone clearly remembered what happened when the last revolutionary appeared 30 years ago. Salak smiled and added, "Don't worry, it isn't a big deal. Wait a bit and the executioner will take his neck. It will be a fun spectacle." Still, no matter how long he waited, the message announcing the end of the game wasn't heard. He was just thinking that something was strong with a low-grade noble appeared. Salak immediately recognized who he was. It was because he was one of the hidden executioners. He rushed towards the office and Salak asked first, "What is going on?" "Someone has declared that they are a revolutionary." Salak knew it was a stupid question, but he couldn't help wondering. "What? Who?" "It is a new revolutionary." "Then what is his name?" The low-grade noble stuttered out a name. It was a name Salak didn't know. Unexpected, the bored-looking Han opened his mouth. "Wait, what did you just say?" "Yes, it was definitely Yu Jonghyuk." "He called himself Yu Jonghyuk?" Salak hurriedly asked. "Do you know him?" "I know." Han's expression shone brightly, but it was a somewhat warped smile. Even the demon Salak felt creeped out. Han asked, "Where did he show up?" "Night ended and I was called back to Aileen. To be exact, I was almost dragged back. The streets were almost completely turned upside down because of my declaration. A new revolutionary has appeared." The streets were loud with these words. If Aileen hadn't popped up and dragged me away, I would still be sandwiched between the citizens. As Aileen was unable to control her emotions, I checked the information of the hidden scenario with a nonchalant mind. Plus, hidden scenario fake revolutionary. Category hidden. Difficulty level SS. Clear conditions. You have become a self-proclaimed revolutionary by impersonating a revolutionary. Kill a real revolutionary within the given time and take their position. Otherwise, it will be a terrible ending. Time limit, 30 days. Compensation, 150,000 coins. Entering a new main scenario. Failure, death. Plus, I roughly knew how to get the main scenario. In any case, I had to find the real revolutionary. I glanced at Aileen and said, "Then let's get started." "Are you crazy?" Aileen asked with an absurd expression. "Do you know what you are doing? A revolution." "What revolution without a revolutionary?" "You're a fake." "Really? There is no way. Don't tell me." She had a cute expression on her face. I shrugged lightly and Aileen's face filled with despair. "Of course not. What the hell are you doing? Now it is all over." I shamelessly replied, "This is what you wanted. A revolution and the death of the Duke." "I didn't want it this way. This is a scam." "How is a real revolution a scam?" "I will make it real. A revolution isn't such a joke." "I agree with you. I didn't declare that I am a revolutionary lightly. I agree that this industrial complex should be liberated. The fact that you can say it so easily is proof that your will is light." Aileen's voice contained deep rage. "Do you intend to do the revolution alone? I have seen many revolutions in this industrial complex. How many revolutions have failed and how much blood has been shed? And don't regard past failures as scriptures. There will be no change if you don't do anything. It is a scenario you can't do in the first place." I understood Aileen's feelings. In fact, the revolutionary scenario was a famous one in the industrial complex. The only rebellion protocol allowed by the scenario. Even so, the citizens of the industrial complex abandoned this game a long time ago. It was because there was no chance of winning. Thanks to this, the scenario lost its value as a scenario. Aileen continued, "This is why I've been relying on exiles. The Duke can never be killed using existing scenarios. There is no way to win against the damn executioners, let alone the Duke. The scenario is made to be broken. There is a way to clear it if we look carefully. People are going to die because of you. I won't let that happen. Then you'll be the first to die. I won't die. I didn't die before. This..." Aileen bit her lips. "That was just luck. Do you think the Guardian will protect you again?" "Well, I think they will protect me. You don't know, but the Guardian will exhaust their vitality after using their protection. Every time they use it, they lose vitality and will eventually die. No one will protect you 2 or 3 times. The first time is the most important." "Aileen, you know this place better than me, but you don't understand the people here." Aileen was about to say something only to tightly close her lips for the first time. Perhaps Aileen had also felt something. The hidden Guardian had appeared and protected me. A revolutionary. It was probably a sight that Aileen hadn't seen for a long time. It was really a long time. Aileen licked her lips for a long time before speaking in a small voice. Do you really think it is possible? It is possible. Haven't you seen enough of my skills? It would be possible. I would make the impossible possible. Aileen replied with a sigh, you aren't a real revolutionary. That's why I need your help. Aileen's expression shook at my words. Let's make a revolution without a revolutionary. Aileen made a decision and replied, you have to collect the positions. This is a game that you can't win alone. I guess so. A guardian is the minimum condition for survival. You also need a fighter to deal with the executioner and a spy to find the hidden executioners. Collect them one by one. Those positions won't be as far away as you think. I didn't fret. The revolutionary declaration was already ringing, so those in charge of their positions would realize it one by one. They would have to figure out what side to take in this damn game. I think one position has already been collected. As soon as I spoke, the door of the meeting room opened with a bang. Jang Haeyoung was looking this way with wide eyes. That, Aileen. What? Someone is asking to enter. I'm busy right now. Send them away. That, it is a bit. Why? A person claiming to be the guardian has come. The surprised Aileen rose from her seat. Then behind Jang Haeyoung, a middle-aged man with a study build appeared. Are you really the revolutionary? Surprisingly, it was a face I already knew. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 201 Fake Revolutionary 3. The door opened and a middle-aged man appeared. His hair was white and he wore a dirty apron. The faint scar on his cheek was the only sign of strength that could be found on the man's face. He didn't seem like a person who would be a guardian. Aileen looked incredulously at the man and hesitantly sat back down. You are a guardian? Yes. Really? I was worried you would react like this. Aileen glanced at me after hearing the middle-aged man's words. I smiled at Aileen. I told you, they will be around us. However, to be this close, the guardian was the pub owner who previously made the side dishes for me. Of course, I guessed from the beginning that he was the guardian. He was very similar to the guardian who appeared in Ways of Survival. I also knew that he would save me. If I didn't know this, I wouldn't have declared myself a revolutionary. Aileen asked, why did you keep quiet until now? If you are really the guardian, you've had many chances to save people. I had to save my points. You know that a guardian can only save people a total of 5 times. I know, but if you didn't use all 5 times, if I had saved someone else, the pub owner glanced at me before continuing. The revolutionary would be dead. You sound certain that the revolutionary would appear. I have always been waiting. Not everyone gave up like you. Are you saying that to me? The atmosphere seemed to be heating up and Jang Haeyoung quickly interrupted. Now Aileen, pub owner. Let's stop fighting and think about things going forward. Isn't it good for us if the guardian shows up? I admired his skillful method of changing the topic. Jang Haeyoung was one of the most extraordinary people in Ways of Survival. He was a foul-mouthed person who desired to stay here, but he was originally an excellent mediator who understood the hearts of people better than anyone else. Jang Haeyoung coughed and tapped on the shoulder of the pub owner. At any rate, I am surprised. I thought you were only good at cooking. Honestly, couldn't you have given us a clue? A good chef often has many secrets. Speaking of the revolutionary, how did you like my cooking earlier? Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to eat it. Someone else ate all of it. Jang Haeyoung stared at me with wide eyes and the pub owner chuckled. Aileen poured cold water on the atmosphere that had barely improved. You guys are laughing like you're already colleagues. Don't you know? The game has already begun. If Jang Haeyoung was an excellent mediator, Aileen was an experienced schemer. She might not be in the lying down dragon grade, but she pointed out something that a revolutionary should be suspicious about. I know. In fact, her advice was pointed to a verse of the revolutionary game that appeared in Ways of Survival. It is important to gather the same side. But the most important thing is finding out the identity of the enemy. It wasn't easy to distinguish between who was an enemy and who was a friend. Most revolutionaries failed and self-destructed because they couldn't break through this point. The pub owner received my gaze and smiled bitterly. Do you perhaps doubt me? Do you think I am a snitch for the Duke? I laughed without saying a word. I already knew that the pub owner was a guardian. Thus, this gesture was for the people other than me. Shall we start with the introductions first? I am Mark. How about you? I am Yoo Jong-hyuk. Yoo Jong-hyuk? Charamem. It sounds like a name I've heard before. It was because the Earth scenarios were spreading. Therefore, there might be a person who remembered the name Yoo Jong-hyuk in the demon world. I could use this hand if necessary. There were also a few story fragments that I had obtained. Well, let's go to the point. I'm not the Duke's snitch. It is hard to believe, but I'm being honest. No, I believe you. You believe me? Yes. You are really the guardian. Mark stared at me like I was a fool. I don't know what happened, but I guess I passed the test? That's right. Congratulations on entering the Revolutionary Army. The aghast Aileen shouted at the sudden conclusion. No, wait a minute. This person came right after I made the revolutionary declaration. The Duke's snitch wouldn't have responded this quickly. The least revolutionary scenario was 30 years ago. Aileen paused at my quick clarification before she continued. It isn't wrong, but I don't think this is enough evidence. I do. I am sure that this person is the Guardian. How? Just as I am sure that you are an engineer of Lindbergh. How could you? I also know that Aslan over there is really Jang Haeyoung and that he is from Earth. Hey, and privacy. Aileen's expression changed once she saw Jang Haeyoung's reaction. Can you see the attribute information? As much as necessary. In fact, I had already checked Mark's attribute information. Aileen didn't understand, but she was finally convinced. You have an unusual skill. Until now, there wasn't a skill that could give a glimpse of the position information. My skill is special. I'm glad you have such a skill. Still, the situation is very hopeless. You should be very hopeful. Fake revolutionary army? What does that mean? That reminded me. My situation was a bit complicated. I should first give an explanation. The people here were those I needed to take to the end of this scenario. I took some time to persuasively explain that I wasn't a real revolutionary but a person who could make the revolution a success. What? You're not a revolutionary? Two people screamed before my words were over. Thinking back, I never got a good evaluation every time I announced a project at the company. Mark, who exhausted his points because of me, completely lost his soul. Crazy. A fake revolutionary, a poor guardian, the chairman of the civil council, and a frivolous little boy. Is this a joke? Frivolous little boy? Hey, you are talking too much, Mark. Stop fighting. The situation is like this, so we should worry about what we will do next. Mr. Fake Revolutionary, do you have a plan? I have a few things to prepare. I briefly explained my plan to the group. The haggard-looking people became more serious as I talked. By the end of the story, Mark, who joined the fake revolutionary army, opened his mouth. Certainly, those are the measures we need now. Are you going to participate? I don't have a choice. What will you do first? I have to change my face. I pulled out the story fragment face of a Casanova who died from sexual relations. Mark seemed puzzled. Face. That wasn't in the plan. The most important things in the world aren't included in a plan. Why your face? Shouldn't I be handsome to be a revolutionary? Let's see a few hands. At the same time, Earl Salak and Han were walking down the streets. Salak walked through the streets and glanced at Han. Hey Han. What? Salak wasn't satisfied with this answer, but the other person was in contact with Asmodeus. Since Han was willingly joining him, becoming closer wasn't bad. I think you originally weren't a demon. Can I ask where you came from? Surprisingly, Han gave an answer. Place called Earth. Earth? I've heard that name before. I guess. The planet is famous these days. Since you got Asmodeus' attention, you must have considerable skill? Considerable skill? Salak was a bit amazed by the pride that emerged on Han's face. Was he making this face because he was such a great person? What were you originally? A sword master? Or a great magician? It is similar. What is it? I was the department head of a large company. A large company? What is that? You don't know it? Han thought for a moment. If I had to give an explanation, it is a group similar to a nebula. A nebula? I am just giving an analogy. Then you were a constellation? No, but it is a similar analogy. Then you are amazing. Salak didn't understand the words company or department head, but he was forced to feel surprised at Han's explanation. It felt like he slightly understood how Han made contact with Asmodeus. What is that? At the gateway between the noble section and the civilian section, a huge barricade was being built. It was obviously an iron gate. Salak shouted in an annoying voice. Hey, what are you doing right now? A citizen working on the barricade replied. A noble. I asked what you are doing. Can't you tell just by looking? We are blocking the way. Salak was a bit startled by the shameless voice. Who made you do this? This is the chairman's orders. For the moment, nobles can't enter among the citizens. What bullshit? What right? Get rid of those barricades now. Otherwise, I will immediately throw the two of you into the dump. The citizens flinched and retreated at his ferocious growl. Then another voice was heard from behind the citizens. If you are confident, then try it. The citizen who spoke was different from the other citizens. The unknown citizen released a powerful force from his body. Salak became tense and retreated. Most citizens were weaker than nobles. However, that didn't apply to all citizens. There were the mysterious dimensional movers, and some of them were as strong as the demon nobles. You are doing this just because there is a revolutionary. Do you think we can't kill him? The reason why the citizens never stood up against the nobles was due to fear of the execution at night. However, things started changing from last night. You didn't kill him yesterday. The citizens muttered as they gazed at each other. Salak was furious, but he couldn't cross the barricade. He was alone and had no way to deal with so many citizens. At this time, Han asked, "Are those guys holding a strike?" "Strike? They are talking about doing what they're not supposed to do." Salak understood what Han was saying and nodded. "It is a similar situation." "I see. Leave it to me. I am a professional at dealing with this." A different type of wickedness emerged on Han's face. This happens when the workers don't know who they are going against. For starters, you have to implant some fear. Eileen helped me with the story fragment that I absorbed through Lamarck Kirin. However, the molding of the face wasn't as easy as I thought. The face of a Casanova who died from sexual relations didn't rest safely on my face until it was evening. I looked in the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. Kim Daksha thought, "It isn't better than you Jonghyuk, but isn't this decent?" Then Aileen finished the procedure and muttered, "It seems a bit better." "Well, I don't know. Why is the impression so fuzzy?" "I guess it was fine. My nose was slightly higher and my cheeks more taut." The anxious Aileen asked me, "By the way, is it okay to be this carefree? Soon it will be the second night. The executioner will come again. It will be fine tonight. The Guardian can't protect you indefinitely. Don't you know?" "I know. I would prefer not to use the Guardian's points if possible, but now there was no other way. I had to overcome the second night with the Guardian's help. The third night was when I could try a new method. Surely Mark won't become the target, right? A Guardian can't protect their own life. Don't worry. No one other than us knows that he is the Guardian." The Duke would still be caught off guard. He didn't think the revolution would succeed. We had to use this chance well. "Aileen, night is coming." Jang Haeyoung yelled from outside and I went out with Aileen. I had to be the target to avoid unnecessary disturbances. The revolutionary. People remembered my outfit and cheered. I felt a bit sad that no one realized I had changed my face. The second night has arrived. I looked around the street. Mark was hiding somewhere in advance and preparing to protect me. "You are currently under the protection of the Guardian." The creepy flute sounds were heard and the executioners appeared one by one. They emerged as expected. "Who is the Revo Lu Tian Eri?" "It is me. You can't kill me, yet you gathered here anyway." The executioners looked at each other. "You are the Revo Lu Tian Eri." Then they said, "But." At this moment I felt suspicious. Wait, it wasn't possible. They already thought of this strategy? The one who YLLDE. The executioners aimed their scythes at different targets. Not the Revolutio Neri. One of the nearby executioner's scythe aimed for Jang Haeyoung's neck. TL, Rainbow Turtle.